sharing it to Twitter this time then, because the option just isn't there for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all doing well.
Good afternoon, everybody. So
Um,
we've been away for a bit.
kind of, yeah. I guess
Yeah.
that's the first thing we should take care of. For the time being, we're going to be doing STAG every other week on Sundays, because,
Cree has weak bones.
my bones are weak. No, I don't know, it just... reasons. For reasons. Um, but yeah, we're gonna be doing it every other Sunday for the time being. I don't know for how long. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
you hate us,
Um,
just say it. I don't hate you as much as I hate myself.
I think it's more the videos are so draining that
Yeah.
it, like I'm okay with it, but I am born of the cringe and of the awful. But yeah, no, the videos are pretty fucking terrible. So
Well, it's not just that. It's sometimes it's just hard to find something that's decent to cover, so we end up covering stuff that we would probably never cover if we had a better selection of videos, you know?
yeah, I mean a lot of that too just comes from um, people recommending the worst of the worst of the worst, and a lot of times stuff like the Super Red video, they don't say anything. They're just parroting exactly what's going on without making a point one
I'm
way or
I'm
the other.
I'm sure if we combed through that video and like just fucking searched, we would find him saying something we could comment on somewhere, but it seemed really fucking sparse.
Yeah. Well,
And
part of that mechanical numberario is the fact that people just recommend the worst of the worst because they think it's funny. However, we are going to try something today for a video after we do a couple other videos that are pretty short. So we'll see
yeah,
how that goes. But anyways, what have you been up to for the last 2 weeks, Cree?
I have been working on part 4 of the Fallout 4 analysis, which obviously has been delayed or else it would have been out this past Friday. I am planning on releasing it on August 11th right now, so um, just under 2 weeks from now. I have finished editing my audio for it. I completely rewrote and re-recorded the conclusion. Um, right now, I'm just starting to put footage in. A lot of that footage is going to be real easy to get in because it's going to be like just generic gameplay and stuff, and I've got a lot of that recorded already. There'll be a few things that take a bit more work, but that's fine. That's whatever. Um, I have to put the background music in, and I have to censor the video as usual. And yeah.
Yeah. All
Um,
right, Pagan, why don't you tell us how you joined the Federation?
actually, there's one question I wanted to grab here. When is the furry
Okay.
VTuber channel happening? First of all, not a furry. Second of all, the model is officially in the works. Mine is.
Nice. I'm glad they got back in touch then. Or you got in touch with somebody then.
Yeah, we. There's an artist we found that was really good, and they were a decent price, but they don't do male models, so yeah.
Yeah, that was the unfortunate one because it was like, oh, that would have been great.
Yeah, because her style was really good. But after some searching and some looking around and stuff, we did find someone who, well, I've already started to get mine from them. Pagan might get his from them. And I guess we'll share that person with you too, because you said you wanted to get one.
Yep. I got to work with Daniel though to finish up the reference sheet.
Hmm.
He's been having a pretty rough art block lately though. But yeah, Pagan, why don't you tell the good people how you joined the Federation in the war against the bugs?
Uh,
I was about to say Pagan is dead.
The bugs.
I don't know. I guess I did at some point. I don't know.
I'm talking about your situation. You came in and told us about in detail your crusade against the
Oh well,
bedbug.
that seems something a little bit more private, you know. I thought you meant he started playing
Oh.
the Starship Troopers game.
That's what I thought too. I was like,
No.
but I didn't though.
No, I just thought it was funny the torch and burn that was gonna happen. I was like, yeah, that is amusing to me.
It does fucking suck. I have been having to sleep either on the floor or in my chair lately because of it, and just yeah, no, I'm not been sleeping too well. Fucking sucks. Bed bugs are awful. They're fucking the worst thing ever.
They are indeed.
But yeah, I've mostly just been dragging Kree away from his editing to play 7 Days to Die.
And watch
Yeah, they
fucking
don't
Top
ever
Gear.
tell me because I'll probably yell at them. But they don't ever tell me. I'll just randomly find them both in game in 7 Days to Die. It's like, oh, there they are.
Yeah. Well, because what happens is we'll get into a call and we'll start talking, and then just randomly we'll be like, "You want to play 7 Days?" Yeah, and then we just hop on, so we don't even think about it. We just do it.
Yeah.
And Pagan also made me watch an episode of Top Gear where they were trying to deliver fish to an African village, and holy shit, was it funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's
it's
gonna be watching more of those in the future because they are fucking hilarious. I forgot how I remember them being funny, and I was like, I know this is gonna be good. But man, watching it again made me so nostalgic. I was like, we gotta watch more of these. These are so fucking funny.
Yep. You should show him the Reliant Robin episode.
Oh, he saw that.
Great. Yeah. Holy fuck. Making a car with 3 wheels. I just love that whole thing of like just cameras there in a quiet intersection. Like, okay, how the fuck is Clarkson gonna fuck this up? And then you see him slide through on this roof, like.
Have you seen the fish episode, Setch?
No, I haven't.
Oh my god.
I need to watch more Clarkson Farm, by the way, too, because that one's obviously it's just so fucking good.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. So my 2 weeks were busy as usual, doing all the streams, everything like that. Started doing Rumble and Kick streams at the same time, so I've got Restream working. That's been going really well. I don't like that I had to pay $19 a month because Rumble is technically a custom streaming location. That's annoying, but it is what it is. I said, the community's worth it, so we'll just do that. That'll just be an expense that we have there for the community. We also watched both the first Lego movie and the second Lego movie. Both of them are really fucking good, and it's just good to just be able to relax and enjoy a movie that doesn't push in a bunch of like agendized nonsense and stuff in it, right? Just feels so good to just sit there and be like, great movie. Man, oh man. This weekend we're going to be watching a Korean movie called New World, and so hopefully people will like that because that's really good. And then this Thursday is going to be the big day. So this Thursday, Baldur's Gate 3 releases 11 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to schedule my stream for noon, and then that's going to be at least a 6-hour stream, if not longer.
Damn.
And yeah.
Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I've scheduled a stag for Thursday.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to kill you. Yeah, that one's going to be a long one. We're trying to decide which character to do, if we're going to do Kordos the Wizard or if we're going to do Severus the Sorcerer. So that's going to be in between. But yeah, that one, I'm going to have to put a thing on that because the game, according to the developers, and the developers are always, off on the times, But the developers have stated if you just rush the main storyline, right? You don't do anything else. You don't get distracted at all. It's a probably 80-hour game.
Jesus.
Yeah, just doing the main storyline. And you're just focused purely on that.
Let me know how it is, and I might pick it up myself.
Yeah. Well, you guys are more than welcome to be there for the stream at any point.
Yeah, I'll probably tune in every once in a while.
Yeah.
People are saying I'm pretty quiet, but like I'm looking at OBS, and every time I talk, I'm into the yellow. So I don't know why you guys.
Yep. I don't either. You sound fine on my. Also, unfortunately, Chad, I'm a little sick, so that's why I'm like not as animated as I usually am. We're at the end stage of the sickness. We're at the drainage phase. I fucking hate it when you're just hot and sweaty and just constantly sneezing and using tissues and stuff like that. Just like I fucking hate it. But at least I'm over the hump. At least I'm over the sickness.
Nice.
Yeah. So the again, all the stuff that the developers have said, and I've been keeping documentation of because Starfield's coming out soon. I remember Starfield was hyping up their stuff. So I was looking at this. So according to the developers, Baldur's Gate 3 has 17,000 endings. And I said, even if those are just slides, for the vast majority, I'm going to assume there's just slides for the overwhelming majority of those endings. 17,000 is a lot of fucking slides. 174 hours of cinematics. That's fucking insane. 2,000 interactable NPCs, which means dialogue options and such, not just NPCs you click on, they say hello. 2 million words in the script. 48 classes, 11 playable races, and it's actually 33 playable races because all the sub-race options as well. And so, it's 33 playable races technically.
Alright, be honest, Setch. How many lizards can you play as in this game?
There are multiple Dragonborn sub-races.
So I already know what you're gonna pick.
Yeah, Dragonborn is obvious. No one's gonna be obvious. The entire game has unique dialogue for each and every race and class combination. So this is over multiple conversations, locations throughout the entire game. As an example, they used if you are a Dragonborn that shows up to Baldur's Gate. Well, Dragonborn don't normally show up at Baldur's Gate, so you're going to stand out like a sore thumb, and people are going to comment on that. Or if you go into an establishment that only caters to elves, and you walk in as a not elf, they're obviously going to yell at you and shit like that. The entire game, down to the narrator, is fully voice acted. The one exception being your character itself, who only has incidental voice acting when moving around or paying/attack barks.
Good. Jesus fucking Christ, good.
Yeah, and I do mean every little thing, every piece of text in the game is voice acted, except for when you select your characters, and the selections are pretty intense. A lot of them are stuff that won't show up unless you meet certain requirements or you have certain knowledge of your character too.
I'm so disappointed that the main character in Baldur's Gate won't give their shitty fucking poorly voice acted bullshit for every single fucking dialogue encounter.
Yep.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been working on part 4 of the Fallout 4 analysis, and, well, the analysis overall. And I'm so fucking sick of this game. And its characters, and its main characters, and fucking everything to do with it.
Yeah.
No, it genuinely is good to hear that the protagonist, the player character, is not voiced. Holy shit.
Yeah. And again, like I said, they're only voiced with incidental stuff. So, like, if you click and tell them to move, they'll be like, all right, I'm on it. Or they're like, yeah, I'll go over there. Or like, did you see that? Those, stuff like that. Little incidental stuff, not actual, like, dialogue. But Larian specifically said they would actually go out of their way for, like, all the little stuff would have cutscenes instead of the normal, like, you see a trap ahead or something like that, or you see you're talking to somebody or you're going up to somebody. That'll all have like cutscenes and everything like that. So they're going full bore on it. The other thing that I thought was personally funny is they said that when you go to the main city itself of Baldur's Gate, you can actually break into the printing press office and you can change the news to be more favorable to you if you want. And you can actually like rewrite the entire like scrolls and stuff like that they hand out for people to buy. So you can actually fuck with like the entire populace's perception on everything.
I see opportunities for chaos.
Oh, absolutely. And I was like, yeah, that'll be fucking neat. Go in and like rewrite a story to be like, no, that's not as favorable to me as I like.
Kind of reminds me of it. Obviously, it's not the same, but it does somewhat remind me of the thing in New Vegas where you can pay one of the Garrett twins to chat up the locals, and there's like 3 options to be like, oh well, I'm kind of cool, I'm pretty awesome, and I'm literally God.
Yeah. And also I saw people in chat were saying BG said Satch Hope is not a No Man's Sky situation developer that is overpromising and don't know their limits. Larian are pretty damn good at delivering on all of their promises.
Also, the game has been in early access for like what, 2 years now?
More than that, like 4 years.
Jesus.
And the early access was only Act 1. They made sure people could only play the first act.
Huh.
And that's the way Larian has been doing their games ever since Divinity Original Sin 1. They put it in early access. You can only play the first act there. And that's been their whole thing of like, they make sure that people can play the game and see how it's shaping up in the early stages, the first act, and they keep everything else, like where the story's going, everything like that, secret. And Larian ramped up real hard for this. They're putting in a fucking ton of effort. And I actually think that there's a bit of drama going on with Larian right now. And it's a bunch of other developers that are doing it.
The developers who are getting all fucking salty that Larian is doing so well?
Yes. A bunch of developers were saying that Larian's Baldur's Gate 3 will not be the new standard for RPGs. And it's like,
it should
one, you don't get to decide that. The customer will decide that. You could sit there and maul and seethe and cope all you fucking want.
If even a fraction of what you said about this game is true, then it absolutely should be the standard. Because this sounds like a game that's trending far more towards like heavy RPG. Skyrim and Fallout 4 should not be the standard. That is a grim fucking standard. That is setting the bar on the fucking ground.
Yep.
Yeah, it's literally just people like these other developers are just like terrified that, oh no, we're gonna have to do work. We might actually have to put in effort.
Here's what I'm thinking. It is actually too, is that they're looking at Baldur's Gate 3, which has all this stuff in it, according to the developers, and a lot of the creators who they let in. Oh, that's another thing I didn't mention. The game, you are being told flat out when you play the game, you will not see 99% of the content. You physically cannot see it. And, people were like, well, why wouldn't you be able to see it? It's like, no, because based off of what you do, you will go on wildly divergent paths. And they even brought up this, like, a lot of games will have you can make this character the good guy or the bad guy, but they'll have it as late as possible in the game, so there are as few permutations as possible, right? Larry put that at the very beginning of the game for everything. So there are entire areas you physically will not even know exist as areas because you're never told about them. You'll never go there. You'll never see it.
Well, unfortunately, my Zoomer brain just can't handle replayability in video games, so that's a -10 for me.
Yeah.
This sounds like one of those games where you might not ever be able to finish it, and if you were to do a video doing like a complete analysis and breakdown of it, it would literally be hundreds of hours.
Yeah.
It would have to be.
Sven, who's the owner and operator, the creator of Larian Studios, even said, you will not be able to see everything unless you dedicate your life to just Baldur's Gate 3 for the rest of your life, but please don't do that. Please don't. There will be other games to play.
Oh God, please be good.
Um,
God, I'm hoping this game is going to be good.
Yeah,
Well, see,
it's looking real good
That's
right
the
now.
interesting thing about it, though, Pagan, is it could be both good and bad. Because let's say all the RPG mechanics are solid, right? So it's fun to play in that regard. Then you have the story with all those like permutations and like how you could essentially run entirely different stories from the sound of it. Like one
Yep.
run could make total like logical sense and another could be total nonsense broken.
Yeah, there's a reason that they had multiple like writing teams because they needed them. When they started production of Baldur's Gate 3, they already ramped up from Divinity Original Sin 2. Divinity Original Sin 2, their team was growing. But at the start of Baldur's Gate 3, they had 120 people across 3 studios. And these are all Larian studios, by the way. These aren't like different studios. They're all Larian studios, just in different countries and stuff like that, all working together. Now where they are, they're was it 400 developers across 7 studios now?
Jesus.
So like, yeah, they've just ramped up more and more and more and more. And they even said like again, originally they were just going to do the standard thing with Baldur's Gate 3. They were just going to do the standard stuff, and then they decided they wanted to keep people immersed into the game at all times. So they decided to do the cutscene thing where they were going to have more and more cutscenes. So they're like, okay, we're going to create a dedicated division of just people that work on the cutscenes and animations and everything like that. So they have their own like in-house cinematography studio and everything now. Like again, they've put so much fucking work into this, and you can tell they're fucking passionate, and it's crazy. But my point is, now that we've gone tangented way far away, I think, yes, Baldur's Gate 3 will be on consoles. Yes, it is coming to consoles. I think that all these other developers, and some of them were from Obsidian, some of them were from Blizzard, and Insomniac Games and shit like that. Big developers, right? AAA developer studios, especially now. Like, I wouldn't have said Obsidian was before, but now they got Microsoft money, so, you know. They are putting up such a stink, and I think it's because of the price tag for Baldur's Gate 3. All right? Baldur's Gate 3 on PC is $60. And all the AAA industry wants to charge $70 minimum from now on. So I think that's the big problem. $60 for the amount of content Larian is claiming is in the game. Even if they only have half of what they claim, already blows every other game out of the water. So
the fact that they said we want to keep the player immersed in all time or at all times is incredibly refreshing. I genuinely hope that's true. Because there's so many games where it just seems like the developers don't give a shit at all.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah,
I'm so sick of, mostly with Bethesda, of course, but just these games that claim to be RPGs and they just fucking aren't.
mm-hmm. Their whole thing, and I do want to get that comment. It's not, again, it's going to get fucking wild here. So another bit of controversy from Baldur's Gate 3 is the fact that there is a bear romance option. Now, people take that out of context. It's actually a druid who can't control himself when he gets heightened emotions. And he transforms into a bear, and then he apologizes profusely to you. And you have the option to pick. You say, don't apologize, I like it. And then you can have a bear romance. Now again, the Harkness test is a test for a fucking reason. He is obviously a thinking creature that can actually fucking consent. Jesus Christ, people. But again, that's the one thing. Also, again, Archcast, because that's where I'm assuming they got it from, is that beautiful women is haram. It's like, no, Archcast is being an idiot. He didn't look into Baldur's Gate 3 at all. He's just trying to farm content off of it. Like, I agree. There's things you should actually hold people to standards on, right? Like, I don't like the fact they're doing the body type bullshit. No, male, female. Don't do the body type thing.
Do you want body A or body B? Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Yeah, I don't know why this has become such a popular thing, even amongst non-American studios. Because you, fucking FromSoft did it in Elden Ring, and I'm like, but why?
Yeah, body A or B. Yeah, no, it's I hate that shit. That shit I fucking hate. But again, Archcast was like looking at it, Githyanki. Githyanki are fucking ugly. You can't make a pretty Githyanki. In fact, the Githyanki character he was commenting on as being hideous is the prettiest Githyanki you will ever see. But then he ignores all the other characters, the other female characters that are in the game, that it will be companions or you can play as. But yeah, I just ugh. Didn't FromSoft always do that though? No, they did. Absolutely did not.
Why can't I see the nipples of body B?
Yeah. They are going to let you actually do the lore accurate thing though, and this is the thing that's wild. They're going to let you do the lore accurate dwarves though. So, as a dwarf, if you're a female dwarf, you can in fact put beards on if you want. So that's going to be a thing. Now they're called Githyanki, and they are a race that was a slave race to the Mind Flayers, the Illithids. But they eventually rebelled, and they can't stand Mind Flayers, like to a ludicrous degree. But they are not pretty. They are not like beautiful people at all. They're very not pretty. So again, that was just Archcast trying to farm drama on that, right? That's what he wanted. He just wanted the clicks, the views. That was stupid. He made another stupid one, which was the character creator is being taken away from you because you'll just make ugly characters, and that's not allowed, and things like that. And then he goes on about the body types things. Like the body types thing I agree with, because that's stupid. That is incredibly dumb. I hate that shit. But Larian has never given you sliders for your character creator. Like, you should actually look into this bullshit before you start spouting this nonsense. Larian has never once given you sliders for any character creator in any of their games. They always do preset options because they feel that people can stay more immersed if their character looks reasonable. That has been their stance since they have started making games. And I fucking agree. Like, it's kind of hard to get invested if you would have a moment that's supposed to be sad and serious, and you get totally invested, and the camera suddenly turns to Jim Bob, who is now green with a pancake head and gigantic eyeballs. It's gonna probably knock the wind out of that fucking scene pretty hard. And this is the most in-depth character creator they've ever done, by the way. And it is pretty nutty, the sheer amount of options they let you do. They just don't let you do sliders to make a fucking abomination. I hate the fact that Arch is being such a fucking drama shithead about this thing. It's like, no, actually hold them to task for what they do. Don't make up bullshit. I can't stand that shit. It's like, oh yeah, but all this other stuff was true. Yeah, but the other half of your shit was a fucking lie. Cut that shit out. Again, all you're doing is hurting your credibility. Yeah, man, oh man. I really do hope. Oh yeah, that's the other bit of drama. There is a modesty button, and you can actually pick your dangly bits if you want. So you could turn the modesty option on or off, and then you can pick your dangly bits if you so choose. and
Alrighty
people are
then.
freaking out about that too.
With that out of the way, should we grab these super chats?
Yes.
And get on with
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Update. Alright. $5 from Harv. 3034. Thank you. Hey, furries and Cree. Hello. First time catching Stag live after trying to catch up. Where are episodes 96 to 102? They don't appear on the stream channel. I have been...
He's being lazy.
Yes. I've been working on videos, and I've been procrastinating on uploading it. I still have to do the fucking Starfield Direct Stag and cut out that music so I can upload it. So, that's one of the reasons I'm hesitating, because I can't just upload all of them and get them all up. I have to fucking cut music out of one of them, render that, then upload it, and that takes away from me being able to edit these videos. As soon as part 4 is done, I'm gonna do that. $10.
Mechanical though, the thing didn't call him a furry. It said hey furries and Cree, thus making him separate. That's why he didn't deny it, because it made him separate in the fucking super chat itself.
Yeah. $10 from Itiko the Tricky. Thank you. Patrolling Clendathu almost makes you wish to give the brain bugs a nuclear winter.
Ba, 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 ba.
Wait, can I... Oh. Apparently there's a new option where you can, love or heart a fucking super chat?
I guess so.
Oh. I'm not sure what that really does, though, but cool, I guess. £5 from Threadnought, thank you. Clarkson's Farm. Evidence that the government hates you and wants you to starve that is indisputable by anyone with a brain to do so sincerely.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of government fuckery that happens in Clarkson's Farm is fucking asinine. I'm sorry, but if I was a farmer and I was getting half of that, I'm building the fucking Killdozer 2.0.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking bad over there. The UK just hates farmers for some reason.
Yeah, we're talking like some really fucking asinine nonsense too. Like the whole badger thing, which was a medieval law, so the people wouldn't go badger batting and stuff like that. And now it's like badgers are a fucking nuisance, but they never got rid of the law, so it's still the law, and it's still being enforced to this fucking day. And he's like, so what if I accidentally, intentionally hit a badger? Well, don't do that because you'll go to jail. And he's like, So I come across I'm driving along the road and I see a badger that somebody else hit. I didn't hit. Somebody else hit. What do I do then? He goes, all right, well then you need to phone up the council, and then you need to get out your badger bio bag. And he's like, badger bio bag? Are you fucking serious? Yep, you need to wrap it up and leave it as evidence and everything, and then they'll have to take evidence for it. And it's like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. And then, of course, there's all this shit going on with, like, Dutch farmers and stuff, and their protests that they were doing. And
Well, they got the government to collapse.
yeah, they
As far as I
did.
know, the Dutch farmers won.
Well, now they're vandalizing their farms. They're burning all their farms down and stuff, their fields.
This is why you have guns. This is why you shoot
Yeah.
those motherfuckers.
I was about to
They're
say...
they're like tying magnifying glasses to sticks and shit and letting their fields catch on fire.
God, petty cunts. But, like, you have to respect the Dutch farmers for making their government collapse. Any group that makes their government collapse is fucking based.
Oh man,
Yeah.
you just reminded me. There was a clip on Twitter where basically they're like, so in Africa, in Niger, there was a bit of a coup that happened, and they're giving the leader, the previous leader, I believe it is 48 hours to explain where all their money went, or they're going to execute him. And everyone's like, should we do this with American politicians? And everyone overwhelmingly in the comments is like, yes, we should.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. Like, that's kind of the problem too, though, is like with a lot of big governments, and this is why I said any group that makes a government collapse is based. Like, the rot is so fucking deep that you do kind of need an actual purge to clear out all the corruption and then get things back on track. It seems basically impossible.
Yeah. It's just going to be work. I've saw, you know what the most white pill thing I've seen so far was?
What?
It was that the Pippa has used it before. The face where the guy is like depressed with a cigarette in his mouth. He's got bags under his eyes. He looks like he's about like a half second away from ending it all.
Oh, the depressed Wojak.
Yeah, it is. It was realizing your country is on the decline, and then the very next panel was him smiling and super happy. The super happy and stoked one is like realizing you're going to be part of the generation that rebuilds it even better. It's like, yeah, you know what? I fucking agree with that shit. Yeah, the Doomer Wojak.
Sometimes.
But I said, you know what? I was like, you know what? That's a good way to look at it, because as Brandon Herrera would say, and one of his meme gun reviews was, well, what makes you think that you could take on the United States Army and Marine Corps? And then the Chad leans in and says, what makes you think they're going to fight on your side? It's like, yeah, I fucking agree. I fucking agree. What I don't know what these fucking libtard idiots think is going to fucking happen if we boogie 2.0. I don't think it's going to go the way they think it's going to go.
Membership message for 4 months from Bentastic197. Thank you. Afternoon, furries. Not a furry. What horror of a video is in stock today? Also, when are you finishing the Skyrim review? It's been 80 years since part 1. Eventually, okay? Eventually. Look, I do want to work on it. I have been thinking about it more. Right now, I'm in kind of an awkward time in terms of scheduling things, because I'm almost done part 4 of the Fallout 4 analysis. I want to get parts 5 and 6 done as soon as possible so I can put so I could put Fallout 4 behind me. But then we've got Starfield around the corner. I've got the Bebop Flicks video on the go. I wanted to cover Jodie Whittaker's final Doctor Who episode in like a full-on video. I've got Skyrim to do. I've got Fallout 3 to do. There's a lot that I need to fucking juggle, and I'm gonna drop the ball somewhere. I'll try to figure it out. What I think I'm going to do going forward, though, is what I've done with the Fallout 4 analysis here, the remakes and the new part, where rather than releasing a video every, like, few months, what I might do is get a whole set of videos done and then release them, maybe not so close together, rather than 2 weeks apart, maybe a month apart from each other. Just so I have content coming out while I'm working on the next thing, you know?
Yeah. Also, for the horrors today, we have 2 flavors of the horror today, so... And technically, 4 flavors, because there's some articles we want to talk about. We're not going to actually go through the articles, but we just want to talk about the articles, because they're pretty fucking dumb.
5 pounds from Threadnought, thank you. Also, Creed is a furry. No, I'm not. Proof? I mean, he's so quiet we can't hear him denying it. Awfully suspicious, don't you think? What do you think, Pagan?
I think you're coping hard.
No!
No, they are, not you.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
I liked it better when Creed thought he was the one coping.
Yeah, I didn't know who you were directing that to. I assumed you were directing it to me.
No, I was directing it at them.
Okay. $5 from a guy under a bridge. Thank you. Been watching people use AI voices to have Joshua Graham debate folks or read books. You got to admit, it adds an extra dimension to fan works. Ave.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It really does.
Honestly,
There's a lot of good that could come from AI. There's also a lot of bad, but there is
Definitely a lot of
definitely some
bad.
good stuff. Yeah, but
Speaking
there is
of
some good stuff.
Good. The fact that Netflix is actually thinking of hiring AI to replace their writers and has a $900,000 listing to get a proper AI set up to replace their writers, I'm like, fucking based. Because Jesus Christ, the writers in Hollywood are some of the most dog shit, woke agendized pieces of shit there is, and they can't write to save their lives.
Yeah, but you know what they would do? They would literally just put that into like the AI, like as like the descriptor that would be part of it. It's like make sure it's woke, like make sure that it's like it checks all the boxes for diversity and inclusion and
Have
all
you
that
heard-
shit.
Have you heard
Maybe
that
not.
the studios are looking at canceling some projects that have been announced or ongoing projects and stuff?
Yep,
It's like, yes,
I've seen that.
Let the blood flow.
Absolutely. We as a society only win the more that this shit goes on.
Let
The
the
longer this
purge
goes on, the more we
commence.
Yeah, if the strike goes on forever, I'd be happy. Just none of them ever work again. That'd be good.
Yeah, and I mean all of Hollywood. Let them never work again.
Yeah.
But it's just funny how many people are like, this is so sad that these people are so evil. And it's like, yeah, they're all kind of evil. The actors, the writers, and the studios. Y'all fucking suck. Hopefully you
Yeah.
all destroy each other.
Fuck them.
But also, I don't know if they'll do the diversity thing anymore. A lot of companies have started firing their diversity, equity, and inclusion staff. Like wholesale,
Good.
just you're fucking fired.
Yeah, hopefully we start seeing a change and a move in a better direction, hopefully, because God, I'm sick of this shit. I'm so sick of
Well, have you guys
media and entertainment just being
have
fucking ruined.
have you guys heard of what's been going on with Secret Invasion?
No.
No.
I've
Okay,
just
so-
heard it's really shit. That's it.
Well, just to give an example, EFAP did a 10-hour stream yesterday breaking down 6 episodes of the show. Or this 6-episode show. What do you think of Nick Fury from the MCU?
Meh.
Yeah, he's pretty shit later on. Originally, he was pretty badass.
Well, originally, yeah.
Yeah, he looked like he was the man with the plan, and he knew exactly what to say and what to do. Like, he was incorruptible in his honor and his stances.
Okay.
Like especially the one that comes to mind is when he took out the hero trading cards from agents that got killed,
Yeah.
and he was talking about how, like, he believed in this team, he believed in all this, and that got all of them like to rally together.
All right. Yeah, that's pretty good. How would you what would you think if you found out that Secret Invasion turned him into Jake Fury?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, they've rewritten his history apparently to say that he wasn't actually the super awesome spy, he's a pathetic loser, and the shapeshifters from Captain Marvel, the Skrulls, they're the ones who did all the heavy work for him.
Wow, that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, apparently they make him a complete joke, just completely pathetic.
Funny that to undermine a black man. Oh my god, it's literally affirmative action. He got into a position where he doesn't belong through no merits of his own. Holy shit.
$2 from Kevin Mays. Hi furries and such and pagans. So okay, first of all, I'm not.
So
a
it's
furry.
just you now.
Well, no, it's not just that. First of all, I'm not a furry. Second of all, by saying hi furries and pagan and such, that's implying I'm multiple.
Yeah.
That's even
You are
worse than
multiple
one. Bear sex good. Well, all right then. obviously related to Diablo 3.
No,
Thank you.
Baldur's Gate 3, not Diablo 3. You dig?
Okay, sorry. Baldur's
Oh,
Gate
actually,
3, yes. I almost said Diablo again.
I guess speaking of Diablo, Blizzard are shitting the bed again with Diablo 4 and fucking up everything
I
again.
heard they released a patch that completely fucked the entire game over and made it so much slower to play, and people hated it. So they could
Yes,
get
they're
play
literally
hours
trying
out
to
of
waste
it.
people's time. That's intentionally. That's the design. Like things that they didn't need to do. Like it takes you 1 second to pour it out. Now it takes you 5 seconds to pour it out. It's
They
like
did the
why
same
did you
thing
change
with World of Warcraft, where there was a bunch of
that?
portals, like, that took you a whole bunch of areas very conveniently, and then they took those out for, like, to put in a portal room, and there's far less portals now, and,
Yep.
like, if you want to get to areas that were trivial to get to before, now it's just a long fucking wait to get there.
Yep. But yeah, it's pretty fucking stupid. But even better, because then I got talking to my community about Path of Exile 2. I'm like, I wonder when they're gonna do the Exile Con. And then literally that day, a few hours later, Exile Con 2023 Day 1 live stream. I was like, oh shit. I tuned in. God damn, they BTFO'd the shit out of Blizzard. Holy fuck.
I
And
saw
they even had on an official panel that happened before the live stream. As the panel ended, a guy said Diablo 4 bad. Right as the panel ended, it was
nice.
just like a great icing on the cake to then go to the main show.
I want to grab this comment here quickly. I heard the money you make from the battle pass is not enough to buy anything. Not only
It
that,
isn't.
but I saw a clip on Twitter where the battle pass button to buy into the battle pass is right next to something you have to click on often, and it's designed that way so you'll accidentally click on it and accidentally buy the battle pass,
Yes, it is.
which is completely
Even worse,
fucked.
on PC, if you're on that screen and you click, it will actually snap to the buy the battle pass button. It will literally jump your cursor to it and then click.
I already fucking despise a lot of these monetization tactics, but this, like, surely this is beyond the pale. Surely they cannot do this.
Yep. Oh, it's been going over so well for them as well. It's going over so well. And it's just amazing. Like the amount of backlash they've gotten is real. It's funny because somebody did the memology 101 thing, how it started, how it's going. And it's fucking great. So how it started, Blizzard all smug and happy and everything. Then how it's going. Then they show the newest emergency campfire, which was their live stream explaining themselves, and they look fucking dead. They literally look like they're about a second away from the noose. And the stuff that they said, they wouldn't answer questions directly, and then they actually got told about a mechanic that was in Diablo 3, and they're like, that's an interesting suggestion. And I remember Rurikon loses his fucking mind. He's like, are you fucking kidding me? That was in Diablo 3! What do you mean an interesting suggestion? Did you even play your own fucking game? Oh god, it is a wild fucking ride. Oh, I do too. I hope that when Microsoft actually, because now they've beaten the FCC, or is the FTC? I forget who went after them. I don't know if it was the Federal Commerce or if it was Federal Trade that went after them. But they beat them in court, and they beat them on the first appeals. So Microsoft can buy Activision Blizzard. And I hope the very first thing they do is fire everybody at Activision Blizzard, and they just take the IPs. Just fire everybody. Be like, no, get out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seriously, fuck them.
It is the FTC. Okay, Federal Trade went after them.
All right.
But yeah, holy shit. What a wild time to be alive to watch Disney. Oh, Disney lost their motion to dismiss the lawsuit. That's now been shit canned. So now Disney's going to have their lawsuit against Ron DeSantis thrown out, or it either has to be delayed at the minimum and put on pause, or it's going to be thrown out entirely. And then Disney will now face the federal lawsuit for fraud, which again, the conservative estimate on the amount of fraud damage that Disney did is $5 trillion in damages they'll have to pay.
Damn. That
Yeah,
sounds like enough to
Disney
kill
is
them.
hemorrhaging properties right now. They're selling as many properties as they can because they're running out of deficit.
It's not just that, Setch. It's that their theme parks, which is where a lot of their money comes from, aren't doing as well.
Oh, and have you seen why?
No.
Men dressed as women and fucking the trans colors and shit like that, interacting with children, and it is the creepiest fucking thing you've ever seen. Like, this is Disney. This is what they want. Yeah, fuck them. But yeah, all of their movies aren't making any money. They're running at and now it's a $1.2 billion deficit on all their movies now.
Yeah.
Their parks aren't making any money anymore. They are actually defaulting on their payment, or they have to make a payment to Comcast because they totally bought Hulu on credit. And Comcast sees all this and goes, no, you're going to pay us up. And now Disney's fucking panicking, so they're selling off a bunch of properties to try to make the money so they don't go into default.
Ooh,
like, Disney's fucking spiraling.
And you heard with what happened with Dial of Destiny, right? Indiana Jones?
I just heard it was really, really fucking bad.
It was, yes. First of all, yes. Second of all, it is losing fucking money. There's no way it's making its money back.
None of Disney's films lately have made any money. They've all lost money. Every single one of them.
No, I know, but this one is particularly bad because I think the budget was like... What was the budget? It was like $250 million, wasn't it?
Something like that.
And
then marketing on top of it, so you say at least add $100 million on that for marketing.
Oh, it's a lot more than that. Right now, I just checked the box office. It's $356 million, which sounds like a lot until you realize they still haven't broken even.
Yeah.
Oh, Wikipedia says the budget is $295 to $300 million.
Whew. Yep, they're fucked.
Yeah.
It's just great. It's just fucking great. And I hope I want to see the Florida lawsuit, because watching Disney get creamed and actually have to pay for fraud, like federal fraud case against Disney. Oh my god. I cannot wait.
$5 from Ambrose O'Leary. Thank you. Not sure if any of you are interested in mods at all, but Fallout London should be coming out this year. Thoughts? I haven't really looked into it much. It could be fun. It could be good. Yeah. Honestly, I have far more faith in fan projects like that right now than I do in Bethesda.
Oh, absolutely.
Like, here's the thing. Even if the mod turns out to be garbage, which I don't think it will be, but let's assume worst case scenario, it's a Frontier-type situation. Mm-hmm. Is that really that much worse than what we're getting from Bethesda?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just not... I don't want to have to re-download Fallout 4 just to play a fan project. I really don't.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Well, I don't have to re-download it because I've currently got it installed.
The voice will not stop says, "What the fuck are they spending all the money on? Hookers and blow?" They were borrowing on credit of their name on everything, so they were running at a deficit the entire time and in risk of defaulting, but it was Disney, so the assumption was that they would be good for it, right? But now they're in the situation where all their stuff is failing and they're not good for it suddenly, and they have all this stuff they bought on their name. So, oops.
Fallout London. Just travel to London in real life to experience the coming apocalypse.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucking true.
Hey, God. The voices will not stop. How are the voices doing today?
Yeah.
I just got reminded. Me and Cree talked about this a little bit because we didn't know about it, and I found out recently, which I just find it funny because Setch brought up the I guess they're basically doing fucking the fucking trans reading time for kids at Disney parks, I guess, basically is what it sounds like you're saying they're doing.
No, I mean, no, this is like stuff like at restaurants and like shops and everything. It's really fucking weird.
Yeah, so
It's
they're
really
basically
disgusting.
they're doing that, but then they're also kicking people out of the park for having fucking tattoos.
Yeah.
So if you have like arm sleeve, like the sleeve tattoos kind of thing, they will force you to put on a sweater to cover it up, which keep in mind, Disneyland in Florida, who the
Yeah.
fuck is going to wear a sweater in the middle of the summer? And if you don't
Oh,
put it on, they kick you out of the park.
have you heard the Great Cope for Disney?
What?
The Great Cope is that, oh, well, Disney's just going to move elsewhere. They're going to go to California instead now. Because Florida's no longer the thing. And it's like, I
But
don't
you
think
can't.
Disney's going to do what you think it's going to do. Considering California's a state that's dying, an entire fucking state that's dying.
Exactly. Like, what the fuck
And
are
you're
you going
going
to
to
do?
spend billions to move Disney World over to California? Yeah, good fucking luck.
Well, no.
Yeah.
Let's just ignore the idea of moving it to California. The idea of moving it to any other state from Florida,
Oh, absolutely.
like it's essentially an impossibility at this point. They're too fucking entrenched in like. How much land do they have in Florida for this theme park?
a lot.
It's
Because
like
they
an
have a
absolute
lot of
fuck
special
ton.
districts.
Yeah, this isn't like a traveling carnival you can just pack up and move to the next town over or to the next state. This is something that has been built over the course of decades. You can't pick up
Yeah.
and move.
It would be
Yeah.
a massive project. And then to do that, like to have such a massive project and move it to California, of all places, the state that is currently hemorrhaging fucking tourists because nobody wants to go there anymore. Yeah, that's going to work out real well for them if they move there.
Yeah. A
But also
state that
it's just too traditional for it's Disneyland tradition that at least one child gets eaten by an alligator. Okay, you can't just take that away.
Oh man, but they yeah, no, apparently they want to take Disneyland and they want to upgrade it to Disney World over in California and like go way bigger with it, and it's like, "Oh, Jesus Christ." And again, California is a state that is dying. And maybe we should look at who's in charge of that state. Maybe that's a very fucking good reason why it's dying. But again, California was a state that was one of the most profitable states in the United States, and now they're running on a deficit too. How they do it, and then people keep voting for them blows my mind.
Yep, they just keep fucking voting for them.
Yeah, it's
They
like
get what they
no,
ask
really,
for.
I've stopped giving sympathy now. It's like, no, you all deserve it.
Yeah, I just don't care anymore. It's just like you're doing it to yourself. Like you have the means to stop it right in front of you.
Yeah.
It's like you could deal with it and you just don't. You just vote for the same fucking bullshit every fucking time because you're so tribalistic and stupid. It's like I don't have any sympathy for you. I'm sorry. It's your own damn fault.
Yep. Unironically, makes a really good statement for the Federation from Starship Troopers. Really does. Like, get rid of uninformed voters and uninvested voters and actually just put in people where you need to earn the right to vote. I would be all for that. Service guarantees citizenship, baby.
$2 from Waylay 108. Thank you. Crap, I'm late. What did I miss? We actually haven't started yet, so
Lots of rambling.
lots of
Yeah.
rambling, lots of. This stream is called Some Tangents Are Guaranteed. We have done nothing but tangent so far, and we're an hour in.
Yeah.
$10 from Dark World XL. Thank you. What I hate about Fallout 3 is the potential lost. I had an idea of it taking place 20 years after the bombs fell, with factions like a Chinese communist, remnants of the government, and a prepper society.
That would be interesting.
Maybe.
I don't know about the Chinese communist thing, because I don't think China would invade the place that they're going to nuke. But I could see like remnants of the U.S. government, preppers, coming into conflict with each other. Maybe, and you could even have where the preppers are the more powerful of the two factions because they're the ones that are actually prepared for something to go down. It could be interesting.
Oh yeah, and because I missed it when it came in, where is it? The voices will not stop. I had to watch Pippa eat a fucking tarantula. The voices have been screaming ever since. Oh!
Yeah, I just didn't want to watch that stream.
Yeah, I can't. I hate spiders.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
I have to
no
watch that
way.
at some point.
But I did watch her forewarned stream with that coyote girl. I don't know her full name. That was a good stream.
That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Pippa trying to be a bad mummy to attack her though, and just like she didn't even hesitate.
Well, the way they fucked with each other was just great too. And the first round I saw, I didn't catch the whole stream, but the first round I saw, they had that magi that disguises as like one of the players, and they kept running around and kept running into it, and oh man, it was great.
Yeah.
Anyways,
I suppose we can't put it off any longer. We've got 2 short videos, chat.
Well, before
like
that,
6 minutes.
Before that, we've got
You want to do the article?
Yeah, I want to get that out of the way.
Okay.
So, what's that I almost said semi-transparent. I've been watching too many fucking stupid horror list videos. It's translucent. Why is that translucent? Anyways, Fallout New Vegas mod replaces Mr. House with Elon Musk. The central villain of Fallout New Vegas, Mr. House, is replaced by SpaceX and Twitter owner Elon Musk in a new fully voiced Fallout New Vegas mod available now. Kotaku has a very similar article saying New Vegas bad guy replaced with Elon Musk. House isn't the bad guy.
Yeah, he's not a bad guy. He's not a villain. Of course, these two, I don't even know what to call it, game journalists sites would say he is, because he's the actual meritocracy, and, meritocracy bad. Because these people don't have any merits. But holy shit, I looked into both of these authors. So the PC Games Inn author is named Ed Smith. And he previously worked at Edge, Vice, Polygon. Wow, what a fucking great absolute legendary track record. And then I looked at the writer for the Kotaku article, Levi Winslow, who their profile picture is a woman with a mustache, because of course it is. Staff writer, and none of this is capitalized, by the way. I think capitalization is supposed to be a sin now, apparently. The fucking leftoids. But staff writer, Kotaku, they/them beats esports creator culture and internet discourse, preservation plus sustainability, news, send me tea and tips, heart. It's a fucking troglodyte. Of course it's a troglodyte on fucking Kotaku.
But anyways, yeah, this this speaks to the fucking stupidity of games journal. Like, we all know games journalists fucking suck. This is just more proof of that. They don't know anything about the game, and they heard somewhere that House was the bad guy.
Or what I think is more likely happened is because they have Musk derangement syndrome. There's a lot of the derangement syndromes going around today. But they have Musk derangement syndrome, and now that he's been put in there, he must clearly be put on a villain because, my personal thoughts and biases against him.
Yeah, that could be it too. I don't understand the whole either worship or hate of Elon Musk. I do like that he bought Twitter and made changes to it, but he's not Jesus and he's not Satan. He's just a fucking guy.
Yeah.
He does good things.
He fucks up a lot.
Like most people do.
Yeah. He fucks up a lot and he does a lot of good things.
the single most annoying thing about him buying Twitter is everyone constantly fucking doomsaying about how the site is dying. I've been using Twitter for about a decade, on and off, and I noticed no significant change in terms of like how well the site runs. Yeah, there was that 600 post viewing thing temporarily a few weeks ago, but that's because he was dealing with people scraping data from the site, or data from the site, whichever you prefer pronunciation. But yeah, people just not shut the fuck up about how, oh, the site is dying, it's going to hell, blah blah blah. It's so fucking tiring.
Yeah. Yeah, they are doing that a lot. And they're acting like it's a fucking like it's a bait, like I don't know what the word is, but it's like you realize if Twitter dies, that's still a good thing for the rest of us, right? It's like who fucking cares? It's like that's only a net positive for humanity if Twitter fucking dies. It's like, so boo fucking who? I think this is just a joke. Well, the mod is a joke, yeah, but the articles are taking it like as like, oh, see, he's evil.
The
they're not
article's taking it
joking.
seriously.
Yeah, they're taking it very seriously. Of like, well, yeah, because Musk is a villain, and here's why, and blah 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 blah. We're going to use it to talk about how much we hate Musk.
$5 from Gurusola. Thank you.
Thank you.
Disney's downfall reminds me of WCW, a massive money sink that made millions of dumb decisions. Then they lost their protection and got canned. Oh, apparently Mickey Mouse is now going public domain.
Yeah, it's being retired.
They can't stop it. They can't stop right now, and everybody's joking because they don't have the money to throw at lawyers right now. They can't give fucking Congress a hand job right now, so they're gonna lose Mickey Mouse finally.
Good. Fuck that rat.
Absolutely.
Membership message for 6 months from... Okay, I'm gonna fuck up your name. I am sorry in advance. Desialonoe02. Thank you. Cree, I just finished watching your videos. They were very good. Only problem I found was my name in the subtitles. What?
Uh-oh. I don't know.
Thank you, though. Alright, so... Since we're already an hour in, and one of the videos we're covering is 20 minutes long, I think we should skip the Broken Steel one for now.
Okay.
And cover the podcast clip and the gun one that you guys wanted to do.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's going to be a bit of the different thing one, chat. The gun one is not a bad video. It's just an interesting video. Well, I got the podcast one right here.
Alright.
Cycling there.
Put it into the thing, okay, there. Oh god, where's Watch Together? There's Watch Together.
Yeah, it was just doing the cycling of doom on the, like, we're looking for the video, and we found it now.
Alright, so who are these guys, first of all?
I don't know. They're a podcast, and apparently they had a really, really shit take on it. So their channel's called Drink a Beer and Play a Game. And I don't know if their podcast might be the over/underrated podcast. Maybe. I'm not positive on that, but I don't know.
Yeah,
it's the Power Hour podcast. Sorry, it's right there. I was looking at their actual channel. No, it's literally right there on the fucking screen. Mine eyes, if they had only looked at the screen and not at their thumbnail and shit like that. Yeah, I didn't really know anything about them, but apparently this is a really bad take.
Yeah, so I saw this and I was actually thinking to myself, oh, well, this actually might be a good little thing for us to cover on stream. You know, maybe it won't be bad because I can agree that there might be some underrated and overrated stuff in this game and some issues and stuff. And So I think one of these guys is definitely very very new Fallout oriented. And that's going to play a lot of a role in his decision making. Yeah, you'll see when we get there.
Oh boy.
$1 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Howdy, furfap. Not a furry. What did I miss? Games journalism still sucks, and apparently there's going to be a lot to Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh yeah.
See, I didn't say Diablo this time.
No,
Yeah.
you just said Baldur's Gate instead of Baldur's Gate.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Deleted from the
Perish.
Yeah. No longer content, not in his lane.
It's one of
Gone.
my favorite
Absent.
things from, like, games and movies where there's a super powerful villain and he's just looking at, like, some helpless character and he's just like, die, and then just fucking obliterates them.
Perish. I fucking love it.
Baldur's Gate? No!
Oh my god,
It ain't a
Kree.
Nick Rekieta production.
Kree was that fucking, for just a moment, Kree was that star from the intro to fucking One Punch Man.
Yes.
That is
Again.
still my favorite One Punch Man character. And moment.
Just a star man with a fucking knife gonna shank a bitch and then he just gets punched in the face and dies. It's just like, oh.
Gets fucking deleted, vaporized.
Yep.
We're on the brink of starting this video, but I need to mention this now that Pagan did. We've been playing 7 Days to Die, and something we've been doing is we're obviously fighting zombies together, and sometimes we'll shoot them 1 or 2 extra times after they've died, and rather than their body parts exploding, like, the model will just get deleted from existence.
Yes.
So we've been making jokes about how we killed them so hard they fucking stopped existing entirely.
We do so much damage that if we both shoot them at the same time, they don't even have time to hit the ground. They literally just vanish. Like, 1 minute they're standing there, and the next they're just gone from the game. Like, the game deleted them, and it is so funny. So we will, like, time our shots to shoot at them at the exact same time, just so they vanish.
Or sometimes we'll just waste ammo and shoot them an extra time, even if they're already on the ground, to just make them delete. You ever played DayZ for 5 minutes?
DayZ's one of those games where I get into it and then I get out of it, sort of thing. It's just one of those, like, I like it, but I don't know. I was always the dickhead that actually knew how windage and, like, ballistics worked on a sniper rifle, so I always sat at the airfield just being the fun police. If you gave me any rifle that I could put a scope on, and I was like, all right, dedicated fun police playthrough, let's go.
Yeah, I love playing sniper.
Especially again, if you know how to actually do the proper ballistics and everything, you know how to actually range in with the scopes. Oh, fun as fun.
$2 from Scoopmeister, thank you. Baldy's Gate of Education and Learning. Oh god. $5 from FNL RPA. If you guys could keep one major aspect of the sequel trilogy if they redid them, what would it be? Could be a character or plot point or other thing. Jesus Christ.
We could keep something. Let's make that instead of if we could to we have to keep one thing.
So my question would be, how much of it are we keeping? So, like, if we say we're going to keep Finn, can we rewrite him entirely to be good?
Yeah. Or
because there was a hint of something interesting there at the start and they just did nothing with it.
I'd be more interested to see Poe. Like, him at the start. An ace pilot and everything. Apparently he was such a good pilot that even the Imperial Remnant heard of him, or the First Order in this case. It's like, that could be interesting. I want to know more about him. Like, again, if you take everything else aside, take that all out.
I would bring back Kylo Ren and I would make him stay shirtless in every scene. And I would also make him so that the camera made him twice as wide at all times. And he would talk like fucking, oh, yeah. Yeah,
Oh, no.
I bet it hurts.
Oh my god. I can only think of fucking Buffalo Bill now at that point. It puts the lotion on its skin.
Ben Swallow, yeah.
The hose again.
I'm gonna make the obvious joke. What Pagan said, but instead of sounding like that, he sounds exactly like Chills.
Oh my god. Oh, I actually saw a fucking Chills joke in the wild. Like, they were playing a Jackbox Party Pack game, right?
Oh no.
And
Who was it?
one of the party games is the Murder Hotel. Okay? So it's one where you just do trivia, and if you get it wrong, you get put into a game where if you lose the game, you get killed, and then, you know, you're a ghost for the rest of it.
Yeah.
Well, and one of them, the thing started at, it was the Murder Hotel, and it started at 3 o'clock in the morning. And then he goes, huh, you know, I heard there's something special about this hour, but I didn't really want to start. And then one of the people playing it on stream, without overprompting, goes, number 15, the witching hour. I was like, oh my god! The fucking Chills in the wild!
We do have to cover those other two spooky videos Pagan found last time and we didn't get to cover. We have to do that at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Creetosis,
Yeah.
do the Chills voice, please. Okay, I'll read out the voices will not stop's comment. Number 15. Did it hurt?
Oh my god.
Alright, let's finally get on with this. Or we'll
Yes.
if we don't start now, we fucking never will.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so the next one is one of our recurring bits. It's overrated, underrated, and
Okay.
it comes to our buddy Snarcast. Fallout New Vegas, and you know it's been tied to the fact that I've said I finally finished Fallout New Vegas. I'm on the Fallout 76.
I'm just gonna point out the thing. I would turn down the game itself, the audio down a bit more.
It is a
Right.
bit distracting. Did he just say he played Fallout 76?
I believe so.
I finally finished New Vegas and I've been playing Fallout 76. Oh no.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
unfortunate. But here we go.
Finally finished Fallout New Vegas. I'm on the Fallout 76. My quick take is, because I know what Jim's going to go with, so I'll just say overrated for the sheer fact that Jim and other people, maybe I'm in a circle where, because Jim has a lot of people that follow his kind of mindset, people really like talked about how amazing Vegas is. And I'm probably spoiled because I already played 4. I have
No.
Spoiled because of playing 4.
Uh-huh.
Holy shit. 4 is awful.
Oh, just
Spoiled because of 4. Holy fuck.
It's like saying a perfectly cooked T-bone steak is overrated because you've been spoiled by eating fucking expired hot dogs.
Yeah. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah,
Can't
I
hear them
agree.
talk over the beautiful sounds of Detroit in the background.
Yeah. That's Bezin says spoiled, more like soiled. Yeah, it's like more accurate. Holy shit.
God, that's weird. Okay.
Yeah, that's wild. So already we're at an extremely bad take, and his reasoning is even worse.
I'm gonna spoil a little bit here because I have to in order to make this work.
Oh,
So the other guy here who oh god, on my frame is very
no. He looks very unfortunate right now.
yeah, very unfortunate pause frame is going to try to understand where this guy is coming from and kind of be like, oh well, yeah, you played Fallout 4 and the gunplay was a lot better, right? And this other guy, is, I guess, really doesn't want to admit that that's why, so he tries to justify his reasoning, and let's just say he does it in the absolute worst way possible.
The guy on the right looks like he's restraining himself from committing a fucking hate crime.
Yes.
Yeah.
On mine, the guy on the left looks like he's picking his nose. I'm on a frame where he's got his hand up there at his nostril.
Yeah, I think me and you are on the exact same frame.
Yeah,
I'm
but
on
all
a
right.
completely different frame.
Yeah, that usually happens between us.
Hold on, don't hit play. I want Cree to see the eyes. No, you hit.
I had already moved it.
You
before
bitch!
before you had even said anything, you're like, I had grabbed it and I had moved it, and you're like, hold on, don't hit play. And I'm like, oh, unfortunately.
I was gonna screen
I had
cap it so
already
he could
moved.
see.
Oh, all
All
right.
right, let's continue.
Already played 4. I had my feelings about 3. Like 3 set such a pinnacle for Fallout in general. Going to the
Talking about
3 set such a pinnacle. 3 is so dog shit.
Oh my god, do you see what I mean?
how do you look at a fucking piss-filled crater and say that's a pinnacle?
Oh no. Oh my god.
The pinnacle of Fallout 3. Yeah, that's how that works.
Yeah. Wow.
Jesus. Like,
Poor-
I can't remember if we've heard people say Fallout 3 is the pinnacle before, but that is just shocking and disappointing to hear.
Yeah.
Like-
That's wild.
Like, if you enjoy the game, fine, whatever, but to think that it's one of the best, it's better than 1 and 2, that it's, I guess, better than New Vegas, like, come the fuck on.
Yeah, by his logic,
You
it
know
has to be better than
nothing
New Vegas.
about video games.
Yeah, there's no
about
way.
Fallout.
This is insanity.
some from the old point and clicks, the storytelling.
When it clicks, motherfucker. Fallout 1 and 2 were point and clicks. What are you talking about?
I need to hear that again. I was zoning out.
Oh my god, yeah, go back.
$2 from Jab. Thank you. The pinnacle of brain damage. Oh.
It's pretty wild, but here we go. Oh, hey, look, there he is with his fucking hand, like, right there in the nostril. Going in the nose zone, baby.
About 3, like 3 set such a pinnacle for Fallout in general. Going to the legit new system from the old point and clicks, the storytelling and everything. But the more I've played and the more
Storytelling. What the?
The storytelling in Fallout 3 is so bare bones and basic, there basically isn't a story. There's hardly a fucking story.
And the story itself is so bad and contradicts the game so much that you imagine that the left hand and the right hand weren't on speaking terms when they made the fucking game.
Yeah, it's so bad. Also, apparently 1 and 2 are point and clicks because you have to point and click to move the character and target things in
Yeah, it's not what a
VATS.
point and
So
click
Yeah, and that is.
I
not
know it's like
like-
that's not what a point and click is, but to these guys apparently that fucking constitutes a point and click game.
To this guy.
We don't
Yeah.
know we don't know. At least me and Cree don't know what the right guy's opinion is, right?
I
But
don't
here's
know.
the
The
thing,
right
too.
guy caves in a lot, so it's kind of hard to tell because it's like, for all I know, he does have the same fucking viewpoints as he does.
But
Who fucking knows?
anyways, if you're gonna call Fallout 1 and 2 point and click type games, then every game is a point and click. Oh, you playing Fallout 3? Well, you point the cursor at an enemy and click to fire your gun. It's a point and click.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, the left hand couldn't get in contact with the right hand. The right hand, Emil, was doing crack.
Or I think about New Vegas is an amazing game. It's still an A plus. Like, it's not taking any knocks. But the problem is,
Okay, so here's the thing I'm going to tell you. If giving it an A plus is perfect.
Yeah.
Okay? A plus is a 100 out of 100, 10 out of 10. Like, that's a perfect game.
I find it super funny that he prefaces his next coming statements with that, because he's it's kind of like the saying of I'm not racist, but but in game form, because it's like, oh, you should have said. Also, somebody mentioned Armored Core earlier, and I saw something about that earlier that really pissed me off, because it was the same exact thing where the guy's like, graphics aren't everything, but when are we going to stop forgiving FromSoft for using an old engine? Okay, they should be using a fucking Unreal Engine 5 by now. This is ridiculous. Why aren't they using Unreal Engine 5? This game looks shit. It looks so fucking bad.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, oh, you fucking motherfucker.
It's funny because it's like, that's Fextra Life. Fextra Life has always been stupid. Fextra Life is pants on head retarded. The only reason that they have the audience they do is because they bullied out all the other wikis. That's it. And they force you to open up their shitty ass fucking stream every time you go anywhere on their shitty ass fucking wiki. That usually has wrong information everywhere. Oh, God. I hate Fextra Life so much.
Extra Life?
No, Fextra. Fextra.
Okay. Fextra Life.
Yep.
So
they're a wiki that, like...
It sounds similar to fandom.com, because I've heard bad things about them, too.
Oh yeah, they're terrible as well. But no, Fextra Life, like, takes the cake. They are horrible. And unfortunately, because they're so pervasive... Because they autistically will go in and do everything super quick, right? So that the first thing you search for, if you search for anything about a game and a wiki, it's going to be Fextra Life shows up. And then if you go to Fextra Life, they will force you to go to see their Twitch. And the fucking top left corner, they'll have their shitty-ass Twitch streams where their shitty-ass dog shit brain-dead opinions will be spewed all the time. I fucking hate them so much.
That clip is so extra bad too, because as he's talking about how shitty the game looks, the gameplay in the background is like the exact opposite of whatever he's saying. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, this looks like it's on a next-gen fucking rig. What are you talking about?
No, I mean,
he literally gets mad that fucking...
Orgus, I have their stream blocked. I'm saying for everyone else that goes to their shitty-ass wiki, it automatically puts you on their stream, and you automatically count as a viewer, which makes their stream show up more as, oh, it's more popular, even though people are just there because they're looking for whatever information on their wiki, and their wiki is usually fucking wrong. I hate it. I hate it so much.
That sounds even worse than fandom.com. Fandom.com is fucking annoying. It's like a plague. $2 from Gurasola. Thank you. Solitaire is my favorite point-and-click game. Ah.
Yeah.
€5 from Corkteo. Thank you. Constellation, god of alcohol and ecstasy, is overjoyed by your suffering. You have been gifted 500 coins. Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
but the problem is the story is weak compared to the other Fallouts.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, okay, so
Plank.
This is what I was talking about.
Him, but that was a wild shit take already. The story.
Yeah, so he thinks that New
Sweet.
Vegas has one of the worst stories in all of the Fallout games, which, holy shit, what a shit fucking take.
Is this gonna be the shit take where it's like, yeah, Vegas was about these random factions fighting, but, you know, Fallout 3 and 4 were about finding your missing family member, and that spoke to me so much more. Is it
it's way worse than that. It's worse than that.
How the fuck does it get worse?
It's worse than that, dude.
How the
Just
fuck does it get worse than that?
okay. So do you remember when I mentioned that little
Damn.
thing, that little bit in your script where I said, "Well, technically, with the main character."
I'll bear back.
Yeah, this guy takes that and goes a fucking country mile with it and just makes up a bunch of bullshit.
What?
The story is weak compared to the other Fallouts because Fallout's always been about like the people coming out of the vaults, and
No, it hasn't.
No, it's not. It's not about people coming out of the vaults, you fucking idiot. You don't have to be a vault dweller to be a character in this game.
Tell me you don't know jack shit about Fallout without telling me you know jack shit about Fallout. Holy fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Fallout 2, you weren't a fucking vault dweller, the second game in the series. Hell, even in Fallout 3, you're not technically a vault dweller. Like, yeah, you grew up in one, but, like, you're still from the outside.
Alright, I'm back and ready for the shit take.
Yeah, holy shit, the thing you just fucking missed. The thing you just fucking missed. I'm rewinding it.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
the story is weak compared to the other Fallouts because Fallout's always been about like the people coming out of the vaults and what.
No. No. What
Oh,
are you
what a
talking
fucking
about?
idiot. Oh my god. I wonder if he even knows that Fallout 2 exists. I wonder if he's ever even
No, it
like
started at 3 clearly, Pig, and the series goes 3 New Vegas 476.
which is so weird because he references the first two when he says like the point and clicks. So
Mhm. Yeah, it's like, no, Fallout is not about coming out of the vaults. That was just a convenient way to start with a character who wouldn't know anything about the outside world in Fallout 1.
Because
It
fish
was a
out of
perfect
water
way to do it.
characters are really fucking useful for explaining parts of your world to the audience.
Yeah, and avoiding the common fucking writing pitfall of the character should know this, but the player doesn't, so the character asks a stupid fucking question. Like, in the fucking Elder Scrolls universe, if your character has to ask, what is the Empire? It's like, what the fuck do you mean, what is the Empire? Are you brain dead?
Yeah.
This is stuff that everyone should know.
I am
But
so
the
tired.
Baldur.
Oh, sorry. I heard you talking there. Great.
I am so tired.
Yeah, well. Prepare for death.
Like the people coming out of the vaults and what the Baldur behind it. This one's just about a courier who gets shot in the head, and then he's trying to figure out who shot me. If you really
You're not trying to figure out who shot you. You find out in the first half hour of the fucking game.
yeah, you find out pretty much immediately who shot you. You want to know why and what the chip was for.
Yeah.
And that's only if you care about that, because there's other stuff you can tangent off from there and just do your own thing.
Yep.
Oh my god, these fucking idiots.
Also, Cree,
No, I'm not.
check if you're muted. Okay. To make sure. Yeah, he did it. He did the brain dead take. He really fucking did, because he thinks for some reason the Fallout thing is about coming out of the vault every time, because he's an idiot. He doesn't know Fallout 1 and 2. He thinks New Vegas is the redheaded stepchild, and no, it's Fallout 3, 4, and 76 that are the bastardizations of what Fallout is.
You know, I'm going
Oh, I
to go
can't
ahead
wait
and
to
say
get-
it right now. This is why you gatekeep. This is exactly why you gatekeep. Because someone who doesn't know
Yep.
what the fuck he's talking about is coming out here and trying to act like he knows what the series is about and he knows fuck all clearly.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's so sad that there are probably people who watch this and were influenced by their. I'm just gonna say take. It's not a review. It can't be a review. It's too shit to be a review. Their god awful take about the game and just fucking overlooked it because of these two idiots fucking take on it, and it's like, oh, that's so sad.
How have these
Well,
guys done 205 podcasts with these takes? So that's the thing. You can do a podcast for like 10,000 episodes with 0 viewers.
yep.
Because all doing a podcast requires is you sitting down in front of a microphone and then like recording or streaming your thing.
Yeah, people still give fucking Darkside Phil money for his streams. Like, there was always just going to be an audience for something like this. There's just always going to be those people out there that will always flock to these type of characters. I'll say.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's continue the pain train.
Las Vegas, you're gonna love the kind of surrounding lore of that game. I feel like that's why this game
No, you're not. The Fallout. Vegas plays such a little role in the lore of this game. Like, if you're going into Fallout New Vegas because you specifically love Vegas, it's like you might get a little bit out of that, but not a whole lot because the game doesn't focus on that. That's not what the game is about.
Yeah.
So you're just wrong. It makes me wonder if you even played the fucking game.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe this is his B-roll footage, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm very, very sus.
Oh man, well, I'm almost certain he did, but it's just so annoying when you hear stuff like this because then it's like that's just the thing. It's like, did you even pay attention to the game? Was this an Acer Thorn thing where you played it but you didn't really pay attention to anything?
Yeah, were you playing it like you do in Fallout 3, where you go through unthinkingly from point A to point B at every time?
Yeah. God, the shit he says about the main character. Oh,
I actually
Oh,
have
no.
a recent example of this kind of problem. It's a problem with people who are totally NPC brained and just follow the quest marker completely unthinkingly. I had an Uber driver the other day. He came to my work to pick me up because I had to go home from work because my shift was over. And I told them, like, he came into this, it's essentially a truck lane, and it's not super busy, so there's no trucks there right now, but it doesn't lead anywhere he can go. And his GPS is telling him to go that way to turn around. To do so, he would have to drive farther than he would to just turn around and go back out the gate to go back onto the road. And I tell him, hey, you have to turn around here. He ignores me and keeps driving towards a dead end. So we get to an area that opens up a little bit. Hey, you have to turn around here. He continues driving and ignores me. And I say, hey, you can't go this way. You have to turn around. And he stops and gets upset at me for being rude to him.
Wow.
yeah, this story pissed me off when you told it to me the first time, and then he fucking canceled the ride because you were trying to give him directions. I'm just like, oh my god.
Yep.
Is it just me, or is Kree's audio really low? It's even more... I don't know what's going on with my audio. I haven't changed anything. Everything should be exactly the same. I don't know. I don't know what it could be.
Does your mic have like separate audio?
It's got these two dials on the side, and like I don't normally touch them because I don't know what they do. I haven't seen any change from touching them, and I touched them a bit, like I turned them a bit a few minutes ago, and I still don't see any difference with my audio, so I don't know, like what, like I don't know. People will follow a GPS into a lake, not surprised. Fuck. That reminds me of a video I saw on Twitter recently where, yeah, someone's GPS was leading them down a fucking boat ramp in, I believe it was Hawaii. And their car, like, the water was almost up to the driver's window at that point, and they were still going forward. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Yeah, some people are just complete NPC brain fucking no thoughts. And, I don't want to be too rude to this guy, but that might be the case here if, like, some of his takeaways from these games. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, and that's the worst part too. You weren't on some like public road or something. You were in a private property where you work, where you know this place. You know where people are allowed to go and where people are supposed to go to turn around and all this stuff. And you're trying to explain to him like, hey, you can't go this way. You have to turn around. And this guy is just like, how dare you be rude to me? I'm canceling the ride. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, how can anyone be that fucking stupid?
I just had a happy moment on the side, at least.
What?
That's good. I just randomly YouTube suggested a video. I don't know why, but it's just like, delivery guy let the intrusive thoughts win. And it's just a delivery guy. He runs up to the guy's a homeowner's pool and he just dives off into the pool. It's a fantastic thumbnail too. Hold on, let me get this thumbnail. I'm just gonna grab a thumbnail grabber.
Anyways, are we good to continue with this video?
Yes.
Is considered canon. It's like kind of pulled back from the original main series. And
What?
What?
New Vegas is canon, you idiot.
Yeah, it's canon. What are you
Not just
talking
that,
about?
It's far closer to the originals than Bethesda's games.
Yeah.
Is this one of those clowns who think, like, Bethesda made 1 and 2? Is this one of those people?
I was just about to say,
No,
this guy does say later they say something that very clearly shows they think that it's made by Bethesda. I don't think they know that it was made by a different
Jesus
studio.
Fucking Christ.
Yeah, I think these two believe that New Vegas was made by Bethesda.
What the fuck is up with people making these big long videos and streams just talking about shit they know nothing about?
Because research is forbidden. You can't do that.
Yeah. But there you go. I put by the way, the thumbnail in. Just look at that thumbnail is just like, yeah, he has. Look at it. The intrusive thoughts one for sure.
Oh, that's this is the thumbnail for one of the daily dose of internet videos that
Yes.
I was about to watch before this, so I'll get to see that here soon.
Yeah, I don't know why it recommended me that. I don't ever watch the daily dose of internet, but it was just like, here you go. I'm like, oh, that is fun.
Some people do not think and desperately try to pretend otherwise.
Ain't that the fucking truth? Sadly, ain't that the fucking truth?
I just don't know why it's difficult to not talk about something you're uninformed about. Like,
Yeah,
just
say
for
you don't
example,
know.
Just for example, I've never watched Star Trek Voyager, so I can't really comment much on it. The most I can say is what few things I've heard, like Plinkett calling Janeway a fucking war criminal. It's like, okay, maybe he's got a reason for that, or maybe it's just a Plinkett joke. I don't know.
As someone who's informed and has watched Voyager, he has a reason for that.
You just reminded me. So I mentioned earlier before the stream started that I watched a 2-hour compilation of Darkside Phil playing Fallout New Vegas. And he makes up this story from a random thing in chat that comes up. He says that the Yes Man ending is the secret bad ending to the game, where all the robots rise up and gain they gain free will, and they attack all of the people in New Vegas. So all of the factions come together to fight Yes Man. And it's like, what the fuck is this guy talking about? And keep in mind, Darkside Phil earlier before this says that, oh yeah, he's a big New Vegas fan and he knows basically everything about the game.
Yeah.
And and the guy who's making the video was like, yeah, everything he just said was fucking wrong.
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, it's so bad. But yeah, people like this exist where they will just pretend that they know everything and they'll just like confidently say the most wrong shit you've ever heard as if it was true.
The most annoying part, too, it's not that they're wrong, it's that a lot of these things are easy to find out the fucking answer for, and they just don't.
Yeah, they just don't even do like a simple Google search to see if they're correct.
It just, people talk about this game like it's the best ever, and every element of the game has now been outdated. Like Jim loves the fact that you had an ability to have this hardcore mode where you have to drink, you have to have bullets that have weight and stim packs, yada yada yada. But now Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, that's
yeah, so because Fallout 4 and 76, did it later, that makes it totally worthless in New Vegas. It's so outdated, even though, it was the first one that did it.
It was first, and it does it better than both Fallout 4
yes,
and
way
76.
better.
Like, I'm sorry, but Fallout 76 is infamously dog shit. If you actually play on that mode, you might have a challenge for the first 30 minutes. But the game is so forgiving and gives you so many resources and bullets like that. Jesus Christ, Patrician was drowning in fucking ammunition on what's supposed to be like a hardcore survival version of Fallout 76.
Mm-hmm.
And not just munitions, but in medical supplies, food, everything.
I haven't played Fallout 4 survival mode myself because fuck that. But there's a review I had seen before I started making my own video series. I think it might actually have been Joseph Anderson's videos, which actually weren't too bad on Fallout 4. It might have been him, it might have been someone else, but point is, the person who was making the video was doing a survival playthrough, and they gave up on that after like the third or fourth crash, because they lost a lot of progress, and you can apparently only save when you sleep.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that was one of the things that really annoyed me with the survival mode that I didn't like, was that you can only save when you sleep. And it's like, but this is a fucking Bethesda game. It crashes too much to have this kind of fucking, like gameplay, this kind of thing in your game when it doesn't run properly.
Yeah.
It's like, I would much rather they've gone with the Fallout New Vegas thing of like, I would rather my ammo have weight in that regard. Like, if it has weight, it's like you can't always be flooded with ammo in your inventory at all times. That's a way better challenge than, you literally can't save your game unless you do this, but of course your game's going to crash every 5 minutes.
Did he get killed by a Molotov? That's Joseph Anderson. I believe so.
Yeah.
Oh, in Fallout 4?
Yeah, the Fallout 4.
Oh, yeah, well, I can't blame them. The Fallout 4 Molotovs are ridiculous. They are so stupid. I hate the Molotovs in Fallout 4. They act like grenades that instantly blow up, and their hitbox is fucking broken, so you try to throw it through a really big hole, and it'll explode like it hit the lip of it or something, and for whatever reason, it'll kill you instantly, which makes no sense. That's not how Molotovs work.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyways, back to the original point. You're absolutely right, Pagan, that this is a fucking retarded take. That, the survival system's outdated because now we have these newer games. Like, no. Fuck off.
Yeah, we have these newer games that do it worse than the original, but also this was the
They're
original,
newer.
so therefore who cares? And it's like,
Yeah.
no, that makes it better because it was the first one that did it, and it did it better. The fuck you talking about?
Yep.
$1 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I'm currently working a 7.5-hour shift on 2 hours of sleep and sweet tea. I only slightly want to die. Well, it's better than working a 12-hour shift on 3 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
That's basically all I drink anymore, sweet tea. I'm drinking it right now, in fact.
You just drink water. Lots and lots of ice water.
Slurp.
Wow.
So it's not like it's set that precedent, but that's not the only one who's done it. So when I look at
Yeah, because others did it
What kind of
after you.
statement is that?
That is so
That's that
stupid.
precedent, but we have to now take it that accolade away from it because others have done it. Because it set the precedent. Like, what kind of fucking clown logic is this?
That is the stupidest take I've ever heard. What? Well, if something else did it later, yeah, because they were inspired by what they did. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, absolutely.
And even in this regard, like, Obsidian was inspired by a mod for Fallout 3 that someone else made, so they put it in the game.
Yeah.
It's like, Jesus Christ. All right, well, we good to continue then?
at it perspectives, and what really made me settle on this is of all the Fallout games, this one was by far the fucking glitchiest. I had that game crash on me so many times. I had
this part's just subjective. Like, he might,
this is
might very
subjective.
well be the glitchiest for him. But I'm gonna tell you right now, like, I never got Fallout New Vegas to crash. Like, I've never had Fallout New Vegas crash on me ever.
I've had it a couple times, but nowhere near as much as 3 or Oblivion.
Yeah, 3, Oblivion, and 4 crashed so much. Oh, Jesus. But again, this is a whole thing of, like, yeah, it probably did crash for him a lot. But it's just wild to take that against them when Bethesda are infamous for how buggy and shittily put together their games are.
Yeah, to put this as like a negative for this game when it's like, okay, but any Bethesda game, is going to have similar, if not worse, crashing than what you're experiencing here. So it's just such a nothing take because it's like, yeah, okay, maybe you did have a lot of crashes with this game, but, for me and a lot of others, vanilla New Vegas just doesn't crash very much for me.
Yeah.
Now it did start to crash a lot more when I started adding a lot of mods, obviously, because I'm destabilizing it. I'm putting a lot of extra work on the game that it was never intended to do. So yeah, it's going to crash a lot more if you really heavily mod it. But vanilla wise, it crashes maybe, I don't know, I might get a crash a day on vanilla if I'm unlucky.
And part of the whole subjective thing with how buggy or like how often the game crashes, I have heard a lot of people talk about how Fallout 4 crashes a lot for them.
Oh yeah, Fallout 4 was really bad. Oh god, that's one of the reasons I stopped playing it.
That's the point I'm actually trying to make here is I'm not sure I've ever had Fallout 4 crash on me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's completely subjective. It's going to be different for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I can't really use that as like a metric for grading the game because it's going to be different for everyone. Like, I can't even really put that on Fallout 4 that much. Now, I can obviously do the one where if you walked into this area, it would guaranteed crash on you and it soft locked the game for a while. I can absolutely shit on them for that, for not having fixed that before they released it. But afterwards, it's like, yeah, if you're still getting a lot of crashes after that, it's like, yeah, that's kind of a personal thing because not everybody's going to experience that. So,
yeah,
I can't really heavily fault the game for that.
And not to mention, again, did the game's quality get destroyed because of the crashes? To a certain point, yeah. Like if you got the original No Man's Sky, it was such a buggy fucking nightmare. You could barely play the damn thing. That's obviously a condemnation of its quality because you can't play it. But did New Vegas crash so much that you couldn't play it at all? Or did it just crash 3 times and that's the most you've ever had any of these games crash? Like, what are we talking about here in terms of it's so buggy and glitchy?
Yeah. Like, it'd be one thing if this was a review from, like, when the game first came out, because apparently when the game first launched, it was pretty bad, but then they patched it, which made it a lot better. But this
Oh,
guy
it wasn't
played
that
it
bad
like,
for me on launch either. That's what I mean. Like, I've never had a crash in New Vegas. But again, I'm not saying that New Vegas doesn't crash. I'm just saying this
yeah,
this is what makes these kind of crashes and glitches and bugs things very subjective.
yeah,
Is
and that's
that
fair. I'm just saying,
sometimes it's just the wild randomness of your driver, your sound card, your what modules you have plugged into what fucking outlet. Like, Jesus Christ, it's
yeah.
the weirdness of PC gaming for sure.
I'm just saying, when the game first came out, there apparently was a very bad issue with the game's performance, but they patched it later and it made it a lot better.
Creetosis, this kind of feels like I hate everything's take on New Vegas, but he didn't even beat the game. He just said the side quests and bleh. He just said the side quests are shit and the game is buggy.
Jesus Christ. Why does I hate everything seem to get worse and worse the more I hear about him? Like, I used to watch his content. I used to actually like his content. And then fucking TLJ came out and he just like turned into a fucking shitter. And he just kept getting worse and worse. What the fuck?
Cree, you're still on low volume. I can't do anything about it. Everything is
Yeah.
maxed out. I don't know why it's so low. There's nothing I can do. Membership message for 1 month from Grandmaster Pi. Thank you. I'm 2 hours late and have some carne asada tacos. What did I miss? Part of a shit video, a brief discussion about how games journalists are still fucking shit and stupid, and an hour-long intro.
2016 really does feel like it was like an alternate timeline just shifted into our reality or something, and like half the population got shifted over and the other half stayed, and
Yeah.
the half that got shifted over is just like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah. $5 from Ursa Major. Thank you. Cree, never stop. Loving the new Fallout 4 analysis. Please give me advice on how not to despise Bethesda. I have serious anger problems against them. Channel your rage into something productive.
Yep. Well, don't take rage. Take your hatred. Hatred is a very good motivator. Spite is a very good fucking motivator.
Yeah.
Like, look at the people that work at Bethesda and realize they have a bunch of land whales that work there and be like, I'm never gonna be as fat as the people they hire at Bethesda. Bam, work yourself into a fucking 6-pack.
That's one way to look at it for sure. $5 from Jaluigi. Thank you. Fallout 3 is so buggy I can't even get the game to run for me. Never had the dishonor of playing it. At least I can play New Vegas. Damn. $8 from Dileocon. Thank you. After 3 streams I missed in a row, I finally caught a stream. So, how bad is this video? Pretty bad.
Yeah, this one's pretty fucking awful. The shit take is real.
Normally I don't like to cover podcast stuff because when you're talking in the moment you might get some details wrong. But those are usually like smaller details and they're obviously not scripted. So yeah. I'm more forgiving to a live discussion than I would be for a scripted video. Problem is, these aren't small details he's getting wrong. It's entire massive parts of the franchise that he's just flat out wrong about.
He said a core component of the Fallout series is coming out of the vault.
Yeah,
And it's like,
for the story.
that's not a core component at all. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
$1 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I hate everything sacrificed his testicle to satisfy the mouse after TLJ. See, I never really watched his stuff. I remember when a lot of that TLJ stuff with him started coming up. I think Rags did a response video to him, I think. And Rags mentioned his Destiny 2 video, which I watched, and that seemed like a pretty good video. But yeah, the TLJ stuff was weird, and he did eventually sit down to have a discussion with Mahler about that, and that's on one of the EFAPs. I can't remember which one. I think it's one of the ones in the 70s. Either way, that discussion is definitely worth checking out. $2 from Lore Hunter. Thank you. Cree, did you hear about that Zenimax trans drama? Only vaguely. I know that grifter, loser, weirdos like Jim Sterling was trying to fucking like make a thing about it. Apparently there some people on Twitter are trying to Hogwarts Legacy Starfield now.
Yeah, I saw that.
God.
Which is frustrating because I wanted to see how this game would do on its own, but now it might actually have the backing of fucking like countering
get it out
virtue
of
signaling
spite.
fucking weirdos.
Yeah. It's like, damn it, man. Jim Sterling is a fucking troglodyte, though, for sure.
I had that game crash on me so many times. I had to save like a goddamn animal, and I was already someone who oversaved in games, but just for fear, because it crashed on so many key moments or stupid glitches happened. And I know that's a common Bethesda thing, but I really didn't experience it in Skyrim or Fallout 4 that much.
Again, so now you're qualifying it. So how bad are we talking here? Like,
Yeah.
because again, I don't know you from Joe Schmo on the street. I don't know what your habits are. You could say that you're oversave, but I know what oversaving looks like, which is me going about like 10 feet and then I'll save and make sure it's a cycling save system. That's fucking
Yeah.
oversaving.
Yeah,
Fallout 3 turned me into a terminal saver. That's the thing. That's like he's saying that about Fallout New Vegas, but it's like, but I came into New Vegas as a terminal saver because of Fallout 3, because of how much it crashed on me.
Funson, apparently he's doing his part, and then the other guy is going to speak afterwards.
Yeah.
So apparently that's gonna happen.
Oh God, I'm saving.
Yeah. God, that reminds me of that motherfucker I caught live. Caught in 4K. The joke being saying that Half-Life 2 is a buggy, crashy mess, and I saw him at one of the intense moments ever quick save to try to cause it to fucking have problems. It's like, you motherfucker. Just, ugh.
This game was riddled with it. So for those reasons, I'll say it's overrated.
You know what? I'm gonna shock you here, Brian.
Go on.
I'm gonna say overrated strictly because the storyline in general, I would say, is the least memorable of any Bethesda game that I've played.
Oh, so he's an idiot too.
Okay, so
Yeah,
this isn't
so-
a Bethesda game.
Yeah, so that confirms the thing I was saying earlier that yeah, they think it's a Bethesda game. They don't know it's Obsidian.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Or
he's
I
a dumbass.
could give a bit of a benefit of the doubt that this is a Bethesda styled game, in the terms of like it plays the same way as their games tend to. Least memorable story, like obviously that's a subjective thing, but just thinking on it myself.
Like, how is Fallout 3 more memorable than this? How is
Yeah.
Skyrim's
Just because there's so
literally
little to Fallout
nothing of
3's
the story more memorable than
Yeah, it's like, what is there even to remember about Fallout 3's story other than like a couple of the set pieces?
this? Yeah.
It's like there's nothing. Like nothing happens. And there's so few characters to actually like attach yourself to. Whereas in New Vegas, it's like there's a ton. So I just don't know. It's so weird. And they don't really specify anything. They just give these like vaguities of, oh, well, it crashed a lot. I don't know how much, but a lot. More than any other Fallout game I've played. And it's like, okay, but you're not even bringing up Fallout 3. You specifically specified Fallout 4 in Skyrim, which is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
really weak. I
How is the story
Okay.
weak? Oh my god,
so
hang on.
This is a completely different statement. So I find it the least memorable. Okay, maybe you do. That is a subjective thing. That's an entirely subjective thing. It's really weak? No, it's fucking not.
Yeah, you're going to have to explain that. How is it weak?
Because now you're talking about the objective quality. And, it is really fucking solid. There's good reasons for pretty much everything that's happening in the main story. One of the videos I'm considering making is tackling the whole argument of, oh yeah, you could just talk Lanius into walking away for no reason. Because that is such a common take and I fucking despise it. And, like, it isn't helped when people like Many a True Nerd are putting out videos saying that, oh yeah, this is dumb. When most people don't understand that interaction in the fucking slightest.
Yep. Because they don't pay attention at all.
Because
Just
one of the
fucking annoying.
best indicators is the fucking, oh, so you're gonna retreat? And then Lanius immediately fucking, like, he chews on the word for a moment. Because he's like, oh, you think I'm retreating? That's what this was all about. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill you now.
Yep. Yeah, it's so annoying too because it's explained why you're able to talk him down, and it's because you can make him believe that the Legion is not prepared to actually win the fight, and that they won't beat the NCR this time.
Yeah,
That
and
winning-
it's not
no,
so
or
much
for
winning
that-
the fight. It's more so keeping control over the region, since it is a remote region that's hard to get supplies to. And
Yeah.
it's gonna be hard to control for that reason.
You could win this battle, but what if winning the battle is the poison dart that kills off your entire society?
Yeah. So he wants another 3 years before he returns and conquers the West. You
Yep.
convince him that it's not ready yet, you need more time. And he agrees, yeah, you're right, I do need more time. Unless you say, oh, so you're retreating, in which case he says, oh, well, fuck you, and kills you.
Yep. $1 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Come Fly With Me has a better story than Fallout 3, 4, and Skyrim combined. I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I haven't played 4 yet, and I know people who love New Vegas as the best one. Love it because strictly as like an RPG, it's the most true RPG-ish of all of them. Like me and you,
It's, compared to 3 and 4 and 76, it is an RPG. Those others aren't.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
Oh, no. This is the part I was talking about. So he just said that, and then the other guy's going to come around, but...
Oh no.
For sure.
huge RPG.
Well, he said for sure. Oh, and then he's
Mhm.
saying neither of them have been huge RPG fans, so here.
Like me and you,
For
me
sure.
and you have never been huge RPG guys, so I think that's why you like 4 the most, because the stuff around it, like including the combat and stuff, is more refined than it's more focused on more of the action than it is over the RPG, even though the RPG stuff's there. I know the RPG fans love New Vegas as the most of any of the Bethesda games, which I get, but
Again, it's not a Bethesda game, but, they haven't gotten anything right yet, so why would we expect this? But it is funny that they will say that New Vegas is the most RPG. Like, yeah, because it's the only one that is an RPG. The others aren't.
Oh god. Their take on Fallout 4 story, and then the thing that's coming up right now. The main character for New Vegas. Oh my god. I hate this part so much.
Oh, boy.
And of all the ones I've played, I probably like it as an RPG game the most. But just as, and it is, I would say probably it might be my favorite Bethesda game, just because of
And they don't know who made the game. Fucking Jesus.
Yeah, it's my favorite fucking game.
It's
my favorite Bethesda game, and it's like it wasn't made by Bethesda. Your favorite fucking Fallout game wasn't even made by Bethesda.
No, it's
Yeah.
better than that, Pagan. His favorite Bethesda game wasn't made by Bethesda.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's even better.
Uh,
Oh.
I really like gameplay and like my time with it, but the story is completely forgettable, and that's the biggest problem with it. Like Fallout 3, it had so many amazing set piece moments.
It's all set pieces.
Fucking
Brings up-
He only
Jesus
works in set
Christ.
pieces. That's
Brings
it.
up the fucking set pieces. Oh yeah, the fucking door opening for Megaton, the bridge extending for Rivet City. Oh, so riveting.
The story for
The
New
f-
Vegas was forgettable. 3 was so much more memorable because look at these superficial set pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. Raven Rock exploding. Oh, cool my pants.
Yeah. Holy shit.
And it's like my dude, just get the boomers to blow up the dam
It
in New
Yeah.
Vegas.
it reminds me of Red Letter Media's fucking Rogue One video where they're doing the whole thing with Rich Evans, like fucking a TIE fighter or whatever. He's going, ATSTs, ATSTs, I'm gonna come. It's just like, God, you're just so fucking easily pleased. Just jangle
Yeah.
those fucking keys and that's enough to say the game is better. Fucking hell.
Oh my god, yeah, I just read a comment and yeah, I could see probably what they're like expecting. Like I fully believe that these guys expect fucking like Liberty Prime to punch its way out of the fucking Hoover Dam and climb its way up and attack the Legion or some shit.
Yeah. Mr. Fantastic, or if $1 from just a guy from Alabama. Mr.
Thank
Fantastic is the Helios 1 as a mill is to Bethesda. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
I can theoretically write a story for a game.
Yep.
From just like the world and like even the soundtrack that it had to get stuck in your head and fighting dragons,
Oh, no.
or Oblivion with like
Jesus Christ, they are NPC brains. The dragons were the worst part in Skyrim. They were the most fucking annoying thing in existence. So many people hate the game because of the fucking dragons. Again, Skyrim in and of itself is dog shit. There's
You
no
don't
quality
like
there.
your fucking adventures to be interrupted every 20 minutes by a dragon swooping down and glitching out and just fucking with you when you want nothing more than just to play the rest of the game.
Yeah. And they don't ever fight any different. They're always the exact same fight every single time.
They swoop down, they'll stop, they'll breathe something at you, they'll land, they'll breathe something at you, sometimes they'll crash into the ground, and it looks really fucking dog shit when they do.
Yeah.
And
Always have to snap into position for all that stuff. Always.
God, and they did like, oh man, I was gonna say 3 unique fights for the dragons, but then really it's like, what does Alduin really do that's different? Same thing with fucking Durnavir. He summons skeletons. Ooh, so much better. And then there's one dragon that dives into the ice below you for like a set piece and then never does it again. Amazing.
Yeah, it's probably the lamest implementation of dragons in anything ever.
Yeah.
Because they're supposed to be these big, epic, amazing, powerful fucking creatures. And then in Skyrim, they're just retarded sky lizards. Like, literally.
Yeah, they are. They're so fucking bad.
Like the world of Oblivion, like, you know, that hellscape. You don't have any of that with New Vegas. So while New Vegas,
Why would you have an alternate world invading the real world
I think the
in
point
New
he's
Vegas?
trying to make, if I'm going to be generous, is these are things from the other games that I find very memorable. So, oh, the Plane of Oblivion is
So
memorable.
all spectacle.
All spectacle, yes.
Ugh.
Yeah. It's not characters they care about, it's set pieces. There needs to be more visually stunning things happening in front of them, apparently, for them to remember it.
Yeah.
Which again, I can just point to the boomers.
Well, that reminds me of Mechanical. So Mechanical says, but the voice is a real language, guys. Yeah, but it's the laziest fucking language where they're literally just word swaps. That's it. I hate fantasy languages that are just word swaps where it doesn't sound like stuff that was, naturally created.
Yeah.
Because that's the problem is you can't get perfect translations between all the languages even on Earth, because not all the languages on Earth even use the same base like functionality of language, the same rhythm of language.
Yeah.
And that's much more interesting. That's what makes Klingon such an interesting language, because it's not a word swap language.
Yeah. And it should go without saying, but just to explain it for everyone who might not understand, word swap is literally where they invent their language, and it's like there's a one-to-one with our alphabet. So we have, 26 letters? So the new language will have 26 letters, and fuck, for example, would be like clud in their other language, another 4-letter word, where it's just literally a one-to-one swap.
Or the best one is, as an example of how bad this can get, is Spider's Entertainment, that RPG, the new RPG that they had, which is where you could play as like a colonial heading off to a native world and everything like that. They had the native language would just word swap in everything like that. It's like, oh, you're a Kafringi of those people from across the water. It's like, what the fuck does Kafringi mean? Kafringi is the word for foreigner. And it's just like, so they literally and that's what they do when they speak. He goes, he is one of the Shukodai. And it's like, what the fuck is that? And it just means shaman and stuff like that. And it's just like, that shit is so fucking lazy.
Yeah.
I hate shit like that. Or like go get the Garfunkel. What's that? Oh, he means plunger.
And see, something like that wouldn't be so bad if there literally isn't a proper word in our language for the thing they're trying to convey. Or vice versa. Where they have no choice but to use the original word. Like,
yeah,
that one word, to explain what it means, you have to give like an entire definition and sentence, not just say, oh yeah, flump means, fine.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the thing that makes it's a meme for a reason, but the translator notes when it comes to stuff going from Japanese into English, and then the translator note has to explain in more detail, like, yeah, Kyodai in this sense, it means like you're more than just a brotherly bond with each other while not being related to one another. And so they have to go into detail like that, because it's like, okay, this is more meaningful than what the literal translation would actually mean. Yeah, Kaikek again. The meme, the translator's notes, Kaikeku means plan. But it's stuff like that.
There was some great shit that came out of that when like anime was first coming over to America, and because they couldn't translate shit very well, characters that were like in love with each other, something would become like cousins in the American version because they didn't understand, and it became very awkward. It's like, oh, they're supposed to be cousins? Why are they fucking like open mouth kissing? Yeah, it was very strange.
As Daniel K puts it, the Finnish word sisu is a good example of a word you can't translate. The closest word would be fighting spirit, but it generally means to endure under insurmountable odds.
Yeah, that's a good example of like it done right. Well, it's a real
word.
Because
it's a real language. But yeah, that's the whole thing of like. So when you hear it get referenced, one of the first places a lot of people hear it is actually in the Sabaton song of White Death, when they're talking about Simoy Hoihe. I can't say the Finnish name. I'm sorry, everybody. He's the greatest sniper that's ever lived. And in the song, they talk about him being the Sisu of Finns. Like, he is the embodiment of enduring through insurmountable odds, because he was fighting the Soviet. Again, the entire Soviet Union invaded Finland, and Finland is not a big country in comparison to the entirety of the Soviet Union, and Finland kicked their fucking ass.
And my brain just defaults to Berserk.
Yep, he was known as the White Death. I can't say it exhumed. I'll try. Simoy Hoihe. I'm trying, but again, I don't speak I don't speak Finnish, so this is one of those hard ones. Or as the Swedes would jokingly say, the Finnish is a language where they put in too many fucking vowels. And that was the funniest thing that my buddy Kurochi ever showed me. Was he'd be like, "Oh yeah, you think speaking Swedish is hard?" And then he pulls up a Finnish newspaper and he just goes, "Read this shit." And it's just nothing but vowels everywhere. They're just vowels everywhere. Why are there so many vowels? Or is it Hyurhe? I mean,
Also, that guy who took a unit's worth of drugs, Dankula covered him. Yeah, we watched that video a couple weeks ago.
Oh, it's so funny. There's some other great videos that we've got to watch after stream.
God. Howha? That's how you pronounce it?
Is it? Oh, man.
Simoy Howha.
$5 from Alpha Craig, thank you. There's languages that don't have words for certain colors. Imagine explaining that. People who speak them have a hard time differentiating those colors. Yeah, I've heard about that before.
$1 from Just a Guy from Alabama. You keep talking about Skyrim, but where's part 2?
Cancelled.
Yeah. Scoopmeister at Setch. Vatnik Anger. No, the Russians won. They got what they wanted in the end because the Finns ran out of men. The guys with more men will always win. Yeah, the endless tide of human resources that the Soviets have. Totally, guys. Oh, God. It's just funny. It's like their objective was to take Finland off the map. Finland's still here. The fact that it doesn't matter that they took a bunch of Finnish territory, that doesn't fucking matter. The fact is Finland is still here.
Vegas still is probably, like, if there's one that I would like to have its system of gameplay implemented into more games, it would be that one. I still say as an overall experience, it is probably overrated.
Okay, well, you shocked me, so I guess we agree this week.
Shockingly.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's still my favorite, but I think all Bethesda games are a little overrated, especially since they're
all Bethesda games are a little overrated. I can agree with that.
Yep.
But it's funny because, again, New Vegas isn't a Bethesda game.
kind of glitchy messes, even though I still love playing all of them.
Don't you dare say that.
They are glitchy messes.
Shut your dirty fuck mouth.
Do you know how many goddamn achievements have not registered because the game went, oh no, you didn't finish this, but I'm like, nope, but I did finish.
I'm sorry, you're concerned about achievements rather than, like, the actual game fucking up?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a little pathetic.
Yeah, pathetic game, like, also that guy's reaction, oh, shut your... Maybe it's a joke, but, like, it's Bethesda, their games are shit.
That's literally what they're known for, is the glitches. In fact, people have argued that it wouldn't be a Bethesda game without the glitches. That's part of the charm.
Even the most diehard Bethesda fans still make jokes about how buggy these games are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, yes, just a guy from Alabama, I do know the story of the last Crow War Chief. So, and we're not going to go into the details of it. I'm just going to leave this as an interesting thing for people to look up on their own. But to become a war chief in a lot of Native American tribes, you have to do very specific things, and they're basically to prove your mettle as both a leader and as an actual warrior in battle. And the 4 things you need to do to become a Crow war chief is you need to lead a successful raiding party where none of your members get injured at all. Okay. You need to, I forget what it's called, but essentially you need to touch an enemy without killing them. Either touch an enemy or get them to surrender without killing them, and then make it back away from them. And you need to disarm an enemy in hand-to-hand combat. And you need to steal an enemy's horse. So those are the 4 things you need to do. And you might understandably be like, those are pretty difficult, and that last one might be damn near impossible, because when the fuck is are you going to be at war with an enemy that's going to use horses in the modern era? But there was a guy who did it in World War II, and he became the last Crow war chief because he actually fulfilled all of them. And his grandson almost did the same thing in the Vietnam War, but he stole elephants, and unfortunately elephants aren't horses, therefore you don't get to, I'm sorry, you don't get to use it. Very, very sad though, because that would have been pretty based if they would have said, like, we understand, yeah, you stole 2 elephants, enemy elephants that were being used to transport goods. I agree. I think the elephants should have counted, or he should have been given honorary status. But no, they're like, no, it has to be horses. And it's like, oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I remember when I was younger, because we used to go to reserves, because it's part of my history and everything, and my family's history. I didn't really care too much about it, but I do remember going there, and there was, somebody did mention that story about that, and I remember one of the kids that was also there, like, was bitching about that as well, and he was like, "That's not fair." And I thought that was kind of funny.
Well, and to be fair too, the last Crow war chief, he didn't just steal 1 horse; he stole 50 horses.
Yeah,
the German army still used a lot of horses in World War II. That's kind of what made a lot of the German troops realize they were in a losing battle with the US, was because the US was the only country with the manufacturing capabilities to mechanize their entire infantry force. The Germans had mechanized infantry, but that was a specialized branch of the infantry. Most German units still used horses and horse-drawn carriages and horse-drawn guns, because mechanization on that scale is incredibly impressive. And only the United States had the manufacturing capabilities to pull that off.
I agree.
And remember, the US not only pulled it off for themselves, they also mechanized all of the British and the Russians as well. And, a lot of people like to forget that the US lend-leased the Russians shit tons of fucking equipment at the same time. So, the US is pretty much an industrial juggernaut for good reason.
There's just under 2 minutes left of this video. Is there anything else in this video, or is that the end of it?
Oh no, there's more. We got to go through the whole thing.
Damn it.
Yeah. I am looking forward to getting to the next video, though. I am really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am too.
And they're like, "Oh no, you didn't finish it." I'm like, "I
Yeah,
fucking
but you
finished
didn't
it."
do it right. So yeah, let us know below if you think it's underrated. I would love to hear why and dispute it, because yeah, I don't think anyone talks shit about that game that much. I think everyone.
No, it's the favorite for a lot of people, and I.
No, they talk shit about it a lot. It's unfortunate that his thing cut out now. But no, they talk shit about it all the time. Like, you're just not paying attention. Again, we actually have the evidence and receipts to show why it's good. But man, it gets talked shit about all the fucking time.
Yep, and they're always wrong.
Yeah.
I should not always, but a large portion of the time, people are just flat out wrong. It's
Yeah.
insane
I think-
how many people talk about this game without knowing a single goddamn thing about it.
I think all the people we've covered, I should specify, have been wrong for why it's bad. I don't think we've ever covered anyone who criticized it and was correct in their criticism for why it was bad.
Well, there's gonna be a new one when we watch the next video.
Yeah, there will be, and they will actually be right because Yeah.
Because there are some things there that just like oof.
You know what it is? I get because of it's the RPG fans. That's what it is.
No,
But
it
but
isn't
but
dirty.
to your point,
It's people with standards. That's the thing
Yeah.
you're missing.
it's just people who understand objective quality and can recognize that quality as existing.
Also, you
Yes.
know, a lot of people just enjoy the story for its own sake, too, right? Like, not even counting the RPG mechanics. There's a lot of people who like the idea of a conflict of three,
shit.
technically four different groups with different ideas of how the wasteland should run, and siding with whichever option you think is best, or the least of three or four evils.
Yeah, instead of just looking for your father and then finding him and then he immediately dies.
Hello, son. I'm glad you found me. Kill self.
Yeah. Commit self-die.
There's something really cool going on right now, by the way. I don't normally like Humble Bundle. I think they do a lot of stupid shit. You might be interested in this.
Oh.
It is $12 for 8 games.
Oh, damn. I think I have
And-
a lot of these, though.
They've got Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous as one of the games, and that alone I would say is worth $12. But the fact that they have Planescape Torment Enhanced Edition, Icewind Dale Enhanced Edition, Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition, Baldur's Gate, The Siege of Dragonspear, Baldur's Gate 2 Enhanced Edition, Neverwinter Nights Enhanced Edition, holy fuck, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think I have,
That's definitely one to grab.
I think I have most, if not all of these. I just haven't played them yet.
Whew.
Steam backlog, you know?
Yeah.
Anyway.
point, the only reason that thing that makes it more RPG-ish is because of that thing that I said I don't like, which is you're completely random, you're a courier. But what
You're not random. You just defeated your own argument. You're not random. You're a fucking courier. Like, what the? Okay, wait,
Also,
hang on.
I don't
I need to
see-
hear what the rest of this is.
I don't see what the point here is. It's... Okay, let's say you are random, just for argument's sake. What the fuck does that matter?
Yeah.
He's going to contradict himself on that a little bit here in a second as well, which is kind of funny.
Mhm.
you're completely random, you're a courier. But what really fucks that up, and I know you didn't play the DLC, you get a whole backstory of what this guy, you get like more of a backstory, I'll say, of what this guy was. So
Of what this guy was. You were a courier. You delivered a package. That package happened to be the starter for a nuclear device that the NCR used. Not you. You didn't have anything to do with it. You just delivered the package. You're just a courier. That's
Yeah,
it. There's nothing more to it than that.
That doesn't fill in a ton of your backstory. That doesn't negate everything. We already knew you were a courier.
Yeah,
One of
it
the
doesn't
packages
explain.
you delivered happened to have dire consequences. That's it.
Yeah, it doesn't explain anything about your character because you didn't know what it was either. Like there was no moral decision in it either. You just delivered a package. That's it. It doesn't say anything about your character, what your skills are, who you are, what your background is. Nothing.
No, don't you get it? Because you delivered this one package prior to the start of the game, that means your entire history is written in stone.
According to this guy, yeah.
Yeah, this guy just didn't pay attention.
And now he
fucking
contradicts
dumb.
his fucking thing here.
Oh,
Are these two Redditors? Probably.
yeah, might be.
Backstory, I'll say, of what this guy was. So that kind of goes out the window. Like, you're not really truly, like, you're still creating what he does. I would look more like Skyrim. You're just an unknown.
Fucking idiot!
Yeah, well done. Fucking fat man nuked himself.
I'm gonna use a fucking, mini
Nuclear
nuke
AoE weapon
at
at
point
blank
blank
range.
range. Alright, good job.
Kind of goes out the window. Like, you're not really truly, like, you're still creating what he does. I would look more like Skyrim. You're just an unknown prisoner for whatever bullshit crime.
It's not whatever bullshit crime. They specify you were crossing the border. They tell you the fucking crime. You crossed the border and got caught in this. Oops. Time to die. That's your crime in Skyrim. That's it. That's fucked. Not to
that's
mention, you're the
completely fucked.
super special chosen one, which is even worse.
Yep. And then, of course, there's the whole thing where if you choose a high elf, it kind of fucks with the whole thing because there's high elf authorities overseeing the execution who probably would not be very comfortable with watching a high elf citizen just being executed for the crime of crossing into the country.
Yeah, he was there is the crime. That's it.
Yeah.
Man, the more I think about that intro, the more I want to fucking work on the Skyrim videos again.
And then you truly choose. You have no backstory whatsoever. So you start.
You do.
Oh, but you
though.
being a mailman definitely would have a bias towards who you would choose in the wasteland, though, right? Yeah, being a courier means you're definitely going to side with Caesar's Legion. Totally.
And also, how the fuck are you saying this when you were just praising Fallout 3 and 4, when they do so much more than literally you delivered a package once before? How is that worse than what Fallout 3 and 4 did?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Where you actually do have a set backstory that you cannot change.
It's just wild that the man's brain doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, I think you could see why I had such a fucking bad response to seeing this video. It was so bad.
Yeah.
Oh, it killed. I was like, we have to cover this. This is so fucking shit.
Yeah. The voices will not stop. Give us the Skyrim video, Creed. No.
Yeah.
I do want to work on it, but I actually have a question for you, Voices. A couple weeks ago in a STAG, you said if I ever remade the Fallout 3 analysis, there's something I should put in it. What was it you said I should put in there? Might include it in part 2. Because I remember thinking it was a good idea. But I don't remember what it was.
It was such a good idea that I completely forgot.
No, I've just got a shit memory.
I know, I'm kidding. I'm just fucking with you.
Sometimes I forget, like, how old I am.
I do that too sometimes.
I'd forget my own name if people didn't call me by it all the time.
Yeah, when people would ask how old I was, I would be like, I'm somewhere between 26 and 28. And then once I became 30, I was like, well, that one I can remember. But once I get past 30, I'm going to be like, 33, 32, something like that.
Ah, shit, I can't remember. Probably clips of the Nuka-Cola bitch getting her head blown off. I think that was actually it.
Mm,
Alright.
that would be music.
Yeah.
Completely sleeping. Like, that to me is actually more RPG-ish than any of them.
No, it isn't. How? This is the thing I hate. Again, and I explained it because we were talking about the script for why Fallout 4 isn't an RPG at all, and we are explaining like, so how is it? Do you need like no backstory? It's like, no, you don't, because you have the Witcher series. The Witcher,
Or
you are
KOTOR.
playing Geralt. It's still an RPG though. You just happen to have the character of Geralt as your thing. You can't do anything Geralt wouldn't do, but you have wiggle room within what he would do for who you side with, who you romance, where you go, and what you do.
Yeah. Or you have something like KOTOR, where the game initially kind of starts you off as a blank slate. It gives you... It puts you at a neutral position where you could pick to be good or evil. But as you... Excuse me. As you play through the game, you learn out what Darth Revan's history is, and oh shit, that's your character. Spoiler. For a fucking, like, 15, 20-year-old game.
Yeah.
But, like, yeah, you don't... Part of the problem is that what makes an RPG, and I say this in part 4 of the Fallout 4 analysis, what makes an RPG is kind of nebulous, but it's a combination of things, and it's like a set of profile points where not every point will line up, but what's important is how much emphasis is put on them when making the game. Like, how core are they to the rest of the game? Because if it's a blank slate character, if that's what makes an RPG, then fucking Minecraft is an RPG.
Because do you start off with almost zero backstory, like in a Bethesda. I mean,
Yeah, and I guess they took that luster off it with New Vegas with all the DLC too. But whatever.
No, they didn't. You're both fucking idiots. Holy shit.
Yeah, you don't need... Well, one, you don't need a fully blank slate character to have an RPG experience. And secondly, your character is a blank slate character in New Vegas. The only thing we know about them is that they were a courier. That's it. That's all we know. We know that what their job was prior to getting shot in the head.
We don't even know how long they've been doing that job.
Exactly. We don't even know how long that they have been employed as a courier.
So, when did the nukes go off in the Divide?
Had to be a bit ago.
I don't remember. I think it was something like 10 years before the start, I believe.
That long
if I remember
ago.
correctly. Hold on, I might have to look this up. I actually don't remember. I'm guessing.
Look that up, but for now, just for the sake of argument, let's say the Divide blew up 2 years ago and you happen to deliver that package. That still doesn't mean you're working as a courier full time. It could just be a thing you do from time to time if you need money.
Yeah, what if you're being a courier on the side and instead you were a trader? Like, hey, I'm gonna go to this place and trade for anything. Is there any packages that need to be delivered that way? Yeah, here you go. Here's this, and this. Oh, okay. Head that way, drop off the packages, set up my little mercantile booth, and be like, hey, come buy this, come buy that. Then I pack up and I continue onward. Maybe even ask them if they have any packages that need to be delivered anywhere else. Just something as a little bit of extra caps on the side. Speaking of, I love the fact that caps were actually brought back in New Vegas because, and that they actually have the other currency types too when it comes to the drachma and the NCR dollars, stuff like that. And the NCR dollars are worthless now because it makes sense. Because they were backed by the gold. They were backed by the gold reserve, and the Brotherhood of Steel attacked the gold caravans and destroyed the gold reserve.
The Nuka-Cola bitch moments before I blow her head off with a shotgun because she had the audacity to ask me to do a pointless quest for her.
All right.
$1 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you, Elder. We recognize your heroism, but we do not grant you the title of War Chief. Walks on ice. What? This is outrageous. This is unfair.
Yeah.
Okay, it
Yeah.
happened 4 years before.
Okay.
4 years. Okay.
So my argument still stands.
Hmm.
5 pounds from Threadnought. Thank you. They're right though. Fallout New Vegas has too many random anime lightsaber fights. Also, Halo Reach is better than you think. Pagan, discuss.
No.
Do it, horseman.
No.
I really do need.
I refuse.
I just like. I start to work on the script, and then my brain just immediately wants to do something else. It's really fucking tiresome.
Oh, I know how that feeling is. I hate that.
Yeah.
The Nuka-Cola bitch, as I drank every Nuka-Cola Quantum in the wasteland and died of radiation poisoning.
$2 from Alpha Craig. Thank you very much.
you.
The U.S. could take some notes from Imperials.
Yeah.
The U.S. could take some notes from the Federation, honestly.
The
Unironically.
4-year date comes from the fact that it in the lore it took place in 2277, and the start of New Vegas takes place in 2281.
Yeah. There you go.
So that's the source.
All right. There's less than 10 seconds left of this video. Is there anything left? Is there more?
I mean, they could have a wild, out of left field shit take right at the very fucking end. It happened before.
I think this is it, but we can go ahead and play the last bit of it just to be sure.
Yeah, 7 seconds. We'll let it play through. Shit take or not, we'll let it play through to the end.
The DLC, so that's what I played with.
The DLC was interesting
Besides my
too.
backup.
All right, that was terrible.
Yeah, that was really bad.
Now, another video we have that isn't awful is very interesting. And me and Pagan got some thoughts on it. We'll have some thoughts on it, I should.
I won't be able to comment much on this because I'm not a gun guy. I don't know much about guns. I just know it's really fun popping zombie heads in 7 Days to Die with the sniper.
Yeah,
we might
well,
actually have more to
you
say
will
about
get
this
to
video.
learn some stuff then, because you're going to learn some things that you probably didn't know.
Yes. And some fun things. And there'll be stuff to explain, too.
Yeah.
So, here we go, everybody. This, first off, too, that voice. But this is, the title is Everything Wrong with the Guns in Fallout New Vegas, Pistols and SMGs.
New Vegas has a very interesting selection of weapons. Some are pretty cool, while others are extremely cursed and deserve to be cast into the deepest, most fiery pits of hell. New Vegas did have the right idea.
Yeah. And I can't say he's wrong with that, but we will have things to discuss when it comes to the 12.7 millimeter submachine gun as well.
Yeah.
Because there are...
The video I saw before this was the rifle one. I haven't seen the pistol one yet, so this is going to be a little bit more newer to me. But yeah, the rifles. Jesus Christ, there are some fucked up shit with some of the rifles.
Yes, and there's fucked up shit with the pistols and SMGs too.
Yeah, I know. It's just oof.
The 12.7 SMG is based, is what the voices want to stop. I disagree with that, but I will say there are some things I can think of to actually go against what he says, to kind of explain a little bit more of what they're trying to do with it, or what I feel like they're trying to do with it. But it's still bad. Like it's still just bad. It's just a bad design. Yeah, here we go.
Idea when it came to the firearm designs, but there's still plenty of blatant errors and heinous design flaws that spoil your oh so precious immersion.
Yep.
So, in this little mini-series, I'll be going over everything wrong with...
I am genuinely happy that he didn't bring up what most people would think would be wrong with the grease gun, right? The whole thing, like, because so many people, they don't know anything about the grease gun. They would just look at it and be like, "Where do I grab it to charge it, or where do I do it to put the bullet in the thing in the barrel? How do I get bullet in barrel?" It's like, okay, you need to stick your finger into the cavity, into the bolt carrier group itself, and rack the entire bolt carrier group with your finger. It's a weird design. It seems sketchy as fuck, but it works. It works really well.
Explain how they could have been better. I'll also be
Yes.
comparing them to their real-life counterparts and then give them a rating based on their aesthetics and overall design. Of course, this is just a video game, so it's not obligated to be super realistic. I just find it really funny to point out absurdity found in video games.
Yeah, again.
Yeah, I
That's
agree
really
with that. That is completely fair. I don't expect full realism in my games when it comes to guns, which is why I'm able to look past a lot of this stuff in the game. But I do notice it sometimes, and I am a little bit like, ooh, I really don't like that they did that.
Mine is it depends on what tone you're trying to go for, right? Like, it's why I have more of a problem with Counter-Strike Source having really fucked up gun models than I am with New Vegas having fucked up gun models. Because
Yeah, that's fair.
the shooting isn't really the thing, but in Counter-Strike Source, when you pull out a fucking M16, your character will pull back, will grab the forward assist and rip the forward assist back. And for anyone that doesn't know, the
Yeah.
AR style platforms, the forward assist is the thing you push on. It's the button to the right side of the weapon or left if by some miracle you have a left-handed version of an AR. But it's the thing on the right side of the gun, the button you push forward to force the bolt to go forward and seat the bullet. So it's a way, just in case you notice that the round hasn't fully chambered, you can force it to chamber itself.
Yeah, the forward assist is not supposed to move backwards.
Yeah, but in
not how
Counter-Strike
that
Source,
works.
and if for people who haven't noticed it and haven't played that before, load up Counter-Strike Source, and every time you pull the weapon out or reload, he pulls the forward assist back instead of pulling the charging handle. It is fucking weird.
Yeah, it's really weird. The service rifle in New Vegas does that as well, where the forward assist fucking comes all the way out of the gun for some reason. And it's not supposed to do that. You do properly use it when your gun jams, but other than that, it's like it keeps coming all the way out, and it's like that's not supposed to do that.
Yeah,
Also,
exactly.
I don't like how none of the AR platforms for the guns in New Vegas have the correct charging handle where it's on the top of the receiver in the back. They have this like weird little nub inside the receiver that is too small for your hand to even grab. And the animation actually shows that it's too small. You don't actually grab it. You like levitate your hand above it and it moves it.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Yeah, the service rifle is a mishmash Bubba rifle that the NCR made. It is. It's a custom rifle for the NCR troops.
Yeah. There's a little too much commie. There's too much commie in my fucking AR platform.
Yep.
I learned some cool gun facts along the way.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get right into it. First, I should go over some general issues with the firearms as a whole. One of my biggest gripes is that there are no animations for partial reloads. Your character treats every reload as if the magazine is empty.
Yep. And again, it's the same thing with like, and every single weapon in every game that does the whole, like, if you reload a pistol and then suddenly the pistol slide kicks all the way back because it's only one animation. And then you have to load it and then you let the slide go. Or my favorite ones are the ones where they doesn't do that and you put the next magazine in and then they rack this fucking slide again. It's like, why did you do that?
Yeah, I think it should be specified that the guns where you load individual bullets mostly have the correct animations, I think, except for the hunting shotgun, where it will always load the correct number of bullets, but I think you will always pump the shotgun no matter what, even though you've already have a round in the chamber that you don't need to pump. So that's annoying.
Yeah.
But all the automatic weapons, yeah, there is no partial reload animation. It is always treated as if you've shot every single bullet out of it.
So they always cock the gun, even when it's completely unnecessary. In reality, if you charged a gun after a partial reload, all you would do is end up ejecting an unspent round.
Yeah.
There's actually a very amusing video of a guy coming up to another guy's farm, and the guy on the farm has a shotgun, and he's the most rednecky stereotype you could possibly get, to the point where he's trying to speak it really stiltedly, and he's like, "I think you came to the wrong farm, son." And the guy's like, "Why did you do that? You just sent a shotgun shell." And he's like, "I could pump it as many times as I want." And he's like, "How many shells are in that thing?" And he goes, "There's enough." It's like, "Stop it." And then he's like, "Well, now, son, you're gonna have to die." And he aims the gun at him. He's like, "No, don't shoot me." And he goes, "Kablamo!" He shoots, and he's like, "What? What just happened? You don't have any recoil. Did anything even come out of that?" And it just has the fire effect on the barrel.
Oh
Even to the
yeah,
point
I
where
know what
he's
you're
like,
talking
he's
about. I know
holding it
this
in
video.
one hand and pulls
Yeah.
out one. He's like, "Alakablam!"
Yeah, I fucking love that video. Yeah, he's like holding it in one of his in just one hand. You I like a blam with the other, and it just magically goes off. Yeah, I fucking love that. Oh, funny enough, one of my favorite. I think it stuck with me the most as a kid. It's really stupid, but it also impressed me the most. And it was this movie with Jackie Chan in it, and he's in the sewers fighting this group. I don't know who they are. I don't know if they're SWAT that's after him or if it's just like terrorists or whatever.
Mhm.
But there's one of the enemies has a pump action sawed off shotgun,
Yeah.
and he sneaks up to him and grabs the pump and forces it to like, so he's aiming at the ceiling, and he just starts racking the gun and ejecting all of the shells out of it. And the guy just looks at him like, "Wait, what the fuck? What are you doing?" And he tries to like take the gun back before he could get all the shells out of it.
Yeah.
And I was like, you know what? I'm impressed. And the fact that they actually knew that you could do that is actually really impressive to me. And the fact that it's in a karate movie
Jackie
really
Chan does
impressed me.
He does that in all of his movies where there's guns involved. Actually, he'll have a scene where he'll do that. And Rush Hour, when a guy starts to aim a pistol at him, Jackie, who is currently handcuffed to a steering wheel, wraps the steering wheel around the guy's wrist and twists it. Then he grabs the gun and he flips the slide switch and pulls the slide off of it and throws it away so the guy can't use it because the barrel and the slide are no longer attached to the gun anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I fucking love when people do that, when they actually incorporate proper gun mechanics into their film. And it's like, I love when they do that, like the whole like shell ejecting, or like what you just mentioned, like ripping the slide off so that they can't use the pistol anymore. Shit like that. I love that.
Yeah.
Or like I swear I've seen one where someone stuck their knife into like the receiver of a gun and held it there so that the bolt couldn't couldn't cycle forward, which allowed him enough time to grab the gun and move it out of the way so he couldn't get shot, which was funny. I was like, that's unrealistic. Like the fact that you could aim your knife perfectly to get it into the fucking receiver, but it is still funny that that they thought of that.
Yep. Weaponizing the manual of arms against your enemy, absolutely. I love stuff like that. I really do. And again, the Jackie Chan has such fantastic fight choreography when it comes to firearms usage or even just normal fighting. And again, all those stunts are real, which is what makes it even more fucking impressive. Because a lot of those are very, very fucking dangerous. And that's usually what he'll do at the end of his movies is he'll have the outtakes thing, and it's usually him getting hurt really, really fucking bad doing these stunts. Like, there was one where he had to literally dive through a ladder because a guy was attacking him with a hatchet. And so he goes and he goes to dive through the ladder, and he gets stuck in the middle of the ladder as it unfolds.
Ooh.
Oh, super fucking painful.
Yeah, that would suck. Rack shovel shotgun shell comes out. Yeah, I fucking love that joke. And what is it? Scary Movie 3?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I fucking love that joke.
There was
Still
a
planning
tabletop RPG. Oh, go ahead.
I'm still planning on using that clip in the fucking Bebop Flicks episode when we get to the guy cocking the hammer, as if it's going to be more deadly.
Yeah. Then you have a tabletop RPG group known as Warhams, used it. Warhams is the same group that made text-to-speech Emperor. What if the Emperor had a text-to-speech device for 40k? And they were playing a 40k game, and their psyker in the group had a staff. He just has a staff so he could channel his like energy, lightning bolts, and things like that through it. And he looks at him and they're like, all right, we need somebody to go guard the landing site just in case we can get a clear radio signal up to the debt collector, which is what they called their warship. And he goes, and Lorne, who's their psyker, goes, okay. And then he said Lorne then racks the staff and a shotgun shell pops out. And everybody else on the team just looks at him and he doesn't say anything as he walks away back outside.
That's great.
And so he started doing that. In fact, there's another one that did it, which was Brendan Herrera talked about it, and it's become the fucking funny thing. I can't remember if it was Tom Cruise that did it, but there's a fight scene that happens in an action movie, and a guy who they're just fisticuffs. There's no guns involved, but the guy cocks his bicep. So just out of nowhere, he's got his hands raised to fight, and then he puts his hands out and goes as if he's like loading them and brings them back up.
That
and
sounds like
it's
something
a
from fucking
smooth...
Kung Pao.
Yeah, Henry Cavill who did it. Thank you. Yeah, and everybody looked at them like, "What the fuck? Did he just cock his biceps?" So Brandon Herrera swore that he would do that during the boxing match, and he did. He did it in the middle of the match, unprompted. During the middle of the fight, he managed to get distance, and then he was like... It's seriously, like, what the fuck? Also, no, for Lorne, the reason he just cocked his staff and let the shotgun shell come out was because he saw how cool it was when one of the other members did it with their actual shotgun, and he's like, well, I want to do that. And he just said that. And then later on, he just does that out of nowhere, and everyone looks at him like, what the fuck? Anyways, there you go, chat. There's some more tangents to go off on a wild goose chase.
Now that is just ammo efficient. Another major mechanic, recoil. Seriously, just like birds, recoil is not real.
I will say, for some of these weapons, absolutely. Recoil doesn't make any sense. But for stuff like 5.56, 5.56 doesn't kick that much.
Yeah.
It's a really light kick. To the point where when I was in the Marines, and we were at basic, our drill instructors, to make us not flinch when we were shooting with 5.56, was to force us to, like, okay, you're going to put the rifle butt to your crotch, and you're going to fire off a round downrange. And it'd be like, you do that, you fire it, and like, see? You're not a fucking pussy. If such can handle the recoil, it must be baby mode. Wow.
Wow. Yeah, that
Yeah, I mean,
I
that's
can
fair.
live.
That's
I can
fair.
understand the no recoil for, like, the 22, the 223, and the 5.56. Like, that makes sense. There's not going to be
Yeah.
a lot of recoil for those.
Some of these I do agree, though, that some of these recoils just like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, some of them are just like, where is the fucking recoil? I do like how the anti-material rifle requires a strength of 10, and it literally kicks you back a couple of feet when you shoot it.
Mm.
Not real. It's no more than a mere illusion created by animations and camera shake.
Yeah, which, again, it's fine because of how limited time they had. So this is one of those explanations of, like, the amount of work they did and the time frame that they had is fucking impressive.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if they had actual recoil systems in, which maybe would have made you use VATS more. But otherwise, I think it's fine. Like, it's okay that everything fires in the same direction.
I'm also fine with recoil just being portrayed in animations.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I have a more bigger issue, which again I'm willing to forgive because of the time frame thing. It's obvious like animation takes a lot of time. I know for a fact that it does. I do it a lot, but I do wish that we had more custom animations for some of the weapons because a lot of the times they reused animations for different guns, and sometimes they just don't line up very well.
And he'll bring that up a lot when it comes to like the revolvers, stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, those they shouldn't use the same because some of them don't have the speed ejector on them. Some of them would have the single. You need to actually push the ramrod through the chamber, and that will knock out each shell. Like that. That's what a lot of like older revolvers have. So it's stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, I agree. Shouldn't actually do that. But for the time period for the amount of time they had, I'm okay with it. Because this is also not a game that's trying to be a simulator game either. So.
Oh, it is 8 strength. I'm sorry, guys. I said 10 because I just, big number. Yeah, no, it's 8. It is 8. You're correct.
Such, what is the best Crayola flavor? It's the purple one because it's grape. And anyone that's had artificial grape flavor, artificial grape flavor. It's one of those things that is so not even remotely close to what grape actually tastes like.
Yeah.
It's just weird. I don't know why anybody ever passed it off as grape. All this is grape flavor. And in any of your sodas or anything like that, and you have it, and it's like doesn't even remotely taste like what grape juice actually is.
Grape pop, grape flavored candies, grape fucking Kool-Aid.
Yep.
Yeah. I love grape soda, but it does not taste anything like grapes. And me and my friends would always make the joke, which we didn't realize at the time it was a drug, but we would always say purple drank. And then we were like, oh, wait, that's a drug. We found out later. So whenever we would say that in public, it got strange looks. We found out why later.
Yeah.
Because we would ask for purple drink and they didn't know what the fuck we were talking about. And some of them would like give us this look of like, how the fuck do you know what that is? And of course, we didn't know what that was. That's just what we called fucking grape soda because it was funny.
Yeah.
Well, it's an awesome name.
Purple drink.
It's an awesome name to call a drink that is purple.
Yeah. That's that whole joke, too, that I know Das Boshit had it for a thing. He's like, what do we got in the fridge? We got orange. He's like, what is it? We got milk, purple stuff. And he's like, two flavors of Sunny D. Oh yeah, the Sunny D. I said it's the purple one, which is grape flavored. But $1 from Just Guy from Alabama. Thank you very much. I've been listening to H.P. Lovecraft audiobooks during work, starting with Call of Cthulhu and the Dunwich Horror. Which would you recommend next?
There's a lot of good ones. If you have like a complete collection audiobook, I recommend the entire thing. But if you want some specific ones, The Color Out of Space, The Case of Charles Dexter Ward, I believe it's called. What else?
Yeah.
What else? The Mountains of Madness. Abso-fucking-lutely The Mountains of Madness. Holy shit. Trying to remember more.
H.P. Lovecraft did nothing wrong. His cat was based. I added the cat thing, by the way. That was me.
The Shadow Out of Time, yeah, that's a good one. Shadow over Innsmouth, yeah, that one is really good too. Without spoiling anything, it does have an ending that is kind of cliche now, but for its time it might not have been. The Whisper in the Darkness, The Outsider, The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath, The Quest of Iranon from Beyond, The Shadow over Innsmouth, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good stories there. Anyways, video?
You can't really tell it's fake when using something like bolt action. The animations in camera shake you, but when using something like a fully automatic assault rifle, it's extremely apparent that there's
Don't you mean fully semi-automatic? Come on. Don't the general is smarter than you, son.
No,
For
stop.
anyone
You're gonna will it into culture. It's gonna become an actual thing that people say.
No, well,
Yeah,
it was a
like
thing that people said. Remember,
semi-transparent.
it was an interview with a general, a U.S. Army general, who said fully semi-automatic.
I
And it's
know,
like,
I know he did, but if
right.
we keep referencing it, people will eventually keep just saying it that way.
Fair.
Creetosis, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bored are you with the gun talk? Because, you know, Canadian. See, that's the thing. If I had the ability to do anything with guns and, like, have first-hand experience, I'd probably be less bored. But because I can't, there's just something out in the ether that I can never fucking properly experience or know about. So, my mind is drifting. I'm imagining myself playing Subnautica. I'm imagining myself finishing that fucking video. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, one day we'll have to bring you down to the States and just take you to a shooting range for a day or two and just let you fucking unload.
I will
Yep.
not leave until I've shot no less than 10,000 rounds.
Oh, God, you're gonna be paying for it. Jesus.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, well, I hope you enjoy paying for all that because that's gonna be
You pay
expensive.
ammunition, sure. We'll go for that.
If I can afford
Yeah.
to come down there to visit you guys, I'll have enough money for that.
I don't know, honestly.
I don't know. Ammo's pretty expensive
We
now.
need to find one of those super based gun ranges that will let you rent like the machine guns and shit like that.
I want to go to
Mhm.
the ones that lets you fire a fucking minigun.
Oh, yeah, I don't
And
think
then
we're
for
gonna
the
be able to get
meme-
one of those.
For the meme, we need to get Tannerite and buy a fake stuffed dog and just stuff it with Tannerite.
I will enforce strict safety on that bullshit, though. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, obviously, we need to be a safe distance away and not so much that it could actually cause a massive, massive explosion, just enough to make it like pop the fucking pop the dog.
It's reminding me of that fucking meme where the ATF is raiding your house and they shoot the fake dog full of Tannerite.
Yeah, that's
You
exactly
fell for
right.
all the classic blunders.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referencing by saying we should do that. Because it would be fucking
Absolutely.
hilarious. Bring the meme to life. Oh my god. But yeah, we definitely need to bring you down, let you shoot some guns, let you get into this kind of stuff, and then shit, what was the other thing I was gonna bring up?
I would say we would get him one, but then I was like, then he's got to go back across the border, and holy shit, I don't want to get fucking federal trafficking charges on that shit.
Yeah, I don't know if he could take anything with him.
Well, hey, Creek could ask Runkle, because Runkle is the gun advocate lawyer in Canada. So just ask Runkle the Bailey. Ask Logalos what weapons you have a right to, Cree.
Probably none.
I know you can own an SKS because I have a Canadian friend who has an SKS and the government let him keep it. So you can keep that. Also, look, you can see in this frame here, the forward assist is all the way back while he's reloading.
Yeah, look, oh my god, yeah, look at that. It's the white thing, Cree, right there. Just
Yeah.
sticking out.
That is not
Jesus
supposed to do
Christ.
that. That means that your forward assist is broken.
Yeah, wait a minute, where's the charging handle at all in it? Oh my god, I didn't even...
There is none. That's one of the things I was talking about.
Hold on.
shake. You can't really tell it's
I need
Yeah,
to
go
get this,
ahead.
I need to get this comment. We gotta get Cree down here to do a drive-by with us. He'll get away with it because he's black and a foreigner. I'm not black!
Where did the black thing come from? What?
the animations in camera shake alone do a good job at fooling you, but when using something like a
What?
Ooh,
You're right.
oh. Yeah, so
Is he actually...
like I was
Hang on, wait. Is he grabbing the shell deflector?
Hammer Shake alone do a good job
No,
of fooling you.
he
But
showed it in his rifle video inside of the dust cover.
You could see it kind of look at the dust cover and then look just behind it. You can kind of see something.
So inside the dust cover, there's this little like notch that comes out of it, but it doesn't go far enough to actually come out of the dust cover. So you'd have to stick your finger in there and kind of do like kind of what you do with the grease gun. But your character doesn't do that. He hovers his hand like he's racking an AK, and he hovers it over where the thing should extend out, but because it doesn't extend far enough, he's just willing it with his mind to move backwards.
Yeah, holy shit.
It's really bad.
fully automatic.
Holy shit. Okay, man, I gotta see that rifle one. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, the rifle one is probably... I don't know. I always notice a lot more wrong with the rifles than I do the pistols, but the pistols do definitely have a lot wrong with them too.
What the fuck? Not the man. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't realize that Orgus was such a fucking cringe lord. Jesus.
He's not
Again,
normally like
this
this, but
LARP,
he's-
they're masculine because they piss money away on shooting targets or whatever. So embarrassing. No, it's called getting used to your fucking firearms so you know how to use it if you need to use it, dumbass.
Yeah, that's how you get better at shooting things. It's how you get better with your aim, is by practicing. And if you don't do it for a long time, you become out of practice.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's not a tough guy thing. Also, it's just fun. If I want to go to a range and shoot my gun, because that's why I bought it.
This guy's probably that fucking Imperial Wolf cringe lord. Holy shit.
No, Augustin is a guy who's been around in chat for quite a long time now. So I don't know.
A long time? Here? Not in our streams? Or do you mean this chat here?
I mean, I know I've seen him before. I'm pretty sure in chat. And I don't know, he's just never come across like... He's had some comments earlier too that were pretty
Yeah, I just thought he was being funny. I thought he was trying to be funny.
Yeah, I don't know.
Like the not knowing how a browser thing works. I thought he was just being funny. I just think the guns and military shit is cringe. Everybody is cringe, dumbass. If you were born, you are cringe. It's called embrace your cringe.
Yeah, embrace it.
Zog this, zog that, zog my nuts.
Being into the military is just like, it's the same shit as like nerds being into D&D. It's like, yeah, you just have passion for different things. It's not that different.
I don't know. I guess who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
Kill not the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part of you that cringes. Yeah, embrace your cringe. If you embrace your cringe, you are free.
Well, that's what we're going to be doing when we get our VTube models.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just had another idea for an image I can get for that. I'll tell you about it after Pagan.
All right.
Fair. And you're now you're just a clown, so like you're entertaining people. Why would we?
I don't care if they ban me. Why would we ban you?
Hammer Shake alone do a good job at fooling you, but when using a rifle, it's extremely apparent that there's no actual recoil in this game. You can burn through a whole magazine, and your crosshair...
Also, I just realized his magazine capacity is only 24. I guess that could work even with standard mags. Like if you assume that the spring in it and everything is like maybe older, so you don't want to load it to capacity. That's what happens with a lot of when you get a lot of surplus mags, stuff like that. A lot of them you don't want to load to their actual full capacity because the springs might have worn down over time.
Yeah, I need to stop doing that with my my fucking 22s. I keep them fully loaded with the springs all the way compressed, and sometimes I unload them because, you know, I don't want the springs to get worn down, but at the same time I'm also like, God, I hate fucking loading these individual tiny bullets into this fucking tube. So I prefer to just keep them loaded.
Yeah.
So it's
Fair.
just like, it's like, which one do I do?
And your crosshair just doesn't move. I suppose your character is just an absolute gig.
Oh, he's not using an actual standing mag. Okay, fair enough. So that's fair. So it would be a lower capacity. Yeah, man, I'm looking at this, and you're fucking right. That is brutal.
By the way, since this is a video you guys do like, we should probably shout out the channel and direct people to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So the channel is called It's Your Boy Brandy Boy. He's got 110,000 subscribers. Highly recommend go and check it out. Just from the couple videos I've seen, I don't know if he's got some really shit takes or anything like that. There's actually another channel. I was talking with Cree about it before we started the stream. Is another one. I think it's Master Samwise is the channel. Let me make sure I grab that.
Yeah, that's the name you said earlier.
Yeah, pretty good channel. All of the videos I've watched of his channel so far are really fucking good. And he had a video 2 weeks ago that exploded in popularity. So he's a smaller channel. He's 44,000 subscribers now. And he's got 57 videos to his name. But he had a video 2 weeks ago where he got 3.4 million views. And it's a really good video on audiences hate bad writing, not strong women. Really, really good video, actually.
Yeah.
Cites to some good sources to counter the things. And he specifically says he's using female characters within the last decade to prove that this is wrong. So he's not relying on like Ellen Ripley and Sarah Connor and stuff like that. But yeah, so Master Samwise is a good channel, and of course the video we are currently doing, It's Your Boy Brandy Boy. Like, it's what a weird name for a channel, but hey, it's his name.
Yeah. I've only seen one of his videos, not including this one. But from what I have seen, yeah, pretty good. There was nothing really wrong in the last video. In the video I did watch, he didn't get anything incorrect as far as I could tell, and didn't have any shit takes either. So yeah, so far, pretty good channel.
Yeah.
Giga Chad with shoulder. There's also no bullet drop in this game. Your gun doesn't actually shoot.
A lot of games, by the way, do that. Hell Let Loose is a World War II milsim game that doesn't have bullet drop. It has it has hit scan. It has hit scan with simulated bullet drop, which is annoying as fuck.
I should mention that that skipped there, so not everyone heard that. Well, chat wouldn't have heard what he said there, which I previewed up to this point. He said that there's no bullet drop. These are hit scan weapons where when you click the button, the enemy is instantly damaged.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which a lot of games do. Because bullet drop needs its own systems and requirements and its own coding and everything. Hit scan's a lot better. And then the in-between is hit scan with simulated bullet drop, which is what the World War II milsim Hell Let Loose uses. Yeah, we're saying it's less time Obsidian had to work on it than people think, because if you're not giving them any benefit of the doubt at all, they had the full 18 months. If you actually are thinking about the Gold Master creation and sending it off to get approval to print the physical disc copies, then you need to shave off a bit of time there.
Game. The game uses hit scan detection. Your gun doesn't actually shoot a projectile.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as you click on the target, it gets hit,
Yep.
no matter how far away they are. And yes, that also means that bullets are not real. They can't hurt you. Trust me.
Bullets are not real. They can't hurt you.
It is a good joke. I liked this moment when I previewed this earlier.
Yep.
There's also little details like casings being comically oversized.
Yeah, that is a funny problem though. Like you
Yeah,
fire out
so
a
one of the
casing that's
issues-
5 times the size of what it should.
Yeah, so one of the issues is that they reused a lot of the shell casings for different weapons. So like the 357 will come out of like 9mm pistols sometimes, or like other weapons like that. And yeah, it doesn't fit. They're comically oversized most of the
Yeah.
time, so that's
I've,
one of the issues.
I've got a
And-
question.
Yeah.
Does this guy do videos like this for like a whole wide variety of games?
I don't know.
Because
I do not know.
I'd be interested to see what he thinks of the 7 Days to Die guns.
Oh, that would be.
Ooh, yeah, that'd be interesting.
Because I think the 7 Days to Die guns, the pipe weapons, are the best version of pipe weaponry I've ever seen.
Yeah, they are
Same
pretty
here.
good. I do like them.
But I've only got Fallout 4 to compare it to for pipe weapons.
I mean, fair, yeah.
Yeah.
But I do generally like the weapons in 7 Days, and I'm curious to see how accurate they are. I do know it has the same problem with the reload thing, where, you shoot 2 shots out of 12, and your character will reload the full thing.
Why is the game called 7 Days to Die? What if you don't die within 7 days? Well, it's because every 7 days there's a blood moon, and that's usually,
Night.
yeah, a very life-threatening event.
He did it for Fallout 4. He mostly does Fallout stuff. Okay.
Alright.
Oh, that's why. That does remind me of the one thing where like Hollywood are so fucked when it comes to weaponry. That reminds me of the John Wick 2 when they're firing silenced weaponry in the subway, and then a guy took that and replaced it with what it would actually sound like with proper silencers. Oh, Jesus Christ, it's fun.
I
love
remember
that one.
hearing about that video on one of the EFAPs, I think. I can't remember which. And I meant to check it out, then I completely forgot it existed because memory.
Every 7 days the frame dies, and then the piece explode, brownouts.
7 Days to Die MP5 with a spoon. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The fucking charging handle for the MP5 and 7 Days to Die looks like a spoon. It looks so weird.
Well, and then it's funny because then the AK in 7 Days to Die is literally Brandon Herrera's cursed AK.
Yeah, it's the fucking Bubba AK.
Yeah. And it was so funny that was featured on the Cursed Gun Images thing, and he's like, "You merely adopted the cursed gun. I was born with it." And he lifts up the actual build that was from that photo, and he's like, "Yeah, no, that's mine. I have the cursed AK."
Shovel AK, my beloved.
Yeah, it's just fun. I think 7 Days to Die does really well with the whole Bubba tech for weaponry. $1 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Imagine a Fallout game on the Rio Grande area, and one of the factions are descendants of Mexican cartels. That could be interesting.
Could be.
Bubba is just the colloquial term for the garage gunsmith. The guy who gets it in his head that he's got a brilliant idea, and so he's going to slap together a parts kit to make himself a proper weapon.
Yeah, a jury-rigged looking gun is just typically just called a Bubba gun.
Yeah. And then you've got the, what is it? It's a very specific term for Middle Eastern version of Bubba guns.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And it's the market. What do they call it? The something market.
Oh, I don't remember. I know what you're talking about, but I don't remember what it's called.
Yeah, it's basically where all the gunsmiths in the Middle East come from, and they're like these horrifying abomination, like arts and craft project guns. And it is just funny as fuck. You get some
they look
wild shit.
so weird. Have you seen the fucking mags for what is it? Is it the Portuguese or is it the
That's right. You remind them Chaplin, as what I reminded me of it, Kyber, and then the end of that is Pass, Kyber Pass guns.
Yeah. I don't remember who it is. I don't remember like what group it's like what region it's from, but there's like these mags where the curve in them, so like they'll have like an AK style gun, but the curve almost looks like an L. It looks so bad. I hate the way it looks. I can't stand it. He showed it. This guy showed it in his rifle video because he was talking about how the curve for the mag for the marksman rifle it's too curved, and then he showed like images. I think it was Portuguese. I'm not sure. And it looks so bad. Like the curve is insane. Oh, I hate it.
Oh my god. Me explaining to Setch why my registered firearm looks like it was born from an FGC 9 and a Ludi version of the Sten gun. We all do strange things in the heat of passion, Jimbo. Oh, that's like those guns like the Groza that people have never seen before, and you look at it and you're just like, what the fuck is that? What video game Hollywood company invented that to look cool? It's like, no, that's an actual gun. And it is weird.
Magazines not actually having any ammunition in them, which only further
Yep.
solidifies the fact that bullets don't actually exist in the Fallout universe. So when people die in this game, they're just merely pretending. There's probably more tiny details I could get into.
Hold on.
Also, it's Saints Row. It's the Saints Row reboot where they just pretend to die.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
because everybody's in on it.
But that meme showing up on screen made me laugh when I previewed this earlier. That, again, another good joke.
Mm.
Into. But for now, on to the individual guns.
Yeah.
Let's start with the first gun you get in the game, the 9mm pistol. It's a straight 1-to-1 recreation of the Browning High Power.
Yep, fantastic weapons platform, by the way. Browning High Power is a beautiful weapon.
Yep.
And my goodness, what a stylish handgun it is. Especially the Maria variant.
Yes!
Oh, baby.
Oh, so sometimes you get that weird middle ground where a little bit of engraving looks great, and then a ton of engraving looks fantastic. But then if you're in that middle area, there's that kind of like curve to it, where if you get in the middle where you have a lot of engraving, but not enough, it just looks off. Like something went wrong. But here, no, look at all this engraving work. Just beautiful.
Okay, I found it. It's Filipinos. It's the Filipinos. They do this. And this is what their mags look like, and I fucking hate it.
Paste it, pagan. Let me see. Let me see the Philippine cringe.
Look at this mag.
Oh, Jesus
What
fuck.
the? Is
It looks like a
I'll
cartoon.
I'll get this first bullshit up on screen so you guys can see it too, chat. Hold on. I hate this. It is revolting. Why?
Oh, we need to watch this fucking video after because it is fucking pure gold.
Why?
Exactly. What is the only appropriate response to that?
Hold on. That's
It's a
still
J-Mac.
translucent. That's still translucent. I'm gonna put it on a different image thing so it's a bit more clear. Because holy fuck, I despise this thing. Why the fuck would you do that?
It's fucking weird. I mean, it would function, but I would just ask why. Like, were they trying to get a higher capacity out of it without going past the size limitation? Like, what was the reasoning why this was invented? Why would you create this? I would be morbidly curious to ask. Like why that is a thing? Why would you do that?
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. 50 Polish zloty from Sraka 1861. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Damn it, I need to go to sleep to get to work in the morning. Bye-bye. I'm in a bunch of sad and frustrated emojis.
Well, have a good
thank
sleep.
you very much, Sraka. Hopefully you have some good sleep.
Yeah.
Imagine constantly getting the magazine caught on shit. Yeah. I just don't know why. It is less vertical space, but I'm trying to figure out, like, was it only for pure capacity reasons they did it, or why?
I have no idea. I don't know. It just feels like it wouldn't function very well in terms of like practicality. Like it would feed fine, but man, I feel like it would get hung up on so much shit and you would have a hard time holding your rifle properly.
Yeah. I guess, to be fair to the AR platform for the Philippines, we can also make fun of the fucking super banana clip that the AK platforms can use.
Oh, he showed that right before this one, hilariously enough.
Well, here, I'll get a picture of it so that Cree can post it. So this is an actual magazine that exists.
Oh no.
And they infamously are notorious for malfunctioning.
Why though?
Hey, you want 100 rounds, right? 100 round capacity in a magazine.
Surely there's more effective ways to get that done than oh, that's a big image. Surely there's more effective ways to get that done than this.
For manufacturing purposes, no, not really.
Really?
Yeah, because the problem with like box mags or drum mags is that the manufacturing process is a lot more complicated. This is literally just 2 magazine spring systems put together in this system. That's it. So it's a very simple and easy to manufacture. The problem is that they are infamous for breaking apart. Or my favorite malfunction I've ever seen with these is that as a guy is shooting it, you can actually watch the bottom of the magazine come unscrewed and slowly move and move and move, and then suddenly 2 massive springs go firing up out the top of the magazine from the bottom. It just goes...
Damn.
It just dumps all the ammo out of it.
Here's the other image he shows in the video. It's also on an AR platform. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I love the joke that he makes too. Hold on, I want to make sure I get it perfect. Oh wait, maybe I went too far. Shit.
Well, we could move on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Whoa, baby. This gas rate is much too slow. You should be able to You should be able to shoot it as fast as you can pull the trigger, but it's artificially capped.
I will say, for the fact that I agree with him, you should be able to fire faster, but I will say, for the limitations they had and the timescale they had, I do appreciate that the slide actually does move when you fire. Because as we saw in a lot of those stuff, especially Hollywood and everything like that, a lot of times when weapons fire, they won't bother to move the slides at all. Kind of like in Bebop Flicks. Yeah, where none of the slides moved whatsoever. They just did muzzle flashes on the end of the weapons.
Yeah, and it looked terrible.
Yep.
The other semi-autos in the game. Your character doesn't use the slide release to send the slide forward. And
yeah, this is another thing, because you use the safety. Your guy is pushing the safety when he does
forward. Instead, they press down on the safety, which obviously wouldn't do anything besides make your gun not fire. Oops, wrong button. Guess I'll die. Besides those
The voice goes really well too with the video he's making.
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's very fitting.
Works.
The model of the 9mm itself is fantastic. I give this pistol 4 out of 5 bottle caps. Now, for the High Power's big brother, the M1911, or as it's called in-game, the 45 Auto Pistol. As we all know, you can't go wrong with the good old 1911, and I'm glad to say this in-game model is absolutely flawless.
Two World Wars!
My 2 World Wars, they only make it in 45 because God didn't make a 46. Like, you're so fucking dumb. I love the fucking blood cope on the 1911. 1911 is a fantastic weapon. The 45 is a fantastic cartridge, but Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the way people act like it's the fucking most powerful round ever for a handgun, it's just hilarious. Oh,
Well,
man.
the joke, Rex, that we made about Starfield, because Starfield has the 45 in it as well, I made the joke immediately. It was like, my 5 World War!
Yeah.
So that means your character
Oh, I think Orgus is actually Imperial Wolf. Huh. Yeah, I think he is.
Who's Imperial Wolf?
He was that idiot that was a super Russian Slav bot that was on your Discord.
Oh! Yeah, I know
Yeah.
who you're talking about. Yeah, the guy who was just like claiming
They-
everybody
they-
was sucking in propaganda, and then he was posting literal propaganda.
Yes, like and if you ever posted anything, he's like, those sources haven't been verified, but these ones that are like from the Kremlin itself have been.
No, I do know Orgus has been around for a while. I just don't know why he's being such a fucking dickhole today. It's getting very irritating.
Yeah, I've been watching him in chat. He's just been fucking trying to start fights with everybody in chat and insulting everybody for basically enjoying the video. So I don't know why he's being such a little bitch today.
Well, is it Orgus? Yeah, it's Orgus, I guess. That's what his channel has always been named, Orgus, I should say. I was wondering if maybe somebody did the thing like people do to Acerthorn as well, you know? Like they'll change their name to be Acerthorn to like pretend to be him for a joke. But no, I guess not. I guess or maybe Orgus is off his meds or something.
Maybe.
His wife's being pounded by the bull. He's a little cranky boy today. Yeah, maybe.
I'll chill, but I can't stand the gun shit. Then fucking don't watch the gun stream then. Like,
Yeah,
you're forcing you to
Fuck off,
be
idiot.
here. Like, it's better if we're covering something you're not interested in, it's better you check out than sit through, like, something you're not interested in, a discussion that annoys you, and then shitting up chat at the same time.
Yeah. And again, because you're just, from what we've seen, you just have this weird, like, fascist gun grabber, like, vibe going on right now. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm not sure if that's it, but just the whole shitting on the whole enthusiasm for guns thing is annoying.
Yeah.
Normally I'm inclined to shit up anything I feel like. Well, not here. Either chill or fuck off.
It doesn't sound like you support gun rights. I mean, especially because you were making up shit about in the ghetto and stuff. Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
Either way, we
Yeah,
should be spending less time on this and just continue with the video. If he keeps being an issue, I'll just time him out or something.
Yeah, fair.
Okay.
does suppose that's okay, because the 1911 can always be used as a weapon, even when completely empty. Besides that, the fire rate on
God, that reminds me of that fucking clip where it's from an old movie, one of those old comedy movies, and there's two guys shooting at each other. They both run out of ammo. The first guy throws his gun. The second guy throws his gun and actually hits the other guy in the face.
Oh, one thing I like about the fucking 45 pistol in New Vegas, there's actually two models for the
He brings
gun.
that up.
He does. He brings it up. The fact that there's a melee weapon version.
Well, I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, so there's two models in the game where Joshua Graham can switch to. The player doesn't have access to it, but Joshua Graham can switch to a melee version of it and pistol whip people with it.
That is amazing.
And I fucking love it. It's so funny.
Yeah.
On this one is even millimeter, which makes it feel very. It does hit pretty hard. As the boomers always like to say, 9mm kills the body, but 45 kills the soul. And something.
He's not wrong, by the way, on that fucking cope. Again, whatever weapon you have, use whatever weapon you have, become proficient with whatever weapon you have. So you should always do regardless of it. If you've got a 45, use that 45 until you become proficient with it. If you've got a 9mm, use that. If you've got a 22, use that. You just want to be proficient and competent with whatever your chosen weapon is.
I've seen enough police body cam to know that 9mm can drop somebody in one shot.
Yes, even from really shitty handgun manufacturers too. Like that was the thing that Andrew Branca was talking about. How he's now seen 2 separate videos in self-defense court cases where a guy was using some. I'm pretty sure it was like a Turkish knockoff 9mm because they're cheap, right? And he's like, man, you know what? They've got a pretty good bullet to kill rate I've seen here. That's 1 tap at both times I've seen it.
Something I do need to mention, we're having the watch together jumping, skipping, winding back a few seconds issue again.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Fuck. All right, well, try not to pause as much.
Well, we do need
does
to
hit
pause
pretty-
for obvious reasons to talk
I mean,
about it.
we don't have to think, but try not to pause like every fucking 5 seconds.
5 seconds, yeah.
Hard. As the boomers always like to say, 9mm kills the body, but 45 kills the soul. And something else about 2 world wars. Anyway, I suppose
The 2 World Wars.
The 2 world wars.
it's a game balancing thing. But still, they should have just increased the fire rate on both of those guns. Overall though, the 45 pistol is pretty good, so it easily gets a score of 4 bottle caps. Next up is a unique 45 pistol called a Light Shining in Darkness, which is
I just love that too. It just looks nice.
Yeah, I love the handle pattern.
Mm,
Like snake skin.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
it's
say,
so
yeah, that
good.
looks like snakeskin.
I'm
Also,
pretty sure
what
it's supposed to match Joshua Graham's boots, which are also snakeskin.
What just a fantastic name for it too. Like I don't know. I like when names get a little tismy, stuff like that. Just that it makes it just that little bit more special. It has a little spice to it.
Yeah.
Joshua Graham's.
Mm-hmm.
I won't be delving into every because most of the time, they're just simple reskins. But in this case, it is a completely new gun. Specifically, it's based on the Colt New Agent. It's a compact version of the 1911, one meant for concealed carry and close quarters engagements. As such, it's got a shorter barrel, a smaller magazine, and instead of traditional iron sights, it has gutter sights. The in-game model is basically perfect and quite stylish. The only thing wrong
So basically, you can just imagine iron sights. They stick up above the weapon. Gutter sights. It's literally just a channel that's dug throughout the entire top of the slide.
I don't like gutter sights, but they work well enough in the game. I personally have never liked gutter sights on any weapon.
I mean, especially if it's going to be concealed carry. Like, this is supposed to be a concealed carry weapon, so you're going to be super close in. This isn't something you're going to be picking at targets. Even at 45 feet away, this is going to be like a 10-foot, 20-foot range weapon. I mean,
on something like this, you can get away with it, but on a rifle or something,
yeah, no, I wouldn't use gutter sights on a fucking rifle. It'd be awful.
The only thing wrong with this gun is that it reuses animations from the 9mm. So, once again, wrong button. Oops. But unlike its relatives, this one actually has an appropriately fast fire rate, which makes it much more satisfying and responsive. This unique 45 pistol is very close to perfection. All it needs is a new set of animations. I deem it worthy of 4.5 bottle caps. That rating isn't a coincidence, I swear.
4.5 is not a coincidence for 4.5.
But yeah, I do like that he is showing off the melee variant.
Yes.
That is great.
Bitch slapping, and the fact that it can actually knock people to the ground is even better.
If I were, then Joshua Graham would blow out my kneecaps with the almighty 45 ACP. Let's continue with the
Here we
wild
go.
card.
This is the disaster gun.
Oh
So
yeah,
this-
this thing.
I feel like that central bit there is specifically for like a vector style recoil system. Basically trying to keep the weapon from kicking up, so you have a weighted recoil system that kicks downwards at the same time.
Yeah, I always felt it was meant to be a mix between the P90 and the Chris Vector.
Yeah, so I'll show this because the Vector is one of those weapons that if you don't know the name of it, a lot of people might not know the name of it, but you'll know the weapon. Almost everybody knows this gun.
Yeah.
There we go.
And the fact that it shoots.
It's one of those iconic future guns that so many like Hollywood productions and games use.
Yeah. And the fact that it shoots 50 AE fucking pistol round. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but this thing, that whole thing behind the magazine well is actually a weighted system. So the bolt doesn't go straight back. Instead, the bolt starts to go back and then angles down to that angle and kicks down as it's ejecting. So that actually stops the weapon from rising, having as much kick up as it normally would. It's just a way to keep the weapon's platform more stable. It's an interesting system, and again, it's like, it works. The problem is it's expensive and more difficult to manufacture.
Yeah, and this thing, it is bulky as fuck.
Yeah, that's the only assumption I can make with this. Like, maybe it's doing the kick down like that, but there are so many other problems with this thing. So many other problems. Well,
Yeah.
first off, you have a P90 mag feed, which you can see here on the screen. The P90 has a slim stick mag that then has a bulge on one end of it. That bulge is so the bullets can go from being fed sideways to being turned straight ahead, so they can actually fire out the fucking gun.
Mm-hmm.
So that's done in the magazine itself. So the problem being that now you have this bullet that's back here at the handle, meaning the firing pin either needs to be there or this bullet's going on a long journey forward.
Yeah, I think they put it the wrong way on and didn't realize that the bulge is supposed to go towards the front.
Yes. It's like otherwise this thing is that bullet is going on a long journey, kind of like that awful gun in what is it?
Was it Destiny or?
I think it was Destiny, the one where somebody made the animation of the
Where it
bullet
loops
having to
through.
actually do loop-de-loops like around
Yeah.
the fucking handle and everything.
That's what I was thinking too. It does kind of look like a fucking Warhammer bolter almost.
It does.
Yeah. I was
So,
thinking it
to
looked
fix-
familiar.
To fix this, really what they need to do is, one, turn the magazine around and have the ejection port in the proper spot again. Make it a Chris Vector style recoil system, that's totally fine. And then chop off that front half of the lower, like, carry handle thing. I don't even know what to fucking call that. I don't know why you have all that extra weight right there.
Yeah, just this random rail that goes along the bottom.
Yeah.
I mean, it does give it an interesting look, but it's just so much extra weight.
Yep. It's a bolter that was born in Chernobyl. Yep.
12.7 millimeter.
It is a true abomination. So basically we're gonna let him rip it apart, but it is really bad.
I don't even know where to start on this thing. It's an absolute abomination. It looks as if someone dropped a P90 and a Vector in a vat of FEV, and then this thing came crawling out screaming. It's even green, too. It's literally a mutant gun. I can't even comprehend what the internals on this gun look like. Probably.
Exactly. Where is the firing bolt? Where's the firing pin? Because you can't have a bolt assembly. There's no way with how short of a thing this is. So how small is that fucking firing pin, right?
Yeah,
And with the
there's
way
like
this whole
no
thing is
space.
designed, this thing is pure recoil into your fucking face.
And it's weird because it's almost like they knew the bulge is supposed to go like where the pin should be. So they put the fucking ejector port like right at the back, and it's like, why didn't you just flip the fucking mag around and put the fucking ejector port like in the middle or like closer to where your hand is?
Yeah.
Towards the grip. It's like, why didn't you just do that?
Yep. It weird, just fucking weird. Just weird in general. Where'd the bolt go, though? Well, you could be electronically firing these rounds. I don't know why you would do that. I guess then you could say that's a battery pack there. This gun is definitely fucking wild. The reason the P90 can have the magazine turned this way is because it's a bullpup. Like, there's more to the P90 than right there. Like, there's the whole back stock of the P90 is very fucking important.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, I didn't notice that. Is the fucking iron sights on the magazine itself?
Yes, the iron sight is actually on the magazine itself as well.
Oh.
Which you can do if you have immaculate precision on your manufacturing capabilities on your magazines. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I would not want to rely on.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't trust that though. I was like, I would not trust that.
Yeah, especially because firing a gun is a very violent action. If you've never seen a gun fired in slow motion, I think you would be shocked how many guns look like they spaghetti or like they warp and bulge when you fire. It is really weird to see because everything looks so solid and you expect steel to be solid. And then you see like a shotgun fire or a pistol fire and you just things going like
Yeah, oh man, the Glock. Whenever you see slow motion of the Glock and that little fucking, it's supposed to bend. What is it? The little God, I always forget what it's called.
Holy shifting zero, Batman. Yeah, I agree.
Again, I don't remember what it's called.
Violent action.
But it comes out at like a fucking 45-degree angle and then rights itself to like not like a full 90 degrees, but a little bit. You know, it still has a little bit of a bend, but man, it looks so fucking weird in slow motion. I can't stand seeing the Glock fired in slow motion. It looks so weird.
Well, it's because the Glock also has the rotating barrel, doesn't it? So like it actually does angle up when it's out of battery and then like slides in when it goes into battery. I think that's a Glock.
I think so. I think that's the thing I'm talking about. But it's just like it's supposed to be tilted slightly. Like it's supposed to have that weird looking like popping thing out of it when the slide is pulled back. But when you fire it, the amount that it bends, it looks like it's gonna snap off.
Yeah, it is. It is the rotating barrel.
Yeah.
Oh no, actually no. The Glock 46 is the thing that changed to the rotating barrel. The normal Glocks just use the tilt barrel. Okay. Fair enough.
Okay. Yeah, that's what it is then.
Well, there you go. I didn't know that.
Spaghetti, even if we assume it could function, it's
which again is a big assumption. Like I think the only way it could actually function is if it was electronically fired. But I don't know. Like that just seems like a disaster to have that right next to your fucking face. Just, ugh. And again, there's nothing that's like preventing the recoil going backwards at all. Just, ugh.
Horrible design. Like,
Yes.
what's even the point of having if that's not where the magazine is housed?
I agree with this too, but again, like I said, it could be vector style is what they were actually legitimately going for, or if it is electronically fired, the battery compartment. But man, oh man, this is me trying to be as charitable as possible. This gun is a disaster.
Okay, I looked it up. Yeah, it is 100% the tilt barrel I'm talking about. Just so Cree knows what I'm talking about as well. You see how the barrel right there tilts up slightly when it's in retracted mode? Yeah, when that fires, in slow motion, it goes up so high. It bothers me. I don't like it.
Yep. Maybe the real thing is that this was supposed to be an energy weapon before. That could be something.
Yeah. Also, this isn't a Glock. This is a Walter. I think it's the PP.
It's
PPQ. Yeah, it's the Walter PPQ. But the Glock also does this, and it bothers me.
Do the PP on a lot of their weapons. The PP.
Copy image. Yeah, here's the Glock version of that.
Do you want me to show these on screen?
Nah, you don't have to.
Magazine is actually on top of the gun, which is very similar to the P90.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with that, but what's extremely odd is that the rear sight is on the magazine itself.
And it's also the distance between the rear sight to the front sight is so fucking small. Just oof. There's a reason why rifles want to put the rear sight back as far as possible. Because you're actually more accurate, because you're getting more length of the weapon to line up and be accurate with each other. If you just have to do from the very front, good luck hitting anything. Like, really. At that point, you might as well just have a front sight post, and that's it. And it's like, yeah, good luck. Sure, you might be able to walk it in, or you might get lucky with your first shot, but otherwise, I would not want to rely on that.
Yeah.
On a magazine. Like, what if you wanted to mount like 10?
By the way, there are some magazines in the real world that have iron sights on them as well, and they are wildly, wildly imprecise.
It's skipping again, so we should rewind a few seconds.
Copy.
Having this part which looks like a magwell, if that's not where the magazine is housed. The magazine is actually on top of the gun, which is very similar to the P90. There's nothing wrong with that, but what's extremely odd is that the rear sight is on the magazine itself. Who puts iron sights on a magazine? Like, what if you wanted to mount an optic on this thing? Would you have to get like 10 different red dot sights and then mount all of them onto all your different magazines? Also, the frame around this gun doesn't do—
Yes, the one that has the hexagonal magazine, it's the cylinder mag, and it comes from Keltec. It's a 100-round cylinder magazine. And yeah, it is a wild one as well.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that thing is crazy. Yeah, if they just had like the little metal piece on like the P90 that like loops around the mag, you know, it's like that's why you have to actually slide the P90 from the back forward to get it in. It's like if they did that, you could have a scope mounted on this thing, but it doesn't have that, so yeah, you have to rely on that piece of shit fucking mag iron sight. I can't stand that.
I'm trying to find it. But no, I won't worry about it. I wish I knew what the name of the weapon was off the bat, but it's a weird one for sure. I know Ian McCullum from Forgotten Weapons actually. The Calico. Thank you, chat. Ian McCullum actually did a thing to see if he could actually get through a fucking full magazine with that, and he did not. Oh wow, it isn't Keltec at all. I don't know. I guess I just have a bias towards Keltec being the ones that are on crack, you know. And no, it's the Calico, and this is it.
Oh, it's this thing. Okay, yeah, this is not what I thought you were talking about at all. Yeah. Oh, I've seen this before. I don't like it. It looks like a fucking like. It looks like a prop from like some sci-fi show from like the 90s. Like this would be like a laser gun or something.
Oh, well, how appropriate, because I'm pretty sure they have indeed used this as a prop. My apologies to
Jesus.
Keltec. I thought, we all know Keltec is on crack, but I guess I thought they were on heroin as well. But no, it was Calico that made this, not
Jesus Christ, I fucking hate this thing.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of how this thing looks. Like, here's the picture I saw initially. I'm like, yeah, this was definitely a prop used at some point for some kind of TV show. Yeah, I thought you were talking about something like this. There's another
Oh
one
God,
that's
I'll show
like
that one in a second.
there's like a rifle version of this, but I don't know where it is.
The most recent one that Pagan posted. Okay, so the way you reload that is that actually like unfolds in half.
Yeah, I know. It's like an LMG.
I'll get that up in just a second. I'm just showing this other image of that gun Pagan posted.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I swear I saw a rifle version of this thing, but yeah, you reload it by lifting this large piece of metal up so you can take the mag out like it's a fucking LMG where you're picking up the thing to put the belt in.
This looks like something from a low budget fucking sci-fi TV show.
It does.
Yeah.
That was the first thing that came to my mind when I saw it. I was like, that looks like it was used in a 90s sci-fi show.
You know what that actually reminds me of? It sort of looks like a knockoff of the Star Wars guns.
It does. It does kind of look like a Star Wars gun.
I'm pretty sure Star Wars actually used these as a base.
Spaceballs had the 22 LR rifle version as a blaster gun. That's what it was reminding me of.
Nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah. Exactly. Tentacle Dude's got it. Tentacle Dude has the meme downright. Setch. Keltec, no! Keltec, what? It wasn't me. Setch, sorry, force a habit. Because if you've never seen Keltec's lineup, Keltec does the weird fucking crazy goofball guns as well. So I'm just so used to the crazy goofball gun, like my mind will immediately like categorize it as, oh yeah, Keltec.
That last image I put in, it's kind of fucking up.
Uh-oh.
Because that bottom one that Pagan posted is a Keltec. The bottom, or the most recent one in our chat is a Keltec.
Okay, there we go. OBS kind of hung up there for a second, and I was afraid it was going to crash.
Oof.
I don't know. It looks weird.
Yeah, it is. And again, the way you reload it is you basically open the gun in half.
Do you want to know what they called it?
What?
The Caltech P50.
I like how you could see all the bullets through the side, like it's one of those fucking see-through Game Boys or computers.
There's a lot of see-through mags. The P90 has a see-through mag. I just find it funny that they basically were like, oh yeah, well, it's kind of like our version of the P90, but weirder.
Yeah, and then this is Keltec as well.
Uh-oh. What cursed shit are you gonna post now?
The same gun, but
oh!
It's literally a folding gun.
Oh my god. Wait, isn't this the fucking
This is the one that trainee psychopath used, yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's that fucking god awful.
And that's what made everybody go like, the fuck, you have a sub 2000? The fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, like how the hell did you get a hold of a sub 2000 and why the hell did you use that for a fucking mass shooting? Yeah, the hell's wrong with you?
Why would you use
Yeah, the hell's wrong with you? 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 Yeah, the h Well, we knew what was wrong with them, but
Yeah.
the cops took care of that one at least.
Yep.
Solved that problem real fucking quick.
But yeah, chat. This is just one of those. Like I said, this is why every time I think of weird gun, I think of Keltec, because Keltec does weird shit like this all the time.
Anyways.
Alright, back to the video.
Doesn't do anything besides add unnecessary weight. All around, it's a disaster. G was doomed from
Absolutely.
the very start, because the fundamental concept is inherently flawed. It's a compact submachine gun with no stock that's chambered in a 50 caliber cartridge. The recoil on this thing would be ridiculous. This SMG is extremely impractical and serves no purpose whatsoever. It should disassemble itself. Now, 0 out of 5. This one. It's so
Yeah, imagine trying to shoot a fully automatic fucking SMG that fires 50 AE with no stock attachment. Oh, my poor wrists.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus Christ. That's like trying to shoot a Desert Eagle on like fully automatic.
I just really love the low tier god meme reference.
Yep.
Yeah, that was great.
I think the best part was actually watching Brendan Herrera. Like, he's like, I specifically went back to the gym hardcore just so I could do this, and he one hand Desert Eagles, and either hand he's like, kaboom, kaboom, kaboom.
Yeah, that was great.
This channel is It's Your Boy. Oh fuck, close on me. It's Your Boy Brandy Boy is the name of this channel.
Ooh, I love that that Kentucky ballistics one where he has him shooting the 500 Smith & Wesson, and whenever they would shoot it, you could just see, like, keep in mind, these guys are ripped. They have massive arms, and when they one-hand it and they shoot it, you can see, like, their arm just, like, wrench back and go up, like, like 2 feet into the air when they shoot it.
I think the funniest one ever is Kentucky Ballistics shooting the 5.77 Tyrannosaur. That is funny as fuck. Because again,
Yeah.
dude.
That's the one you had me watch, right? Where it's that massive bullet that just...
Yeah. And he's like, this is a 45 Magnum round. This is a 50 BMG. This is a 5.77 Tyrannosaur.
Yeah.
He shoots it, and the slow motion, the sheer shockwave going through his body, making Kentucky Ballistics, who is jacked. This dude is ripped as fuck. But it makes Kentucky Ballistics look like a fat bastard, like his fat is rolling, and it's just the sheer shockwave going through his body. Just, he looks like the fucking blob.
Yeah. I showed you the 700 Nitro Express one, which was insane. Like, he couldn't even shoot it because he had, like, the collarbone injury, so his father shot it, and you saw how, like, ridiculous that was. Yeah, the 500 Tyrannosaur is bigger than that.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I watched the Tyrannosaur one too. Both of those were great.
Yeah.
It was the Tyrannosaur that broke the wooden post holding up the metal plate they shot, right?
Yeah, yeah.
God, and when you realize it has like over an inch of rubber buttstock, and you need it to survive. I just love, he's so nervous. He's like, okay, here we go. And then fires, and he's like, holy mother of God.
I need to run to the bathroom real quick, but you guys go ahead and continue without me for now.
All right.
I just want to put that in. Hang on. I'm going to put it in real quick.
What?
656. 710. 656.
Uh-oh, what are you doing?
We're going on a journey.
Oh no, what are you doing? We've already been going for over 4 hours.
Chat's going to see the 577 Tyrannosaur fire.
Oh my god. Okay, so this channel is Kentucky Ballistics. Big recommend for him. Go check him out.
Yeah, he's a fantastic dude. And you might actually know him because he's the one who had his 50 cal rifle explode on him. He didn't know he had counterfeit black market rounds. And let's just say they made the round a little too fucking spicy. And holy shit. The fact he survived is a miracle in and of itself because it actually sliced open his jugular and everything.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and he actually had to get fully, like, they literally had to chop him basically in half. So they had to, like, cut his entire rib cage open in half and everything. So he got told that, be careful working out, because if you overdo it, you might literally pop open.
So, is that for the rest of his life?
Well, that's what he said. He said, normally I'd say you're pretty much done for, but you, I feel like, are going to get back to it. And he said once he got back to doing, like, 300-pound lifts, I believe, but because he worked back up to it. He went real slow and careful. He said if he felt anything weird, he would stop lifting. He worked himself all the way back up to it, and now he's like, he's like, okay, now I feel comfortable enough to fire a 50 cal again, and now he's going to actually fire this. And this is wild.
This video here, this is after that incident.
This is after that incident.
Yeah, so remember when he couldn't fire it before and he had his father fire it?
Yeah.
That was the injury he was recovering from.
Jesus.
Yep.
Yeah.
And his father's a big old boy, too. Like,
Yeah, he knows.
This dude is jacked. This is for chat, because this is...
Oh, yeah.
This dude is fucking jacked. Kentucky Ballistics is jacked. His father is even bigger.
I know. Woo! All right, here we go. Safety is coming off. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, the way the gun just like leaves his grip and slams into his shoulder. Oof.
Yep. Boosh. Yeah, and I believe this is the one there's only 20 of these ever made in the entire world, and now he has one.
Nice.
So, yeah, this is kind of like the jewel of his collection.
Only 20 of these ever made because only 20 people on the planet will be able to fire this thing and fucking survive.
Well, it's
I'm
funny
pretty
you say
sure.
that, Free.
I'm pretty sure this is the same gun that you see in that video where like.
Bad thing.
Yeah, no, what? Am I stealing your thing?
Yes.
Well, too bad.
So if you've ever seen the Arab meme of a bunch of Arabs firing a gun and they go flying backwards and shit, that's this gun.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say is, yeah, that I'm pretty sure this is the same gun that those Arab dudes were shooting and they would just like fly back. Like one dude literally flies back and hits the plexiglass that
and breaks it. Actually,
yeah.
Yeah, that's the one you showed me.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Yeah, this.
Here you go.
Oh my god, he broke the glass.
Yep.
But this, by the way, this is multiple of them, all different ones.
I want to grab a comment to chat quickly. Has one of 20 bullets, and he just shot one? No, there's only 20 of the guns ever made.
Yeah, they have 10 of them were sent over to Africa for safari hunting because these things are designed to drop hippos and rhinos and shit like that. That's what they're designed for.
I thought they were designed to fucking drop T-Rexes. I want to go hunt a T-Rex.
Well, that was the joke. Was like we need something that's gonna stop a rhino or a bull or or not a bull, a rhino or an elephant or a hippo, something like that. Because you need them to stop if it's gonna be your life. And it's just like, oh my god, it is just wild.
The 5 bad Jurassic Park movies are bad because they didn't include this gun in it to take down a
Yes.
T-Rex.
Absolutely. If you were gonna have a specialist, the dude literally should have the hunter. He should have pulled out a fucking suitcase and had this in it. That would have been incredible. Would have
Wouldn't
been a
have
great
helped with the
reference.
Raptors in the first one, though.
No, but to be fair, in the first one, Muldoon uses a bazooka to blow them up. So
In the book.
in the book,
That was a great moment. Muldoon is great in the movies. He's even better in the book. He did not deserve his fate in the movies.
yeah,
Yeah.
And the funny thing too, a little bit of a spoiler for the book, but Gennaro, the lawyer, he's actually kind of heroic in the book because there's a lot of parts in the book where he's like completely afraid with what's going on, and he still steps up to the call almost every time. The only time he doesn't is like towards the end, and that's when they kind of force him to do it because he was like one of the investors of the island, and that's the only time he does it, when they're just looking into something for the sake of finding out the truth rather than it actually being necessary at that point. But every other time when they need someone to step up to like get things going or check on like the kids and Malcolm and Dr. Grant, he constantly steps up to the call, even though they make it clear that he's like very worried and concerned.
yeah. It's just weird because Hammond gets super glorified in the movie version, whereas in the books he's kind of a dickhead.
Yeah.
And he got what he
I'm
deserved with the compy.
Yeah, in the books he got what he deserved. I feel like he's a different character in the movie, though. Not so much that he's glorified, but he's more
That's fair.
sort of naive in the movies.
He feels more jolly and actual, like, I just want to be the Willy Wonka of this world kind of thing,
essentially, yeah.
But yeah, let's do 2 more of these guys and get back to the video.
Jesus. Den tjockare.
Oh my god. Incredible. Love it.
I still remember The Lost World, where the tech guy risks his life to save everyone, and he gets ripped apart and disregarded for the rest of the movie. He does such a great job saving everybody, and he's just forgotten after that. There's only one Jurassic Park movie. The other 5, I'll be covering them one day. Pagan has made sure of that.
Yeah.
What, you didn't like the Spinosaurus who could hear the fucking satellite phone from their stomach?
No, my favorite part was when Jeff Goldblum stabbed a
Fallout New
gigantic
Vegas has
bug on fire and threw it into a dinosaur's mouth that started shooting flames out of its mouth.
Oh, God.
I still gotta show you Fallen Kingdom and how awful that turd is.
We're saving that until I'm working on those fucking videos. Because
Okay.
having watched Dominion, that already really, really makes me want to make a movie on that, or make a video on that shit fucking movie. I've got enough stuff to deal with right now.
Yeah, I know we've talked a lot about how awful the mansion scenes are, but even before that, when they're on the island, there is some really bad stuff that happens on the island that's like, what the fuck? The lava scene in particular. Holy shit.
I've heard about the lava scene, and what I've heard kind of fills me with rage.
It's fucking bad.
Here's the wild thing, though. Clint, I kind of got to push back against that. The Lost World has some merit to it, but it also has the gymnastics scene. Gymnastics scene was the icing on the shit cake. the level of stupidity that happens, like the T-Rex being able to kill the people in the cabin of the boat.
Yeah, and then gets
the
back
shit's
into the
stupid.
fucking cargo somehow with the door
Yeah.
closed.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of stupidity in the movie, but I could see what he means that there's some merit to it. Like the tech guy saving everyone. That's a good like character thing.
It had
It's just him
potential.
dying and getting fucking torn apart the way he did and forgotten about. Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then I was thinking of the doctor bringing the wounded baby T-Rex into the fucking camp as it's crying and screaming and bleeding everywhere.
Oh god,
fair,
yeah.
It's like, what the fuck are you
That-
gonna do?
That is dumb, but to be fair, they also did that in the book.
Yeah, but holy shit, that is incredibly stupid.
Yeah. God, there was a lot of potential for that movie. Again, they should have just went more with what the book did. Like the book wasn't perfect, but it was better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you get a way better death scene for fucking Dodgson. Because what they did at Jurassic World Dominion was fucking pathetic.
Yeah. God, yeah, we don't even really get to see his death really. We just know that he gets like torn apart. Like we hear him screaming, I think that's about it.
Yeah. And they have the Dilos get him because they got Dennis Nedry in the first one, so it's like, look at who got him. It's the same dinosaurs as the guy he hired. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's fucking dumb. It would have been, you know what would have been a lot better? If he had actually had to go into the caves to try and escape, and there was a fucking baryonyx in the water, and it got him.
Mm.
And he gets like pulled underneath the water and shit. That would have been way better.
There's so many deaths you could have given that character that would have been way better.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
pretty much anything. It's hard to do worse than what we actually got.
Yeah, what we got was fucking awful. Holy shit, that movie was so fucking bad.
Man, that just reminded me of the poor guy who has the snake crawl down his shirt. He's like, "Oh, snake!" and he goes away from the wall and gets grabbed by the T-Rex and bitten, and then the waterfall turns into blood. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah,
What a
I really
fuck
like that
was
guy
that?
too.
Horrible-
Huh?
Which one was that?
That was
when they're all
in-
hiding in Lost World, and they're all hiding in the waterfall
World.
from the T-Rex.
Yeah,
I've only
and
watched
the
The Lost World once, and I don't remember much about it.
Oh God, there's this
yeah,
guy, and he didn't do anything wrong when the snake crawls into his pack, and he's like, "Oh, snake!" Oh! And he like bounces away from the wall, gets grabbed by a T-Rex, pulled up, and just crunching and bone snapping, and the waterfall.
yeah. It's the guy in the red plaid shirt who throughout the movie, in the straw hat, who throughout the movie was like the dino expert, and he's like a nerd when it comes to him, where he's talking about he uses like their scientific names, and the dude has to be like in English, you know, and then he says like what everyone knows, like the name of the thing to be in short, and he's also the one who's like explaining what a compy is, and the dude shocks it with a fucking shock baton, and he just has this look on his face like, what the fuck was that for?
I don't know, little shit probably deserved it.
Well, that
Yeah,
dude got
Carmen,
what was coming to him later in the movie when he
with all
fucking,
those other cops.
yeah, he kept shocking him. The one shows up in the bush that's like looking at him like it's just curious, and he shocks it, and he starts chasing it, and then he falls down a fucking hill, and a bunch of them show up, and he's like, "Uh-oh." And then they bite him, and then he gets that poison in him, and he just like falls over, and they rip his ass apart in the water in the stream.
Oh God. I mean, to be fair, yeah, the waterfall death was a better way to go, but it's kind of like some people that don't deserve it get the most cruel and fucking deaths in the Jurassic Park movies.
Oh my
Like
god, the fucking
babysitter.
yeah! I was just about to
It's
bring
just
up the
like-
babysitter.
It's just like, yeah, was she a bad babysitter? Sure, but Jesus Christ, she didn't deserve that.
Yeah.
Being grabbed and thrown in the air, and then falling almost to her death, but grabbed again, and then hover over the water tank to be bitten by a fucking super shark. a super shark gator thing. I remember what the dinosaur was called.
Oh, the fuck, why can't I think of it? It's right. I know what it is. Shit.
I remember from Jurassic World as Act 3. I remember vague bits and bobs, and they all piss me off.
Yeah, that's true.
But then again, I think the entire movie would piss me off if I were to rewatch it now.
Oh yeah, the mosasaur. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, the mosasaur.
Yeah, fair.
Did they call it that because it sounds like Moses?
It very
don't
well
know.
could be, Cree. I hate to break this to you, but the scientific community likes to name things random bullshit because they think it's funny or because they think it'll piss people off. And I kid you not, that's why. Like,
wait, is that an
there
actual
are a
creature?
there's a lot of
Yes, the mosasaur is the actual name for that dinosaur.
I don't know, because they started inventing fucking magical new dinosaurs out of fucking nowhere with these movies. Like the,
I know.
the Indominus Rex. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, but no, the mosasaur was an actual dinosaur that existed.
There was I think a Salmonella Academy who he did a video on like the random bullshit names that scientific community will assign things just because fuck you.
I know there's some dinosaur that was named after my favorite musician, actually, because the guy who discovered it was apparently listening to Dire Straits at the time.
What's that meme? Don't look up the dinosaur that has like 500 teeth or 900 teeth or something. Because of the name.
Is this a Lovecraft's cat situation?
Yes, it is.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's actually called that too. Well, it's because it was found in the the place. It's pronounced different.
I guess I know which dinosaur we're never going to see in Jurassic Park.
Oh no, it's
yeah, I'm not even going to attempt to actually say the name of it, but yeah, it only has one G, but it's hard to not pronounce it in a certain way.
Oh my god, that reminds me. Whenever Niger shows up, right, at like the Olympics or anything like that, and the leftists like will grab a screen cap of their athletes and be like, "That's fucking racist and offensive. How dare they label them that?" And then everybody has to point out, in the real world, it's a country, you dumbass.
You know what's funnier? That screen grab of a live soccer game of, I believe it was Nigeria versus Germany, and they abbreviated both to just 3 letters.
Brilliant.
Like, how do you not catch that?
Yeah, why don't you just swap those two teams around? I think you might want to do
The Gamersaurus, yeah.
My favorite dinosaur. Alright, we should get back to the video so we finish this today.
God, and you were afraid we'd have nothing to talk about with this video.
I meant with the video in particular. Our whole Jurassic Park tangent here has nothing to do with this video. It wouldn't count towards talking about the video.
Well, the gun part
fair.
did.
I mean, we were talking about a lot of the gun thing, and that did send us on a tangent to the 577 Tyrannosaurus.
Nah. 0 out of 5 bottle caps for this one. It's so ugly and unimmersive that I never use it. And I don't know why the developers decided to go with this goofy P90 knockoff when the real P90 itself was already present in previous games. In the same vein, 12.7mm pistol. It's got an alien look to it,
weird
too,
pistol
and it
look.
doesn't resemble any gun from real life. The only gun you can possibly compare it to is the Desert Eagle, seeing as they're both 50 caliber pistols with 7-round magazines. But that is where the similarities end.
Yeah, it is a weird fucking gun, that's for sure.
What's with that entire back part that's coming off?
I don't honestly know, because it recoils back like as if it's part of the bolt assembly. It's just it's just weird. It's just fucking weird.
Yeah, so because it has these vents on the side, it can't have a proper slide that moves back. So
Yeah.
it just has like the bolt come out of the gun, and that's like the handle for the bolt so you can charge it back into place.
It's just
It's
weird.
really weird looking though. I never liked the look of this gun. I always thought it was really stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't say I'm a big fan of it.
And then of course, obviously, the shell casings being fucking ginormous. Doesn't help.
Well, that's one of the universal things he said at the start.
Yeah.
If anything, the 12.7mm pistol looks most like a Nerf gun, especially with that goofy charging handle. Like that's literally something you would see on a Nerf blaster.
Yeah, it
What's really
is.
stupid though is that your character never operates the charging handle. This gun reuses animations from the 9mm,
Yep.
so your character presses down on a non-existent slide release.
Yep.
Or, excuse me, I mean safety. All around, it's an odd pistol, especially since it doesn't have a moving slide. Rather, it has that reciprocating bolt and charging handle, and the ejection port is right next to the grip instead of where the slide would be, just like the 12.7 SMG.
Yeah,
Oof.
that's I don't like that. It's one of those guns where just looking at it annoys the fuck out of me, like the Fallout 4 assault rifle, but not as bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
That
sad thing
charging
is
handle.
they probably wanted to do a Desert Eagle type weapon that's like really high caliber, but the problem is Bethesda added the 10mm pistol before, and it's in this game, and that's basically just like a pussified Desert Eagle in terms of the design.
Yeah,
Like it looks like the Desert Eagle, but it shoots 10 mil.
kind of. Yeah.
This gun is that I never use it, but I suppose it seems more functional than its SMG counterpart. Probably. I actually don't know if this design would work in real life.
It could, theoretically. Like, I would change the charging handle back. I would actually curve it the other way, so you could actually get a grip on it if you wanted to use it as a charging handle. But you could literally have the bolt and carrier system reciprocates. That's fine. The bullet, obviously, you need to make the ejection port an actual ejection port, not this weird fucking, like, double ejection port thing they've got going on here. It's fucking weird. It could work. The bullet feed, I don't know if it pinches off too much.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of
could
like
make
how you
it
could
work.
change this.
You could make it work in the real world. The other SMG, the 50 cal SMG, no, you physically could not make that function in the real world.
No. I
do
wonder
like
if you
that.
could turn it into like a bolt action pistol instead.
Ooh, like the well rod.
Yeah.
The first two games and tactics all had the actual Desert Eagle. Always thought it was goofy that they didn't bring it back again. And it could work in real life. It's definitely one of those, why would you do this designs, though?
Yeah, it's cursed. It would be a really cursed gun build if you did.
See,
Yeah.
that charging handle at the back, too, the way it's designed, it looks like you could get stuff caught in there very, very easily.
Yeah, especially when it slides forward, it definitely could. Yeah, I'm
that's
not a
what I mean.
fan of it. I'm not a fan of it. It is just goofy.
Yeah, it'd have to have some kind of delayed blowback. It'd have to. Because otherwise, then the question is, what prevents it from turning the charging handle into just a fucking projectile that shoots back and kicks you in the fucking face?
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't just add the Desert Eagle and just put some like bits on it to make it look slightly different.
I just thought of a thing with this. Like, maybe you could have this charging handle and then have... So you have the barrel itself, and you have the shroud over the barrel, but you would have to bring like the spring all the way to the front end of the barrel. See, I'm not explaining this very well. Basically, the charging handle and everything would actually have to connect to a system that's in the shroud itself as well. That'd be the only way I would see being able to stop the recoil from kicking it all the way back into your fucking face.
Ooh, that'd be an interesting idea. What about a pistol where you have to like unlatch the top of it? It kind of like that thing we were talking about, or that I showed a picture of earlier, where you lift up the top half like an LMG, and then you load it from there, and then you bring that down and lock it instead.
So,
And that would explain why the slide doesn't move.
So kind of like a break barrel shotgun sort of deal, or like like you said, like that. Yeah, pop it open in half, put in a single round, close it, fire it.
Well, it wouldn't even have to be a single round, just like a magazine well inside of it that you load the thing into, and it like locks in place. So it would be like a 7-round mag that you load in from like a top loading pistol that you break open, and like an LMG, and you load that in, and then you bring that back down and lock it in place, and then you fire it.
Maybe.
That'd be interesting.
I don't know. I don't think I could. I don't think I would be able to teach them. Like I could teach them how real guns work to an extent, but there are people way more knowledgeable than I am. I do want to try to get my gunsmithing license and everything, though. I figured just a guy's gonna put a thing in afterwards, so I was.
There we go. Yeah, I'm starting to not like summer. I'm getting pretty fed up at this point. And I'm the opposite. I only like fall and spring. I hate summer and winter.
I like every other season except for summer. And specifically when it's a summer that has a lot of humidity.
I was muted.
Oh no, Cree was muted for that. He was just basically saying he hates summer.
Yeah, fuck summer. I despise summer. Worst fucking season. Fall is alright. Fall is like that guy you kind of know who's like kind of cool, but you don't like. There's something just off about him, and you're not 100% on like, you know. Then
like
winter
how
is
you've
cool.
Personified these seasons.
Winter is really great. I love winter. Best season. Spring is nothing more than the miserable fucking death march towards summer. So it can go fuck itself too.
I'm fine with spring because it's still cool out and everything. Lots of nice breezes and usually lots of rainstorms.
I love spring. I love fall. Winter is meh. It's just a little too cold to do anything, and everything is dead. And I don't mind that for a bit, but after a while, it just gets old. Summer looks nice, but man, it's so fucking hot. That's why I like spring, because it looks nice, but it also is nice weather as well. Whereas summer is just, it looks nice, but it fucking melts you. It's just awful.
Apparently, I missed mechanical number. I'm fucking up your name. I'm very sorry. Apparently, I missed your super chat. I'm going to get that after I get just a guy from Alabama's because I didn't finish it. And the part I did read, I was muted for. So $1 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I can't wait for summer to end. Same, fuck summer. Not only is my house under constant assault by ants and flies, but fuck the heat. I would much rather have 30-degree weather than 90-degree weather. Being someone who knows Celsius better than Fahrenheit, I much prefer fucking -10 as opposed to +15.
Fair.
Alright, let's grab that super chat. $5 from Mechanical Numbarari. God, that's hard to pronounce. Barrairo? Numbariro. Okay, I'm still fucking that up, but that's the best I can do. Hey,
Yeah, I'm
fellas.
having trouble as well.
I live in California, so I can only pick one. Which would you prefer? Hollow sights or laser?
It depends.
Mm,
Laser is really good for close in, right? But you have to train yourself to actually look for the laser. So you got to do the same thing with the hollow sight. If you get a hollow sight or a red dot sight, you actually have to train yourself to find the dot. I'd say if you're using it for using it for hunting or anything like that, I would do the hollow sight. If you're keeping it for self-defense, much more likely to use the laser sight for close in. But again, you're gonna have to train yourself either way. No matter what platform you get, it's gonna need lots of training to make sure you're competent with it when, or I should say, if the time comes that you need it.
yeah, I would probably say Hollow Sight over the laser, but the laser would still work.
Alright, if that's it then, let's get back to the video, because we're not even halfway through this, and we've been going for
Fair.
nearly 5 hours.
I'll give it 1 bottle cap because I hate it quite as much as the SMG. And besides,
That's
if the devs really wanted a 50 caliber pistol, then they should have just went with the iconic Desert Eagle, especially since it was already present in previous games. For
Yeah,
the next
agree.
one, let's spin the wheel to pick which gun we're covering next.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
boy, would you look at that? It's sponsor
It's a sponsor
time.
time. Unfortunately, we're gonna be skipping this one.
Oh, one thing I will say, if you get a Hollow Sight or a Reflex Sight, make sure it's parallax free and make sure it's not like some cheap $30 piece of shit because, yeah, no, they don't fucking work. Get a good one. Don't be afraid to spend like $100 for a good Hollow Sight because if you get the cheap one, it's gonna be basically useless.
Yep. I mean, then as you said, if the situation matters and you don't think you're going to be able to focus enough for it, that's why you practice with it. That's why you go to the range so much. Is you go there because you're trying to build it into muscle memory. Because you don't want to have to think about it. You don't have to struggle with it or anything. You just want it to be a reflex at that point.
Yeah.
Your body knows what to do, so it does it. Right? So it's the same thing. But if you feel like that even in that situation, you're still going to struggle with that, then you could absolutely use the laser sight is better. Because laser sight is literally, it's on the thing, pull the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, you just have to train yourself to look for the laser sight. You got to look for that dot.
Yeah. And for people who are probably in chat right now being like, oh, well, when would you ever actually need to do that and shit like that? It's like, just look at what happened in our state, in Indiana. The guy who took down a mass shooter before he had a chance to really do anything because he reflexively pulled out his pistol. And from how far was it? 10 yards? What further?
40 feet.
Yeah, 40 feet.
Insanely impressive.
Tight
the amount of
grouping,
accuracy he
really
had.
tight grouping. He missed what, 2 shots out of like the 10 he took or something, and dropped that dude.
Yep. That is fucking impressive.
Yeah,
That
it was
distance
very
in a
impressive.
situation where adrenaline is going to be fucking peak because you got a piece of shit liberal came in to fucking kill as many people as he could. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
then the
God
fact that
he didn't obey that fucking shitty ass constitutional infringement bullshit of gun-free zone. Thank God.
And then everyone went after him because, oh my God, he had a gun in a gun-free zone. He was no better than the mass shooter. Shut the fuck up. Actually kill yourself, you fucking pieces of shit. God, I hate that shit so much. Drops a mass shooter, saves potentially hundreds of people's lives, and then they go after him because he had a gun in a gun-free zone. He shouldn't have had that. Yeah, well, you know what? Neither should that have mass shooter, and he did. Thank God he fucking told that law to go fuck itself.
It wasn't even a law. It was just like a rule of this fucking mall. It's just so fucking stupid. I hate these gun-free zone nonsense.
It just makes you a target. I don't understand this gun-free zone bullshit. I'd rather the employees just have guns than... Same thing with schools. I would much rather things be how they were back... When I was in school, teachers had guns. One of my teachers literally kept a pistol in his fucking desk drawer, and he would clean it in front of us. Yeah. He also had knives. He also had hunting knives that he would clean. And he mostly did that to make us be quiet because it scared the kids. But he had them, and it was totally normal, and it was fine. And like nobody felt like they were gonna fucking die. But now it's like, are teachers having guns in school? No, that's basically a prison. We can't do that. The kids are much better off just getting shot to death. Shut the fuck up.
Remember, if someone wants to kill you, just say no. They can't legally do so after that.
God, yeah, like a fucking insane cope of like, if all guns are illegal, gun advocates are like, if you make guns illegal, what am I gonna do when the criminal pulls out a gun on me? Well, the fuck, guns are illegal. What gun is he gonna pull? It's like, they're fucking criminals, dumbass. They already don't obey the law.
Yeah, Chicago is already proof that shit doesn't work. You're not allowed to own guns in Chicago. Guess what? Lots of people own guns in Chicago. Those people will be the ones who pull it out on you.
Even
Jesus
better,
Christ.
As the courts have always found, because you have the right against self-incrimination, only the criminals would be allowed under the law to disobey the law. It's the fucking catch-22 of only the criminals have the protection of law in a lot of these situations, which is fucking dumb.
Yep.
Anyways, we can get back to the video.
Yeah.
Yep.
Back to reality for a bit with the 9mm SMG. It's based on the M3 grease gun, and the gun itself is a very solid representation. There's not much wrong with it, but it does have several differences from the real-life M3. The OG grease gun is chambered in 45 ACP, but in New Vegas, it's using 9mm. That's not necessarily an issue, though.
The grease gun also unfairly gets maligned in the real world because everybody's like, oh, the Thompson is way better. Yeah, the Thompson also costs 10 times as much to manufacture. To make the Thompson is expensive as shit, and the Thompson was a World War I weapon. We needed a World War II weapon. And this is definitely was a really, really good fucking weapon, for sure.
I will say, having seen the image of the real-life version of this, I definitely like the way that looks better than the in-game version.
The barrel.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I like the extended barrel.
And I get the in-game version is a bit rusted and stuff because it was made like 200 years ago, but there's still some differences that I like the original better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And again, it's just this. It just unfairly gets maligned so much in the real world because the grease gun, it doesn't look as sexy as the Thompson. I'll agree with that. The Thompson looks fucking amazing. But the grease gun is like a godsend for the efficiency of its usage, for the cost to produce it. Fantastic. Same reason why the Sten gun is so fucking good.
Yep.
Same reason why the MP40 is so fucking good.
Though, because some have been converted to 9mm. The barrel on this and the fire rate is much faster than the real grease gun. You could say that this is a unique variant of the M3, or maybe everyone in the...
Also, for anyone wondering, yes, the grease gun is an open bolt gun. So what that means is the bolt is back and it's in the firing position, and the bolt will then travel forward, strip a cartridge out of the magazine, and as the cartridge gets locked into the barrel, at that exact moment, the bolt will have smacked it with enough force, just from inertia alone, that it'll set it off. So, that's open bolt versus closed bolt. Closed bolt are what you normally see for pistols, right? The pistol slide isn't all the way back, it's forward. That's a closed bolt system. Or the AR platform, or the AK. Those are closed bolt systems.
Or maybe every Slam just likes to modify it. But at the same time, I do think it would make more sense if these unique modifications only apply to the Vicky and Vance variant, while the standard version should remain true to the real grease gun. Either way, I can't say it's a... The only real issue are the animations. For some reason, your character holds it one...
Yeah, which is weird. You're supposed to actually grab it by the magazine well and the magazine itself.
Yeah, I
Which is
always
something
have to
you're not
use.
supposed to do with the MP40, by the way. You're supposed to grab the magazine well on the MP40 or hold it underside. You're not supposed to grab the magazine. And a lot of German soldiers, when they weren't trained with it, would pick up an MP40 and they would grab the magazine and they would accidentally crush it.
Meh.
Oops. Now the weapon won't feed.
Oof. Yeah, I always have to get animation mods specifically for this gun because
Yeah,
I don't like the way you hold it with like two hands on the fucking grip like it's a pistol. Ooh, it bothers me so much.
And this animation right here in third person is really bugging me too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not good. Hitman's animation for this gun is really good. When you pull it out, you actually extend the stock out of the little
Yeah, the wire
thing it
frame
has
looks-
there. You pull that out and you actually hold it by the mag and the mag well. And you do the finger thing.
Yeah, I love when the attention to detail is on there. Again, I'll give some games a pass on it because New Vegas is trying to be a simulator game, but I appreciate when people go into that detail. At least New Vegas gets right that you stick your fucking finger in there and pull the bolt.
Yeah.
like a pistol. Even when aiming, they put their offhand definitely not how you hold this gun. You should be placing your offhand on the magwell. Also, the bolt isn't properly animated. It never moves when firing, but at least it is depicted as an open bolt firearm. The only other thing to note is that the stock
So there is one other error here, and it's the
on the magwell.
You can see on the dust cover there's actually supposed to be a little thing, a little leg that sticks up off that dust cover. That goes in to either be used as a safety, you can close the dust cover now, and the bolt physically cannot travel forward, or just as a normal lockup, when the bolt is forward, it will actually, it hooks into, or not hooks into, but it sits into the valley where you actually have to stick your finger in to rack the bolt to begin with. So it's missing a thing on the dust cover as well.
The bolt isn't properly animated. It never moves when firing, but at least it is depicted as an open bolt firearm. The only other thing to note is that the stock clips into your forearm. Some may call it a bug, but if you ask me, it's probably a cybernetic enhancement. If the grease gun is fused into your arm on purpose, for controlling the recoil, of course. Now that is some deep lore, and I would personally love to have a grease gun permanently fused into my forearm. So in the end, I give the 9mm SMG 3.5 out of 5 bottle caps.
Fair.
Oh, so you want to be a Securitron then? Because that's basically what they have. They basically have a grease gun built into their hand.
And then here, of course, the Thompson.
Yeah, the Thompson.
Take a look at another certified American classic,
Oh.
the M1.
Again, it's not hard to see which of the two, the grease gun versus the Thompson, looks better. It's the fucking Thompson. I'm sorry, especially if you get the
looking gun.
Especially if you get the Marine Corps version of the Thompson or the civilian version of the Thompson, which let me grab
The profile is just so iconic. It's
especially
you know exactly what you're looking at.
Is it a drum mag? The one that it's classically portrayed with?
Yeah, so it has a drum mag on the.
But it also has a beautiful foregrip as well.
Mm-hmm.
Which again, like if you can get it, that's the thing. If you can get it, and the Marines like to use the full drum mag one because it's more firepower. It's more stuff to use. But this picture will actually become relevant because he's going to talk about another weapon that is actually based off of this variant as well. But see, that's the M28 variant, Tom.
Yeah, the Chicago typewriter variant.
Mm-hmm.
I love that foregrip. It is so good, and I love that it like is attached to the end of the receiver below the barrel, and there's like that gap there. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
It just adds to the profile even more.
It just looks fucking good. It
Yeah,
really does.
it's so good. I love the Thompson.
It's. I don't know if for everyone else, but for me, this is like one of the most iconic guns ever. Like,
Mhm.
it's one of the things that comes to mind when you say gun. Because it's just so. Just, like, so many shows and movies associate them with, in particular, like, 1920s and 30s gangsters, you know?
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, its portrayal in like mobster movies and stuff like that just like cemented its place in American culture and history.
Yeah. Brutally effective too, but expensive as shit to manufacture.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is a different variant of it. The military, specifically the army, wanted a redesign, which is what we see, the redesigned version, which is the A1 variant, which is the what designation? Was the M3 A1?
I don't know.
Rattle 'em, boys.
Yeah, rattle 'em, boys. Now keep in mind, this thing was not very accurate up to a certain point. This thing was meant for close to medium range. It was not meant for anything past that. It is not that accurate, but it is good at close range.
No, the grease. I forgot the grease gun is the M3, and this was the specific M28 A1.
Um, 5-month membership message from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. A gripe I have with New Vegas is that you can't have Veronica as a companion when siding with Mr. House. I understand why, but I like Veronica in House. And Clint Beastwood in chat, amazing fucking name by the way, responds to that saying, you can absolutely have Veronica as a companion for the House ending. Complete both of her quests and convince her to leave the Brotherhood, and she'll stay as your companion. Oh.
Yeah. Rex got what the difference was. So the M1A1 is the Thompson we have in game, and the M28A1 is the one that has the top charging handle, not the side charging handle.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Or as it's called in game, the 45S recreation of the M1A1 Thompson, and the gun itself looks absolutely beautiful. But there are some glaring issues. For some reason, the rear sights are flipped down, and you can't use them, so you're stuck only aiming with the front sight. It really makes you think why they bothered modeling the rear sights, just to make them unusable. Also, this gun
And at first, I had a first thought of it because I didn't think about that at first. Because again, you're not really worrying about sight alignment and which you would be in the real world. And I was like, maybe because they didn't want you to look through the peep sight, maybe for gameplay reasons. But I'm like, but no, they have tons of other rifles and weapons in this game that you do look through the peep sight. So that can't be the reason why they just forgot to flip the sight up for some reason.
Yeah. Because, man, I hate the peep sight for the cowboy repeater. I always have to remove that thing. I can't stand it.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this gun reuses animations from the riot shotgun, and there's not anything necessarily wrong with that. Your character's hand clips right through the handguard and barrel, which is not very immersive. It's also depicted as a closed bolt gun, but in reality, the Thompson is open bolt. But worst of all, you can equip it with drum magazines. You see, The M1A1 Thompson doesn't accept drums. That's exclusive to the M1921 and 28 models. But
Yep, which again the Marine Corps liked the drum mags. So for jungle fighting, they would use drum mags. Not all of them, but you actually get to see it. You do get to see both versions used in a World War II film called Wind Talkers. Fantastic movie. The Marine Corps campaign on, I think it was the Saipan attack that they were going for. And the one sergeant, at the beginning of the movie, he is using an M28 A1, so he actually has the drum magazine and everything. And then later in the movie, he instead gets issued with the M1A1 for the actual invasion force. When he was out on recon with his unit that got ambushed, he was using the drum mag version. And I like that as a neat touch.
But in all seriousness, it is possible for a gunsmith to make that modification, so I'm not really too torn up about it. I'm more worried about the lack of quality control. The 45 SMG could have been perfect, but ultimately it lacks polish. Overall though, it's not too bad, and it does look really good in third person, so I'll give it 3 bottle caps. I really don't see why the Thompson was lacking such polish though.
See, this, I genuinely do. Like, look at that. I think that's a fantastic looking laser weapon. I really do.
I really like the laser RCW in this game.
That is just so fucking stylish. It really is.
And again, I love Hitman's animations that he does for the guns, especially for this one. The way you pop the recycling or the electron charge pack out of the gun in his mod is just so fancy. I love it. You feel like a mobster when you do it. It's just so good. I fucking love it. I love the animation that he did with it.
Spenjack18 says, hot take, drum mags are just bad. I can agree to an extent. Drum mags, in and of themselves, if you get a good quality one, is fine. Until you have to reload. And then the nightmare begins. Now, that's if the drum mag in itself is fine and doesn't have feed problems and winding issues and timing. Like that, if it works fine, then your only big headache is actually trying to reload the damn things. Otherwise, stick mags or standing mags are way, way better in like every regard. Honestly,
yeah. I like drum magazines, but oof, they can be real pains in the ass, especially if they're cheap. Oof, they love to pop open. They love to pop open and spill your fucking pricey ammo all over the ground.
Yeah.
What about a magazine that's shaped like the letter L?
Oh god, I can't believe that exists.
I hate that thing too.
I didn't think that was real, but
it's real.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Or as somebody jokingly called in chat, the J-Mag. But no, yeah, like for this, I would much rather use that. Or if you want high magazine capacity or high round count, get a drum, or not a drum mag, get a box mag. Have belt fed box mag. There's nothing wrong with belt fed machine guns.
Yeah.
They're fucking solid. Yeah, Ian McCollum has done drum mags before, and one of his things was the timings. Because people, the drum magazines are so fucking sensitive, and if you overwind it, oh my god. Or you underwind it, and it stops feeding you ammunition after like half of it, because you didn't wind it all the way. They're just so much hassle. Like I said, if you get everything right and your drum mag is running fine, you've made sure all of them are wound properly and everything, and it's gonna feed, and it doesn't have any jams or problems. One of the rounds doesn't magically get tipped over and just fuck up the whole system. Then the big pain in the ass is actually reloading them. But oh my god, no! I would so much rather use a stick mag or a standing mag, or if I want high round capacity, I'd get a fucking box mag with fucking belt fed.
Yeah, I think the box mag would be the best. They're just so good. I love belt fed stuff. Even did you ever see the belt fed 22 video where like the dude's just like and he like cutting shit in half with it. It's hilarious. I love that video. Yeah, he's got like a little belt-fed machine gun that fires 22 rounds, and it is hilarious.
Coffin mags are interesting. So Spenjack is talking about quad stack mags. Coffin mags are kind of the same thing where instead of having just a single stack, which means all the bullets are in one line, double stack is the bullets are off center of each other, so you can fit more in. Then you can get triple stack coffin mags and stuff like that, where you have multiple rows of either single stack or double stack that then feed into one stack to go in. Genuinely very interesting, and usually pretty simple to reload, more so than people think. Loading belts does suck, but man oh man, there's that 20mm grenade launcher that the South African army was developing or designing. I can't remember the developer's name, the designer's name, but the fact that he got that work with a belt-fed system and everything, and they're 20mm grenades that actually have really good flight arcs, like really flat trajectories, is really nice.
Yeah, it's also just fun to watch belt-fed machine guns just feed. I don't know. There's just something mesmerizing about them. I love it. Like, yeah, loading them is a pain in the fucking ass, but I just love belt-fed stuff. I really like it. It's why I'm so sad that the LMG in New Vegas is not that. It has a box bag, but not belt-fed, and it just looks weird. And it's like a weird combination of an M60 machine gun and an M249, and it just doesn't look right. Like, it's not as bad as the Fallout 4 fucking...
My audio just died. Hold on. Hold on. Say something?
Testing? Can you hear
Yeah,
it?
you hear us now?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I was trying to go into my sound settings to check to see if my microphone volume got lowered there. And, like, you just suddenly cut out.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna try it again.
What is the worst kind of magazine or feeding system for a firearm, in your opinion? Oh, worst kind. There are some pretty dire ones back in history. I'm thinking probably the original Gatling gun, pure gravity belt fed, that would swap between the lanes, and they were basically like big stick mags that you had to put in the top of it and then wiggle them so that they would actually feed.
Whoa.
What happened?
Kree's mic just got sucked into a jet engine.
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried turning it up, and I saw that
Whoa.
the background noise from my computer just went crazy on OBS, so I turned it back down.
I have to turn you down now. You are super loud for me now.
Really? Because I have it back down to where it was before.
No, you are really loud for me. I had to turn you down to like from 90 to 70.
Jesus.
Yeah.
God, I don't know. It's the worst loading system ever, right?
Well, apparently you fixed your issue because people are saying you sound better now.
Yeah. Okay.
Woo! The Hotchkiss machine gun strips. Why leave the ammo exposed in the muddy battlefield of World War One? Yeah, pretty rough. It's the same thing when they up cartridged the Shoshaw for the Americans, and then they turned them into the most unreliable, miserable fucking weapons in existence. Why? I don't know why. I understand the Americans didn't want to have to retool their manufacturing for a different cartridge, but Jesus fucking Christ, if it makes the gun non-fucking functional, just bring the fucking BAR over, you bunch of idiots. But hey, the Marine Corps carried the day, so fuck them, I guess.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so Rex just sent me a couple of pictures. Yeah, this was... which game was this in? So the 12.7 pistol was in one of the previous Fallout games, but the mag didn't go into the handle. It had like a little port for the magazine itself in the pistol. Hold on, I'll post it here.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
That looks a lot better for loading the bullets and everything for sure.
yeah. So they basically just brought it back from another Fallout game.
Probably Fallout 2 if I had to guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is Fallout 2. And it was called the 14 millimeter pistol. Ah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm still not a big fan of it. It's still not something I'd go with in a game that I was making.
Well, I mean, the 14.7 would be 50 cal, but it's weird that it's called the 14 millimeter pistol.
Yeah. God, I actually was playing with a mod that had a 14 millimeter pistol in it for Fallout, and it actually looked really good, but I can't remember what mod it was or what it looked like now, but I remember liking it a lot. Like, I used it over everything else because it looked so good.
Though, because part the laser RCW is basically flawless. It's a future
Yeah, and it has Picatinny railing too. Like, this thing is just great modularity, looks fantastic. Picatinny railing so that you can actually like put proper sights on and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Recoil, like the fact that it recoils though could be weird, but you could assume that the charge going through needs to be discharged somehow, and maybe that's causing the recoil. Because normally a laser weapon shouldn't recoil, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you could really explain the recoil even with that excuse. It's weird.
Actually, maybe you could do it because maybe you're igniting the gas system of it. Like maybe this is a chemical laser and not a light-based laser. So you're igniting a chemical concoction. That could explain some recoil. I don't think this extreme of it, but that could have something to do with it.
Maybe. Isn't that basically what the plasma weapons are, though?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's not a huge deal, but it is a little odd.
laser weapon which uses the Thompson as this gun is mad drippy. It's drippy.
He should have said this gun fucks. This gun fucks hard. And I would have agreed.
It's definitely one of the most aesthetic guns in the entire game. And unlike the 45 SMG, this one doesn't have any clipping issues, and the iron sights.
Yeah, this is fair. I'm glad he put this up on the screen, though, to be like, hey, ignore this. It's FOV. He turned his FOV way up. And it's the same thing happens in almost every game. If you turn your FOV up and games aren't, like, properly set up for it, you'll get this where you'll see his left arm just kind of vanishes into nothingness.
Alright, now since this is a laser weapon, I can't really speak on how this gun would.
Holy fucking shit. Jesus Christ. Alright, now I'm making an executive decision here. There is a level of fucking racism. That
I was
like, Jesus
saying
Christ,
that in
you're
chat.
an unhinged leftoid.
Yeah.
What a thing to come back to.
Yeah, that was Jesus Christ. What a piece of shit.
Yep. Hopefully you never come back.
Yeah, please don't.
Would work. All I know is that laser gun go pew pew pew, and it's very cool. I do think it's unnecessary to have the entire drum mag fused into the weapon when you're only reloading the fusion cell.
I disagree.
Yeah, but at least that you could say is like part of like the system to actually make the weapon fire. But yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I have no issue with the drum mag being a part of the weapon.
Yep.
Yeah.
But again, like I'm just thinking like that could just be that's your like logical reason, right, for why it would actually do that.
More weight and has no function. It's also a little disappointing.
Well, again, you can't say it has no function because
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know how the laser weapons actually work.
And the fact that it's using the electron charge pack as well, which typically is only used for like the Gatling laser and the Tesla rifle thing, whatever that, the Tesla cannon. It's like, yeah, maybe it needs a larger system in place for it to even like not destroy the gun, basically. Maybe it has to go through like a process that dilutes it slightly so that it can actually work on this type of platform. Because the fact that the only other weapons that uses it is a literal cannon and a Gatling laser, yeah. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that there's no function.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And, yeah,
that's
Chaplin-
just a very
Go ahead.
weird statement to me because it's technology that literally does not exist, so we can't say how it does or doesn't work.
Yeah. Yeah, Chaplin, I know he's doing it the whole time, but again, I'm much more free speech oriented, but comes a point when it's literally just constant racial like hatred over and over and over again. It's like, okay, yeah, no, there's
Yeah.
nothing of value is going to come from this anymore. Goodbye.
Yeah, we can look past some stuff, but when it's literally just that's all you're doing in chat is being a racist asshole, then no, fuck it. Just go away.
Yeah. Because again, light is the best disinfectant. He was just making himself look like a retarded ass clown the whole time, right? But when it just gets to be that much over and over again, it's like, yeah, there's nothing else of value here. Just buy. You've already proven that you're a fucking idiot. So.
Pointing that any sights on it, even though it has a Picatinny rail system. Like, what's even the point of having the rails on it then? What a tease. But you know what?
I do agree with that. The fact you
Yeah.
can't put sights on it, but you have Picatinny railing is like, yeah, that's a big fucking tease right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let me put a fucking ACOG or even just a hollow sight on that bad boy.
Yeah.
What? An oozes so much style.
And see, this is what I mean right here. Look, you can look through the peep sight on this.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't they do it for the Thompson?
That is so weird. Yeah, the fact that it was here for this gun, because keep in mind, the RCW was in the game first. The Thompson came with the DLC. So, yeah, it's weird that it's flipped up here, but then on the Thompson, it's not. That's, ooh.
Yeah.
It's a perfect rating of 5 bottle caps.
I agree
The
with the
only
rating,
thing that
though.
could possibly
I
be
do.
wrong with it is that it's depicted as having recoil. But I'll let you guys debate about whether or not laser guns should have recoil in the comments.
Like I said, I can theorize how you could get a recoil out of a laser system, especially because this is supposed to not just be a laser sight, right? It's supposed to be an actual, like, have military use or have, like, a weapon use in it. So I could see using chem lasers and stuff like that. Maybe the combustion process to form a laser would cause a kickback on it or something. But, you know, that's just me speculating because these don't exist in the real world, so we don't know what would happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they might have put the sight down because they might have had it for the RCW and then didn't really like that you had to look through the peep sight, so they just decided, well, let's just put it down but still be a part of the model for the Thompson.
Yeah.
That way our players can actually see what they're shooting at better. Because in game, you know, you don't really need the peep sight. The sights work fine regardless, so you don't need to do it for the game. So it was probably for gameplay reasons where they were like, well, we want people to be able to actually see what they're shooting at.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking.
Did you look at that? The next gun is also a Thompson.
This is another gun that people don't think is real, but no, it is real, and it is
Mhm.
funny as fuck. It's
Yeah.
the what is it? The fuck, it's like the 150 or something like is the name of it or whatever, or the 180.
Yeah, I don't know the proper name for it. I just know it's the 22 SMG, which is what I've just always called it.
Yeah, but I think it's like the American 180 or something, or the 150, something like.
Yeah.
I mean, excuse me, it's called the American 180.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my
the
god.
American 180.
Yeah, and the American 180 is a real fucking gun, and it is funny as fuck
Yeah.
because it sounds like angry bees, like a fucking hornet. That's just,
I will say
I just love that it has a pie mag on the top of it. I just love that.
yeah, and the reason they call it it's the 180, but I think it only holds 150 rounds technically. I think, but yeah, it's just funny. It is just fun.
I've got two things to say on this. Number one, I'm not a fan of the Pie Mag. I don't like the look of it. But between the two guns on screen, I do like the real life version better than the in-game version.
Yeah, I do too. It looks a little bit more like a Thompson.
Hang on, you don't.
And also, the in-game one looks like it has that square barrel thing going on.
It's because the in-game one is a suppressor around the entire thing.
Yeah, it has an integrated suppressor, so it's always silenced.
Yeah, if you think that's the Pie Mag, there's a machine gun that's jokingly called the Pie.
Yeah,
There you go. The
I think
DP-28, baby.
I think it does look a lot better on other guns than it does here. It does look a little goofy here, but I do still like that it's a Pie Mag on a fucking 22 SMG. This is the one I really like, the one that you just linked. This is the one with the Pie Mag on it. I love this thing. I've always loved this gun.
Let me just get this on screen for chat. So big.
Just imagine you're carrying around these massive dinner plates so you can reload your fucking machine gun.
I just love the little thunk to get him in there, you know? Just like line it up and whack, just hit it on the top.
That is of most games that have the DP-28 in it, they have that, well, they'll line it up and they'll jiggle it a little bit to get in place, and then they just go, smack!
Yeah,
And
I love that.
Sure it locks.
I fucking love that.
So big, Creetosis 2023. Wow!
Clip it, chat.
No!
The 22 SMG. It does indeed look a lot like a Thompson, but it's just chambered in 22, and it has a big fat drum magazine on top. The gun itself is a pretty good representation of the 180, but there are some differences. The most obvious part is that this one doesn't have a stock, but there's no problem with that,
weird.
seeing as it's a 22. In this case, the lack of recoil in New Vegas actually makes this gun behave very realistically.
Those are some
However,
long
the first-person
fucking 22
animations still
rounds.
show the gun recoiling, but that's because this recoil animation is copy-pasted on every automatic firearm. Besides that, it's also got an integral suppressor instead of the default barrel, so that leads me to believe this is either a unique variant or a Bubba 180. Now,
Bubba! Bubba the shit out of it, baby.
Now that I'm seeing it from different angles, yeah, the barrel isn't square. It just really looked like that from a direct side view. It looked hard square from that view.
Which you can do barrels like that so long as the actual hole for the barrel itself is still rounded.
Unless you're doing a shotgun, of course.
Yeah, but it just adds weight.
A shotgun that uses fucking 50 cal rounds in it for some reason. Now, to be fair, so before anybody, because somebody might know this, there are actually 50 cal rounds that are designed to be shotguns.
Oh my
They're
god.
called rat shot.
Yeah.
Rat
50.
shot.
Yeah, 50 BMG rat shot. It's really stupid.
It is incredibly stupid, but also hilarious overkill.
So that is an ironic name then.
Because hold on.
Because I assume buckshot is for shooting deer, birdshot is for shooting birds.
Rat
shot being a 50 cal, surely that's ironic.
I don't know if it is.
There you go. Free rat shot 50 BMG.
Yeah, that's it right
Oh.
there.
Yep.
For rodents of unusual size. Nice reference. I love that.
Yeah.
God, these
RO
things would be
what about
right
the
at home.
ROUSs? What's of usual size? I don't think they exist. Right.
These things would be right at home in fucking New Vegas then, because they make the same fucking reference and have giant rats. So it would make sense to have fucking rat shot, fucking anti-material rifle, hunting
Hagen.
rats with an anti-material rifle and rat shot. That'd be great.
Remember that channel I showed you on YouTube where his videos are nothing but him going to different farms in the area at night with a fucking night vision scope and shooting rats with his BB gun and killing them?
Oh my god.
Dude, it is strangely fucking hypnotic putting those videos on. They're great.
That's that strangely hypnotic of the shoot environments or whatever, explode environments or whatever.
Almost, but much less gory.
I just love when they put that on. They couldn't believe they're like, oh my god!
What's that channel called? It sounds awesome. Let me double check that because I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head. But it is a channel I subscribed to. Let's see. This
You could chamber a 50 BMG in a shotgun and fire, but don't. Same thing for the flare gun thing. You can technically do it in a flare gun as well. Don't try.
Oh god, where's the channel? I didn't think I subscribed to that. Oh, The Rat Buster. That's what he's called. The Rat Buster.
Nice.
There are spaces in the name. Those are 3 individual words. They're not together. No capitals. Yeah. I haven't watched one of his videos in a while, but when I first watched that channel, I watched like a dozen of those videos because, like, it's all literally the same thing. Him just shooting rats at night and sometimes commenting on it. And, again, they're with BBs, so it's enough to kill them, but not instantly in most cases, so they twitch a bit. It's a little bit grim in that regard. But, yeah, it is an interesting channel.
God.
I'm noticing a lot of people think that the thumbnail was Fisto. It's not Fisto.
I saw that earlier, yeah.
Yeah, well, I people in my server thought it was Fisto as well, and I'm like, no, it's just the Protectron that sells you stuff for the gun runners.
Yeah, it's Vendatron.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, Pagan, your entire server's filled with degenerates.
Yeah, I know. I can't help it. It's a porn server. It's gonna have degenerates in it.
Yeah. My server is filled with people just on the line of being fed posts.
For sakes, it spits out 5.56 casings instead of 22.
Yes.
Probably
Which
because
weird
the
as fuck.
developers never got around to making a 22 casing. The magazine capacity on this thing is also completely wrong. In-game, it holds 180 rounds, but this magazine only holds 165. Turns
Ooh, 165 I was off. I thought it was 150 was the max. But hey, there you go.
out it's not called the 180 because it holds 180 rounds. It's false advertisement, I know. The gun doesn't have a safety or a fire selector either, so you may accidentally mow down everyone in the casino if you're not careful. Don't worry, I've already contacted my lawyers and I will be suing. Really.
This guy has a lot of good jokes in his video, too.
He really does. And it's the deadpan way a lot of the jokes are told, too, that just makes them better.
Yeah, it's kind of like Seth. I can never pronounce the other part of his name. Zentak. Or, fuck, there's other YouTubers I can't remember off the top of my head who present jokes in just that deadpan way that just really works. Oh, the dude who does those, an inaccurate retelling of videos, or whatever it's called, where...
Yeah, Maxor.
Yeah.
Yeah, an inaccurate retelling or like an inaccurate summary of Bloodborne and stuff like that, or an inaccurate summary of Metal Gear Solid Revengeance.
Have you seen his Resident Evil 4 video? I think it was for the remake.
No, I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my god, it is good.
Dude, I just love all of his fucking videos I've seen so far. They're just so fucking good and fun. Also, no, this video hasn't been cringe. As I said, we're going to do something a bit different because this is something that is a genuinely interesting video and has criticisms for New Vegas, and there are valid criticisms for New Vegas, by the way.
Yeah.
But there's just stuff like it's well put together, it's well thought out. He's very articulate in his speaking and everything.
They're asking that because of the title, Fistful of Cringe. Those were the first things we covered. The gaming journalist site saying the Elon Musk Mr. House mod is saying Mr. House is a villain or the central bad guy and stuff like that. Yeah. And then there was those two fucking weirdos who clearly don't know anything about Fallout talking about Fallout.
Yeah, which was wild.
Yeah, and we were potentially going to cover another really bad Fallout video, but we decided to do this instead.
Yeah, because this is a video that's over 20 minutes long, and the stream has been going on for quite a while as it is.
Yeah. We're actually making pretty decent progress through this video, all thing, jokes aside.
Yeah.
We've gotten good chunks of it done. Mostly because, again, we're not stopping every few seconds. We're letting him do the points through because he doesn't say anything wild and stupid or silly or anything.
Yeah, we don't have those moments of just saying something insane where it's like, wait, what the fuck?
Yeah.
The most disappointing part is that the fire rate is laughably slow in comparison to the real American 180. In-game,
I kind of want to show the real American 185 because it is.
Because what?
Because it's funny.
Oh.
Is what I was saying.
Yeah, cut off.
Yeah, fair enough. I want to see if I can get to this.
Are you bringing up a video?
Yeah, but I don't know if I want to actually do it or not. I'm humming and hawing if I want to.
I don't, because we're already 5.5 hours in, and I still have stuff I want to do.
Fair. I can't remember if he shows the clip or not, but if he does, that'd be fantastic because it is pretty fun.
Shoots at 600 rounds per minute, which is half of its real. Now just imagine how much more fun this gun would be if it had a realistic fire rate. It would be like spitting out a swarm of angry baby cazadors. Overall, the 22 SMG...
Nice subversion. Because like I said, it sounds like Angry Horse. It's like... It sounds like an angry bee.
Mr. House is also Odo, so he wins by default. Yeah, that's...
I don't think Elon is a power-hungry madman. I think he's just a person like anybody else, and he'll make mistakes, and he does dumb things, too. I appreciate a lot of the stuff he does, though. There's a lot of stuff I just would have slapped and be like, why did you put a member of the WEF in charge of fucking Twitter, you dumbass?
After that happened, I started getting locked out of my account again for saying a lot of the fun words to people. Which is a little bit bullshit.
But again, community notes being a thing at all for Twitter, beautiful.
Not just community notes, but the current iteration of community notes. Not the pre-Elon version of community notes, which were all propaganda.
Yeah, fair enough. Or my favorite fact check ones were the ones that literally confirmed the thing and said it was still wrong. And you read through the fact check and you're like, you're literally saying it's true, you just had to put false here because people aren't actually going to fucking click on this bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's like the fact check websites where there'll be a statement going around that something happened and it's slightly worded incorrectly, so like the overall point people are trying to share is true. It's just it'd be like, oh yeah, 95% of whatever is doing this, and then it'd be like false. It's actually 94.9%.
Yeah, but they won't actually show that. They'll just say false as the fact check thing, and then they realize a bunch of people won't actually click on the thing to actually check what the fact check is.
Yeah.
So, I hate that bullshit.
Decent, but of course, it could have been better, especially with a higher fire rate. I give
Yes.
the 22 SMG 3.5 out of 5 bottle caps. Let's continue with the 22 pistol, which is based on the Ruger 2245, specifically the Mark.
But I am gonna have to. My video scrolled down. It's like I have to dock you points because my video scrolled down and cut off the Ruger. Fucking watch together. I hate when that shit happens. Whoop. But no, I like the Ruger. I really do like the Ruger. It's such a cool silenced pistol.
Once again, I just like the real life version better than the in-game version.
Mm-hmm.
2 integral suppressor. Overall, it's a very good representation, but for some reason, it has magical powers because this thing doesn't eject any casings. Seriously, no casings. Either that or it identifies as a revolver. You can also manage to shove 16.
That's a good one. I was just about to make a joke. I was just about to make the joke, but wait, you've already proven that bullets don't exist, so it makes sense the casings aren't coming out.
Yeah, but I like his identifies as a revolver so much better. And also now he's pointing out the fact that you could somehow fit 16 fucking rounds in this little tiny magazine. Like, what the fuck?
Magazine, but in reality, it can only hold 10, maybe 11 if you push really, really hard.
By the way, don't do that. Don't try to fit more rounds into something than is normal, right?
I think
So
if I
you get
try hard enough, I could get 50 bullets into that 10-bullet mag.
So if you have a STAG magazine and the capacity is 30, don't try to put 31 in there, for God's sakes. Load one in by hand into the chamber already, and you'll be fine. Don't try to force a 30 in there, because you do not want to damage the fucking spring and follower system for your magazine, and then it won't fucking feed.
Everything else is pretty good. I mean, come on, it'd be hard to mess it up that bad. It's just a tube with a pistol grip. It's very basic and not that powerful, but it can be very fun.
No. The tube with a pistol grip. Hold on a second. This was an actual pistol that the military used. All right. This was military. You'll understand what I mean when I say air quotes military. This is the well rod. That's a fucking tube with a pistol grip. That is an actual assassination pistol.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I remember this thing from fucking Medal of Honor. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Let me take a picture? Yes, I shall pose for the picture.
Yeah, that sure is a tube.
Yep, it's a tube.
Tube.
Funny to assassinate people with it in the middle of a casino, and they just have no clue what happened to them because it's so quiet. Seeing as it's in New Vegas, the bystanders probably assume that they just simply died from a drug overdose. Very realistic, if you ask me.
Well, they did. They died of a lead overdose. Duh.
Yeah, too much lead in the brain too quickly.
Yep.
That's a different way of shooting up.
Mm-hmm.
2 pistol, 3.5 out of 5 bottle caps. Another interesting fantasy design we have is the 5.56 pistol. It's based on the 2019 blaster from Blade Runner. I do think the gun itself looks pretty neat, but it just doesn't really make any sense. The prop itself used in the movie was actually a .44 Bulldog revolver with a bunch of extra junk added on top of it to make it look like a semi-auto pistol. In New Vegas, though, it stays more true to its revolver form, so it does have a cylinder that swings out. Since it's all futuristic and such, it automatically flips out and ejects the casings by itself. Seems legit. But the main issue with this one is that it's chambered in 5.56, which is not meant to be used in revolvers. Why? Because science. Revolver cartridges are cylindrical because of how gas pressure and expansion works in a revolver. A bottlenecked rifle cartridge like 5.56 would have a bunch of empty space between the round and the chamber, so it's very likely to expand and jam up the chamber.
Now, you could get away with it depending on what the actual barrel looks like itself, right? So if it goes into a smaller chamber, it's what happens when you have M16 stuff like that, or like the AR platform in general. The cartridge gets stripped off, and then it is being pushed into a chamber that then narrows down to just where the neck fits in. Because when the bullet fires, the gas expands, the heat and temperature rises, it will actually cause the head of the cartridge, the actual bullet itself, will expand outwards and will then grip into the barrel itself and spin. Now, it only expands a little bit. We're not talking about like an insane expansion, right? And you don't want that either, because then you're going to lose the aerodynamics of your round. But you could theoretically do this. You could you could have a 5.56 pistol. You really could. It just all depends on how this pistol functions when it comes to the barrel. Like this, if you rotated the cylinder back in because it's special and this cylinder obviously moves, has a thing to kick out or in, you could have where this little thing pushes in the cartridge a bit further so it snugs in. And when you fire and it rotates the bolt, or rotates the cylinder, it could move the next one in. It's super complicated. This gun is already overly complicated as it is. But I'm thinking of ways that you could make it function.
I do like the look of this gun, though. I've always liked the look of this gun.
Yeah. And yeah, jamming a revolver is indeed one impressive feat. Absolutely.
If the round is cylindrical, nice and snug in the chamber, so it won't expand after shooting. I hope that explanation makes sense. Maybe someone in the comments can explain it better than me. The bottom...
Yeah, essentially, yeah. You want some expansion, so it'll actually grip into the barrel, nor the gas won't go by. You'll actually get the actual velocity out of the thing. The thing with 5.56 rounds is they actually want longer barrels for their ballistics to work better. It's why you don't really want short barrel rifles. You'd much rather have the long barrel rifle anyways.
Bottom line.
Yeah, if this pistol jammed, though, there's no way you're clearing that easily. Because of the way the cylinder system works. Because remember, the cylinder flips out to the side, then the cylinder has another movement where it goes up and over the cylinder cover, and then the cylinder cover closes with the cylinder on the outside now. So this would be a nightmare if it jammed. This weapon would be awful to fix and remedy quickly.
There's a good reason why revolvers don't use bottlenecked rifle cartridges in real life. It just doesn't work out too good. The design of the 5.56 pistol isn't bad necessarily. It does look pretty cool, but I think it would have been much more fitting for it to be a laser weapon rather than a conventional firearm. I give the 5.56 pistol 2.23 out of 5 bottle caps. Now,
freedom fractions, baby.
That's a very specific number. Because I was thinking he was probably going to give it 2.5.
No, but do you... Okay, so 5.56 is 2.23. Like, that's the other caliber designation for it, is .223.
Oh.
So that's why he's like, I give it a 2 and a 2.3. So yeah, he's doing a 2.23 jump. Gun nerds got it.
We have the police pistol, which is based on the Colt News Service. The model itself is fine, but as usual, the animations have some issues. During the reload, your character doesn't operate the ejector rod. The rounds just fall out by themselves. This is an animation reused from Fallout 3 though, so I can't pin the blame on this gun alone. The only thing specifically wrong with this revolver is that your character always operates it in single action, despite it being a double action revolver. There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm pretty sure he'll explain what single action is, but just in case he doesn't, single action means when you pull the trigger, it only has a single action, that is releasing the hammer, which will then fire off the round. If it's a double action, when you pull the trigger, it has to first draw the hammer back and then release the hammer. 2 actions versus 1 action.
Yeah. I always thought it was weird that this pistol was a single action because I was like, this is clearly a double action revolver. So why is my character doing this?
Well, there is a logical reason why. For if you have revolvers that can be fired single action or double action, like the Mannerheim MR73 can do. Actually, that's a bad example because the Mannerheim actually has the fucking French magic revolver grip where the pressure's the same no matter what you do. Okay, an example. Right? If you have single action, you pull back the hammer yourself, and now it is very light trigger pressure, a very light trigger pull will release the hammer. So think of it like a 1 pound trigger pull versus in double action, you might have to take 6 pounds instead to do both. Yeah, and then I realized that the MR73 was a bad example because the MR73 has that fucking magical roller system for its trigger pull. So the single action and double action literally have the same exact trigger pull. It is a sniper revolver for a reason.
I can understand the single action for the initial one, like if you were to like, you know, keep it in cocked, you know, keeping it cocked for when you pull it out. Like I can understand that, but then to pull it each time when you're currently firing in rapid succession, I just don't see the point of it. Like obviously here it's because that's the animation. Like it's gonna do the same animation no matter what. But I just find it odd where it's like, well then I would just rather just be the double action.
No, again, it's the same thing if you wanted it to keep that light trigger pull each time.
I guess. I don't know. I'm not a fan.
The fact that French GIGN used the revolver as a sniper is just meme status. Well, again, if your pistol is accurate enough, and it fucking is, might as well. The FAMAS is hilarious. Let's make a 3-round burst assault rifle, and its magazine capacity isn't divisible by 3.
Yeah,
but
that's great.
To be fair to them, that could be a great like auditory way to realize that you need to fucking reload now. You know, that could, if I'm being as fair as possible for why they did something that silly. It could just be another thing to muscle memory. You hear that you don't get the usual burst, and that is your signal, reload right fucking now.
Yeah, fair.
Like I said, that's me being as generous as possible. Otherwise, I have no idea why you have a 25-round magazine and your rifle only fires in 3-round bursts.
Yeah, I remember seeing that post go around Twitter a few times. It's like, yeah.
I do love revolvers, though. There's just something magical about them. They're my favorite type of pistol. Like, I know the more modern pistols are, you know, more modern, but I don't know. I've always been a fan of the revolver, and I really love single action revolvers.
Yeah.
There's advantages in doing so, but you should have the ability to fire it in double action. That's about it, really. Overall, the police pistol is pretty solid, and it looks...
Okay, so he didn't explain. So I'm glad I explained what single action versus double action is. I thought he was going to, but he didn't, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Very suave. I say it's worthy of 4 bottle caps. At this point, some of y'all may be wondering where guns like the 10mm pistol or the 44 Magnum are. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about them. But seeing as they are reused assets from Fallout 3, I'll save all of those guns for a Fallout 3 video specifically. No need to cover them twice. So, if there's any lobotomites in the comment section asking about it, please reply to them with a timestamp of this point in the video. Anyway, let's get back to the guns made by Obsidian. For a true single-action revolver, we have the Colt Single Action Army, also known as the Peacemaker.
I just look at that. Just look at that revolver. There's just
I
something
know, it's
beautiful
so
about
good.
those revolvers.
I love these type of revolvers. I like the Colt Navy a little bit more than this
Yeah.
one, but this one is still like up like my all-time favorite pistols. I love this revolver so much.
Show Cree what a Colt Navy looks like.
All this
Let me get...
gun talk is reminding me I still need to buy that prop of Vash the Stampede's gun. The good
yeah.
one, the good one. Not the
Yeah,
shit
the
one.
good one.
Okay,
Yeah,
is
you
a
want the
little
nickel-plated.
This one's a little
45.
fancy, but that's the Colt Navy.
Yes, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Specifically the converted ones, not the ones where you have to load the
Oh, and then put on the nipple cap.
yeah, and all that. I'm
I have to put the primer on.
specifically
Hold on.
the
Oh no, I dropped my
conversion.
primers.
But yeah, I fucking love these. The Colt Navy is my favorite revolver, and then you've got this one, which is like my second one.
Didn't they do a new version? Hold on a second. Hold on, wait. Find it. Yeah, I think this is the proper converted version.
Yeah, the converted version looks a little bit better because it
I think
Ooh.
that's the converted version.
Lobotomaniacs is a good band name. Ah. That actually is a pretty good band name.
Yeah.
I remember the converted version rides up against the thing a bit more. Let me see if I can find one.
Yeah, because it's an actual cartridge now.
Yeah. Here we go. Here's a couple.
Someone clip that, huh?
Or here's one. Here we go. Yeah, copy image. Yeah, this is a proper conversion to like 44.
Yeah,
Modern.
look at that.
Yeah, I would love to get a converted Colt Navy revolver at some point. I also want to get the Colt Army at some point as well too, but I want the Navy one first.
Hang on, there is an old style pistol I've got to show you that I want. It's just because the fucking swag on it. Let's see if I can.
The ultimate band name, Fetid Swim Bladder? That...
What?
I mean, sure. I'm not sure that's a name a lot of people would want to go with. As someone who wears a lot of music band t-shirts, it's not a name I would want to wear on a shirt.
So this is one of my favorite flintlock pistols of all time. It is the Prussian Cavalry 1731 Potsdam. And it is just... Look at it. Just fucking look at it. Granted, I've always liked the flintlock pistols that also kind of have the slide back instead of the straight down handle, like the Magnums. I don't... Like... Magnum, it looks fine on a revolver, but on a flintlock, something looks off. When it has more of that swept back look to it, it just looks so much nicer.
Yeah, this revolver that I showed, the conversion one, is the pistol I want to get for my Western version of my model. Is the one I want to have because I want to get a toggle. Well, one obviously will be on my hip, but I also want a toggle where I'm like, doing the whole fucking like flashy spinning things and like tossing it up and like basically the revolver ocelot sort of thing. Yeah.
We all know the best band name is typical Cree L. Wow. getting
Wow.
absolutely fucking bodied.
As the Big Iron, or as it's simply called in-game, the 357 Magnum. The model itself is basically perfect, and the unique variant called Lucky.
Yeah, that. Look at that.
Yeah. I love Lucky.
Yeah, man. Some of the engravings you can get, like, again, there's that weird, there's the middle spot of engravings where it just seems off. But then there's the subtle engravings, and then there's this where you go full bore, you go to town with it, and it just looks gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like the uncanny valley of gun engravings, right? Where it'll look great up to a point, and then you get to where you've gone a little bit over, and you're just like, man, I don't know, it feels kind of like busy everywhere. And then it shoots up near at the end, where it's like, holy crap, that looks amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I always tend to use Lucky until I find a Ranger Sequoia.
You saw the flintlock on the screen. People can't see. People can't see the engraving. Lucky's looking a little 1700-ish.
Oh man. Yeah, I always use Lucky as my sidearm in New Vegas right up until I get the Ranger Sequoia, and then it's like, okay, time for an upgrade. Because man, the Ranger Sequoia is so good. Fucking 4570 government round in a engraved revolver. I love it. It's so good.
That's just tactical engraving.
Lucky
went a little Prussian there.
It's very sexy. The only issue with this gun are the animations. The reload in particular is completely wrong. First, your character doesn't set the hammer to half cock, which is required to make the cylinder rotate freely.
Also, this is back in the days where you actually had the different cocking stages, and thus where the term "don't go off half-cocked" was. So it was the whole idea of you didn't properly prepare yourself because you're on half-cock. When you pull the trigger, it's not going to fucking do anything. You need to pull it all the way back.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Another little history lesson of where the term half-cocked comes from. It's from guns!
Oh, someone's asking, do you kill a ranger to get one? No, what I typically do is I do the quest to find out who is altering the mission reports and stuff, and you know the basically the radio channels, and you find out that it's Ranger Hanlon, and I do the thing where I'm like, well, you can't keep doing this. You're sabotaging the NCR. Like, I understand why you're doing it, but you got to stop. And then he kills himself, and that's where I get my that's where I get my my Ranger Sequoia.
Ranger Hanlon, you should kill yourself now.
Give me your gun. Kill yourself
God.
now.
You should do that low tier god. Something comes on the screen. You should kill yourself now, and then just suddenly he goes boom.
Then it showcases the player rotating the cylinder counterclockwise, when in reality, this revolver only turns clockwise.
I do appreciate one thing, though, in this animation that I just noticed. You're actually using the ejection rod.
This is the player rotating the cylinder counterclockwise, when in reality, this revolver only turns clockwise. If you tried doing it the other way, it just wouldn't budge. And if it did, then congratulations, you just broke the revolver. Your character is also insanely quick with the reload. My boy seriously looks like he just chugged a whole damn speed cola. Perhaps a master gunslinger could fiddle with it that quickly, but surely not a beginner, since this revolver has a gun skill requirement.
That could actually be an interesting idea for handguns. If you did like a Wild West RPG or something like this, a Fallout game where you had these Old West revolvers, the more skilled in firearms you got, the faster you reloaded, like to this proper extent.
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
Well, one of the details I actually really like about Fallout 3 of all things is when your weapons get more and more degraded, reloading them takes longer, and they'll sometimes like not work properly during the reload animations, where your character has to like fiddle with the weapons to get them to close, or to for different parts of them to slot into place properly. As many problems as Fallout 3 has, there is still some good to it. It's just not very much.
I wonder if he has rapid reload perk, and that's why it's going so fast. Because I don't remember it being that fast on like the base reload.
Pagan. Archet.
What?
I've seen that. I actually saw Oppenheimer on Friday. I quite enjoyed it.
Nice.
The dude who plays Oppenheimer would make a really good fucking G-Man. Yeah, he looks almost exactly like G-Man from Half-Life at like different parts of the film. And
Man, if they ever do make a Half-Life movie.
Dude. You saw that meme image I posted a while back, right? Where I was like, yeah, this is probably my ideal casting. It's Ryan Gosling as Gordon Freeman. Willem Dafoe. Who was Willem Dafoe playing in that meme poster? Was it Breen?
Was it G-Man?
Oh, it might have been G-Man.
I could see him as G-Man. For
But
sure, that face.
Chris Pratt was Barney.
Nice! Oh my god.
Cillian, I'm not sure how his name is pronounced. Is it Cillian or Killian? Because I've heard it both ways. I'd assume it's Killian, like if it was spelled with a K, but spelled with a C. And it being a C makes me think it's Cillian.
Secretly, his parents were trying to encode a message into him. Kill Ian. Kill Ian.
But anyways, Cillian, I'm gonna assume that's how it's pronounced. Cillian Murphy has always been good, but he crushed it in Oppenheimer. Yeah, absolutely. That was a stellar performance from him. He's Irish, so Killian. Okay.
Woo.
Cillian Murphy, then. Yeah. If I had to do a fan casting for a Half-Life movie, I would 1000% pick him for G-Man. If he could get the vocal, like, tick down that G-Man has, oh my god.
Yeah. That would be the hardest part, is trying to get that vocal tick properly, because too many people want to fucking William Shatner it and go way too ham with it. And it's like, but man, when you get somebody that can actually do the G-Man's voice patterns correct, or naturally when G-Man's voice actor gets work, like in Half-Life Alyx, so
I
good.
found that. I found the image. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, so he was G-Man.
Yeah.
And Nicolas Cage is fucking... Is it Adrian Shepard?
Adrian Shepard, yep.
I just love how everything's serious and we have Chris Pratt in the corner doing this goofy look. Hold on, I'm getting this up on screen.
With Lizzo as Alex Vance.
No! You know, Ryan Gosling really does look like he would fit... Like, he's the actor I think would fit the look of Gordon Freeman best. That fucking Nick Cage and Chris Pratt, though. That is great.
Yeah, there's definitely a meme video I want to watch now when we end the stream.
Alright.
And that'll be a fun way to just like send off the stream.
Oh, you mean on stream?
Yes.
How long is it?
10 seconds.
Okay.
The speedy reload doesn't really make sense, but from a gameplay perspective, I can see why the developers simplified the reload. Otherwise, you'd be shot dead trying to reload this damn thing. So overall, the 357 is pretty good, but it would have been...
That's why the Henry repeater was a fucking miracle godsend. Like, oh my god. Let's just keep going with
perfect if they made the reload more accurate while still being convenient. 4 out of 5 bottle caps for this one.
Especially if you had those tubes. So that was the one funny thing. The Henry repeater, it's a normal repeater rifle, right? Where you could twist it off to the side and you could fit your bullets in. But they had tubes. Just had tubes that had much bullets in it. You could grab one of those tubes, stick it in, and go, whoop, slip it right in.
Speed loaders.
Yep. Big old tube.
I don't know. Lizzo could also be a combine dropship.
Lizzo as a barnacle. Oh my god.
Oh my god, have you seen those things of like people? So there's like these women that will like say like, oh, Lizzo is like the perfect body type and everything, and people need to stop shaming her and shit like that. And then their boyfriends will record themselves saying like complimenting them by saying oh, I knew that's why I always thought you were so beautiful. But like, you remind me so much of Lizzo. And then the girlfriend would get like really angry, and it's like, what? It's like you said they're like the pinnacle of beauty. So so it makes sense that's why I'm attracted to you. Like, you remind me a lot of Lizzo, and they just get so fucking angry.
That reminds me of that.
To show how fucking fake it all is.
It is. It's so fake.
Thing. Did you ever see that chat roulette video where these two girls are on there, and the guy comes up and goes, "Hey, I want you to rate these people's body types from 1 to 10, right?" And then he shows a fat girl, and they're like, about a fat white girl, she's about a 6, like that. A fat black woman, 10, flawless goddess 1,000. Like that, and then he shows a fat white dude and like, ooh, -1,000. And then he shows like a buff guy, and he's like, oh, maybe a 5, and stuff like that. And they're going through, and they're like, and then he finally goes, wait a minute, so this buff guy is a 5, and then he goes back to the black woman, but she's a goddess 10. And they're like, yeah, because she's perfect and everything like that. Are you judging because she's fat? And he goes, okay, then why is he a -1,000? And he goes back to the fat white guy. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about, you fatty? And he's like, what? And he lifts up his shirt, and he's got a 6-pack and everything too. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about, judging the book by your cover? And then the two leftoid NPC girls start spiraling and eventually just bow out of the chat roulette room. It's just like,
yeah,
give fuck.
It's so pathetic.
Sorry, I just read this comment as it came in. Will Smith can play Eli Vance since he aged 20 years in the last 2.
yeah, it works.
He was.
Let's move on to the even.
Yeah, let's continue.
To the even bigger iron, nay, the massive steel, the gargantuan titanium, I like to call it, or as it's called in game, the hunting revolver. This oversized alloy is based on the Magnum BFR, chambered in 4570.
And yes, the BFR stands for exactly what you think it does.
At first glance, it looks like a faithful recreation, but there is one massive difference between the real-life gun and its in-game counterpart. The real-life BFR is basically just an embiggened version of the Colt single-action, so it's a
very accurate scale, yes.
Single-action revolver. The hunting revolver in New Vegas, though, is a double-action revolver with a...
Yeah, where the hammer doesn't even move either in the animations, you can actually see.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, it doesn't move out of...
a swing-out cylinder. It's technically wrong, but it's not necessarily a bad design. You could consider it an upgrade due to its higher rate of fire and faster reload, and you could always opt to fire it in single action anyway, but there's no choice to do that in-game, so good luck trying to shoot a double-action 4570 with one hand. You'd have to be a gunslinging master to...
Wait, no, it does move, but you need to have it in super slow motion to see it. I could catch it every little bit. I could see the hammer actually fly back. So I'm going to show that real quick. We're just going to go...
anyway.
Right when
but
he goes
there's
to
no
the
choice to
side.
do that in game. So,
All right, here we go. I'm gonna go slow motion.
Alrighty.
You can just catch it. It's super, super fucking fast.
good luck trying to shoot a double action.
Ooh, yeah, I saw it just like a
45
split
Yeah.
second. I saw it
Yeah.
move.
That's like
Every
one
now and then
frame.
you'll catch a
One
frame of it. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause
Holy shit.
I was looking at that animation as he was firing. I was like, that's not good that it stopped moving. But no, it's just moving at the speed of fucking light.
Yeah, you could see it a little bit better on the second shot he did, but it is literally like a frame. It is super hard to see, chat. Like, again, chat, you're gonna need to fucking squint to see this shit.
So, good luck trying to shoot a double action 45
Yeah, that
God.
is... Jesus Christ.
with one hand.
And this is,
Literal-
remember, this is at 1/4 speed as well.
Yeah, that's literal blink and you miss... Well, I was looking at it trying not to blink, and it's still very easy to miss. Jesus.
Mhm. Super, well, I don't know if super slow-mo works on Watch Together, where we can, like, hold space and then it'll slowly crawl. I don't think that'll work here. Oh, my kitty finally came into my room and just literally hopped up and looked at me and grabbed my arm and said, "Meow." Wait, what the... Here, I'm gonna try. I don't know if this is working or if you guys can see it.
It is. I think we got the point, though. We don't need to do this.
So,
Hang on, I'll just do here and then I'll do it when he actually fire.
good luck trying to shoot a double action.
Jesus!
That was actually worse than the regular slow mode.
Yeah, I didn't even see it. It didn't even move.
On mine it moved, and it's literally like a frame of animation. Like, holy shit.
Anyways, let's put it back to normal speed and wrap this up.
Yeah.
45/7 with one hand. You'd have to be a gunslinging like an idiot. But in this case, the developers did take that into consideration though, so you need 75 in the gun skill to use it properly. The only thing truly wrong
fair.
with this revolver is that it reuses the typical revolver animation, so your character doesn't use the ejector rod when reloading. The scope mount is also different. In real life, it uses a modern rail mounting system for optics, but in-game, it's bolted directly onto the frame. Other than that, it's solid, and I won't knock off points simply because it's different from its real-life counterpart. Perhaps this is a post-war NCR reproduction, seeing as they give the custom-made Ranger Sequoia to their veteran Rangers. And my goodness, this gun is mad sexy. The engravings may provide no tactical advantage whatsoever, but it does provide you with style points in the ability to flex on your enemies. It's
Yes, I agree. Swag is a category all of its own.
Yeah, I fucking love the Ranger Sequoia. It's so good.
It's easily the most gun in the entire game. I give the hunting revolver 4.5 out of 5 bottle caps. All it needs is a new reload animation to
I just realized, hold on a second, he shoots the mutant, and I think the bullet penetrated and blew something's head off at the same time.
Yeah, the big horner. I saw that.
Yeah.
hunting revolver.
Watch.
4.5 out of 5 bottle caps. All it needs is a new reload animation to make it perfect. So as a whole, the pistols and SMGs in New Vegas are pretty good, with only a couple of big stinkers. But how well do the rifles and shotguns hold up? Well, I guess you'll just have to find out on the next episode of Everything Wrong with the Guns in Fallout New Vegas.
Terrified.
No, but seriously, I tried making this into a single video, but it would easily be over a whole hour long, and my brain simply can't handle that much Firearms cringe all at once. I'm actually in the hospital right now because I had a brain aneurysm due to the excessive amount of immersion-breaking errors. So please allow me a few more days to recover and to make part 2.
Logical.
Subscribe to my OnlyFans for early access.
Oh no!
Well,
Not only
alright
fans.
then. Pretty good video.
Yeah. I just have one meme for us to stop this.
When we eventually get to STAG 150, we're actually going to have to put in a tier. Actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's your meme, by the way.
It's so sad.
Oh no! It
Oh,
died
and
on me!
It died, of course.
Alright, I saw Cree's reloading. Here we
It's so sad Steve Jobs died of
Who the hell is Steve Jobs?
ligma balls.
Classic.
yeah, the guy who did this particular edit is Corey Lado on
Yes.
YouTube. He also did the G-Man version of Once in a Lifetime video by Talking Heads. And it is amazing that in that original video, God, I'm forgetting the guy's name from Talking Heads, David Byrne, he moves like a fucking Gmod character in that video, and this guy had to recreate that in Source Filmmaker.
Dude, he does fantastic videos. The Don't Drink the Water video is funny. The Literally Me video, like Corey Lado just does fantastic Source Filmmaker videos.
Yeah, big recommend.
Yeah.
Also, the channel we just watched that Good Gun video from New Vegas was It's Ya Boy Brandy Boy.
Yes.
Yeah, so check out his other stuff. If the rest of his videos are even close to the quality of what we just saw, then it's a very good channel, and yeah.
Yeah, and I think next STAG we do, I want to personally put for our good video, because I kind of like this whole thing. We'll do a bad video, and then we can do like a good video as a palate cleanser at the end. Something that we obviously could still have discussion and conversation about, right?
That depends, because like certain bad videos we're going to cover are going to take up the entire stream. Like that's still a possibility.
Absolutely. But I just think it'd be a nice thing to do if we could try, because I would love to showcase to the chat Master Samwise's video. I think that'd be a real good one to.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's that time now. Pagan, show your shit.
I have a YouTube channel. I will use it eventually. You know the drill.
Yeah. Oh, I should have Cree change out my stuff on the thing.
Oh, right. I forgot.
Yeah.
My bad.
But yeah. Hi. It's, you don't know me, but... No, I am no longer on Twitch. I might actually change that. I don't know. Twitch might get pissy with me, but I'm kind of debating on restreaming to Twitch, Kick, and Rumble at the same time, just to give a middle finger to Twitch. But no, I am on Rumble and I'm on Kick. My Kick is just Setch. My Rumble is Setch Drescar, so you can find me on either one of those. So if you don't want to use Rumble system because you don't want to give your phone or whatever, your phone number, that's fine. Go to Kick. I'll see you on there as well. I've been impressed with both of them. There's oddities with both. I don't like Rumble is a supposed free speech platform, but will ghost people's chats. That's fucked completely. I hate that shit. And I like Kick a lot, but I don't like you can't see what the stream is actually about, which is really fucking weird. Like, I don't know why they don't have, like, the stream title underneath or anything like that. That's fucking weird. It has it after the streams are over, but it's like that seems kind of like that's weird. Why wouldn't you just have it there? But again, that's stuff that can be fixed. I also kind of like Kick's whole thing where they're also a free speech platform, but also they're gonna try out something very interesting idea of smaller streamers being paid a salary to stream. I'm like, that's interesting. Yeah, I'm curious how it goes. Kick. So basically, the not Twitch, the one that wants to replace Twitch. I was like, that's an interesting idea. Well, I don't know if the ghosting messages is intentional or not. Oh, unless you mean about Twitch, yeah, because otherwise, yeah, fuck Twitch. I would love to give a middle finger and restream to Twitch, Rumble, and Kick at the same time. Just be like, we mentioned Pippa eating a tarantula, but you know, we're not. I'm not gonna go see it. Yeah.
I was muted.
Oh no.
Alright, yeah, I didn't watch the Pippa spider stream because I don't like spiders. But I did watch her Forewarned stream with the Coyote VTuber. Absolutely check out the Forewarned stream. It was fucking good. Pagan may be muted. No?
No.
Say something, Pagan.
I'm not muted.
Oh fuck, we can't
See,
hear him,
he's not muted.
Setch.
What?
Oh no.
Yeah, I can't hear him. His thing is lighting up, but nothing's coming through.
Alright, Pagan,
Fuck
say
you.
something.
Kill yourself.
Right now.
Krill yourself.
Alright. Okay, I guess nobody else needs to shill. There's nobody else in this call that's important. So.
I guess not.
Wow. Poor Creed. He's finally been beaten down all the way. Go ahead, Creed.
Part 4 of the Fallout 4 analysis. Sorry, hold on. Let me double check. Yes. Friday, August 11th, 3 p.m. Eastern time. So, Toronto, New York time, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, I guess that's the thing I could say. Show up to my stream on Thursday. We're going to do Baldur's Gate 3. So if you have any interest whatsoever in an actual RPG.
Yeah, Such is going to play it for 24 hours straight.
Oh God, no! Holy shit! I'd probably like lose my mind.
Honestly,
I can't do 24-hour streams anymore.
If it ends up actually being really good, though, I can imagine you accidentally streaming for like fucking 10 hours or something.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. I know. There's. I hope it won't be so. I've already got a character design and everything planned for the character creator, so I'm hoping the character creator is not going to be a 2-hour fest or 3-hour, 6-hour.
Oh God!
As the Larian joked, it's going to be 6 hours.
Anyways, that's everything today. For today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. And the next STAG is 2 weeks from now, because we're on the 2-week schedule now. Once Part 4 of the Fallout 4 analysis is complete, I'll be getting back to game streams. I absolutely want to complete Amnesia the Bunker, as well as Saints Row 2 and some other stuff. So, yeah. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out.
Yeah, good night.
Bye. Bye. Bye.